Happy birthday! Day 4 of our birthday event. Welcome to Sewing Street. Oh, I know. We do absolutely just go wild, don't we? Especially during a pandemic. Why not have a week-long birthday? Welcome to Sewing Street. My name's Vicky. Jam-packed day today. We've got a jam-packed desk. We've got so much to talk about. And we've got 3 guest designers in today. Suzie Duncan's here this hour, and at 10 o'clock we've got Fiona Hesford, we've got Jayne Brogan, we've got Fiona Hesford bringing exclusive patterns as well, which is very, very exciting. We've got Jayne Brogan, and she's got a little deal for us on a fabulous sewing machine, an Elna sewing machine. So that's coming up later on at 12. This whole week has been absolutely chaotic. It's been manic. It's been brilliant. So thank you all so much for all of your lovely messages, because obviously it's only down to you guys at home that we've been going for the last year. We've been so lucky to stay on air, obviously through a global pandemic, and to sort of come on leaps and bounds. If we look back of how far we've come from this time last year, when we were in our tiny little studio, there was literally a team of about 4 of us, and now it's just grown and grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. But we've got Kat back. She's so excited to be back. She said she feels a bit all nervous. She says, I'm walking into the birthday party 4 days late. She's ready to celebrate. She's going to be full of beans today. If you do want to get in touch with us, please do send all your messages in. We're going to have, as I say, demos all day today, so get your questions in. I'm on Facebook Live all day today, so come and say hello. Now, a few things to tell you before the early bird. We're doing giveaways galore today. We have got our daily prize draw, which... This is the prize. I mean, it's crazy. We've had the Franklins have gifted us the amazing steamer, which went on Monday. On Tuesday, we had the Rose and Hubble fabrics. Yesterday, EQS gifted us the most amazing Liberty fabrics, which got a winner yesterday. Today, look at this. This has been gifted from Nutex, and it is a huge embroidery bundle, including hoops, threads, skeins, needles, machine embroidery thread. You've got loads and loads of fabric to embroider onto as well. It's absolutely brilliant. I couldn't quite believe it when I got the box out of the trolley yesterday. I was saying, oh my word, don't show that one. No, Paul. This is why I don't like Paul. You know, I was telling you. No, show the nice one. There.
They're both nice.
Oh, Suzie. The other one was being, there you go. I don't know why we're showing this, by the way, because we're not even talking about the hat. We're talking about the threads, Paul. So the prize draw, that's your daily prize draw. All you've got to do is check out your basket. Everybody that shops today, whether it be on the website, whether it be on the show, whether it be on Yarn Lane website, you will all be automatically entered into the daily prize draw until midnight tonight, and we'll reveal the winner tomorrow. So we will be revealing the winner of the Liberty fabrics later on today at some point, so stay tuned for that as well. So that's the weekly giveaway, sorry, the daily giveaway. There's also a weekly giveaway. So everybody who's bought Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you're all entered into the weekly prize draw, and Sunday, to win the most incredible amount of goodies. We can't even get it on one photograph, and it's continuing to be, everybody's adding to it. It's been growing and growing and growing all week. We've got more prizes today from Fiona Hesford, Sewgirl, that will be going into the draw as well. We've got surprises from Jayne coming in later. We've got a sewing machine in that bundle. We've got the Franklin steamer that you saw on Monday. That's going to be in the bundle. There's loads of fabrics. There's kits galore. I know Yvonne McAtamney bought in some kits as well. So yeah, Fiona's put together really lovely goodie bags, which I'll show you later on. They're going into the prize. And all you have to do is check out of your basket. No code, no, don't need to guess how many sweets are in a jar. You don't need to do anything like that. It is literally just, yeah, get involved, get involved. Yeah, all the sweets are gone. They're long gone. Now, I also just want to mention, we were doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, anybody who bought will receive the Sewing Street mug and badge. And we did keep saying it's while stocks last. It's been incredibly busy, and we have been told that it's completely gone. And we had thousands and thousands of mugs. There was no way in a million years I thought they'd go this week. So thank you everybody for shopping with us. It's been incredibly busy, but it does mean that all of the mugs have now gone. Right, so shall we start with the early birds? And then, we've got Suzie here. We've got loads coming up today. Our first early bird today is a lovely sewing box. So Kat, she's rocking up to the party 4 days late. So she said, do you know what? I'm back with a bang. I'm going to do 2 prezzies for the party. 2 early bird specials, starting with a brand new, beautiful sewing box. I love this. And it's £12.99. That is such a good price. We were looking at ones that were very, very similar to this online. And normally you're paying about £25. Susie's nodding. They're normally about that. So this is such good value. Paul keeps saying in my ear, Vic, this is so soft. It is, isn't it? It's so, so soft. It's actually cushioned at the top. So you could use this to put your pins or your needles in at the top. It's got lovely trim around it as well, hasn't it? Even if you're using this as a bit of a project box, so you keep this with maybe your EPP bits, or you have it down the side of the sofa for any of the hand sewing bits that you're doing at that time. It's got your pin cushion. It's got your lovely little pocket here if you're keeping your quick unpick or any bobbins or any bits and bobs. You could even just organise all your buttons or organise your haberdashery to keep in there. Or what a lovely first sewing box for somebody. So it's got the tray, and then it's also got plenty of storage space for early bird number 2. So these aren't included. We are going to do another really good deal on some polyester threads as well. So I'll take those out, but they're going to be coming up in just a moment as early bird number 2. It's a lovely print though, isn't it? I really love the colours on this. So, so pretty. And it is at an early bird special price of £12.99. Just so you know, there are loads of you that have got this in your basket already. We had to start the show with a bang. So exactly the same one we found online, £18. And in fact, I think that's been reduced. It was 36. It was £36 and it's been reduced to 18. So, I mean, there you go. £12.99. It is a special price. It is a very, very special price, especially for the birthday. It is just your classic sewing box, isn't it? Morning, Tom. You were there nice and early. Pauline, I'm enjoying your birthday celebrations. We've got more cake to eat today. More cake. Oh, my word. We're having cake overload. I've got to show you these cakes, though. Suzie assures me they're slightly healthier because they're lower in sugar and they're lower in fat. So, in fact, and they've got yoghurt in them as well. So, there you go. They're healthy. It means we can have one now for breakfast, Paul. Can you see them? Oh, and we've had a lovely card from Suzie as well. Look at this. They look so good. They look so, so good. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Donna says good morning all. Vanessa said good morning. Susan said good morning, Vixen crew. Loving this week so far. It's jam-packed, isn't it? June says, happy birthday, Sewing Street. I'm loving this week. Susan said, happy birthday. Is that more cake, Pauline? Yes. Yes, it is. Good morning, Derek. How are you? Good morning, Kat and Vix. She's back from moving into a house. She had a whole week off and she's feeling refreshed. Looks like you've missed all the cakes, Kat. No, don't worry, Derek. There's still more. Wow, that is a fab prize draw, says Alison Marion. Derek says hi to you too, Paul. Who else is saying hello? Hello, Jan. Janice. We've got a message from Tracy come in. Morning, Tracy. My wonderful hubby has given me the perfect birthday present, a Sewing Street voucher. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You can use that anywhere on the website and you don't need to use it all in one go. You can, but you don't need to. It will just add to your credit, basically. So, you know, sometimes when you get a gift voucher and then they won't give you any money in, you know, exchange. So if you only spend a little bit of it, you kind of have to spend it all in one go. Whereas you don't have to here. It will just tick down on your account. So that's amazing. Yeah, they're always available, by the way. I very rarely mention them, but the gift vouchers are always available on the website. £12.99 for your sewing box. And I think at the moment, vouchers are brilliant, aren't they? Right, so that's early bird number 1. We've got a whole project to do this hour, so I'm going to get cracking with early bird number 2. Polyester threads. Of course, Brilliant to just stock up your sewing box. Maybe if you're getting that for a gift for somebody and you want some threads to go in there. And 160 metres on each spool. Look at the price. Great neutral colours as well, really great neutral colours. £7.99, which makes your price per spool. Oh, here we go. Right, Paul, with your maths. We need Debbie Shaw. No. 61 pence a spool? No. No. £1.33. Oh, Paul. Did you know Debbie Shaw was a member of Mensa? She's very, very good at maths. Not like our Paul. £7.99 for all 10 160 metre spools. So you've got your brown, you've got grey, you've got cream, you've got black, you've got a dark, oh, in fact, actually, what are these? I think 2 black. Yep, 2 black threads, brilliant. And then you've also got your white, all for £7.99. Morning, Glenys. Good morning, all. Kerry, good morning, Kerry. Oh, I'm so thrilled. I'm so thrilled that you're watching. It's lovely to have you. She said, happy birthday, Sewing Street. Sue said, happy birthday, love this week. And so exciting about Craig as well. Craig has now officially left his job to be full-time living in loveliness, which is so exciting. How lovely is that as well? Kerry's so excited, isn't she? She's so excited. I'm not sure about Craig. Sue said, happy birthday, love this week, and what lovely cakes. I know, they're all too good. We've had loads of messages. Judith, hi Vicky, hi Judith, how are you? Susan says, happy birthday. Oh, I've missed out on the mug. Right, one thing you haven't missed out on, can I just say, yesterday, we kept saying, the instructions are going to be available. They're going to be available. They're going to be available in the next couple of minutes. And they weren't available. We had a bit of a problem getting them back in stock. So, who missed out yesterday on the Japanese knot bag? Are you ready? Because they are finally in stock. We have got, you can use your own fabrics. I think it was ½ a metre of each. And Debbie used H640 as an interfacing. It was demonstrated yesterday with Cara. If you want to watch the show back, it's completely reversible. And are you ready? Because we're about to take the pattern graphics live. Now, it completely sold out yesterday. We tried to get 150 more. They got booked in yesterday afternoon when we had already gone off air. So I said, please, can we just mention it? They've already been selling this morning on pre-order, but it's such a cool design. It really, really is. Really nice and secure and fully reversible. So, £9.99. If you missed the pattern on its own yesterday, it is now available. It's a Debbie Shaw pattern. It's a really clever design, isn't it? Really, really clever. And of course, Debbie Shaw gives you great instructions with full photography as well. And you can watch back the show. Brilliant step-by-step instructions all the way through. And of course, you can watch back yesterday's tutorial. It's only £9.99. So I just wanted to mention that, just so you know, already we're less than 100, which will sell out this hour. So I will let you know, I'll keep you updated. Derek, oh my word, like Debbie, I was also a member of Mensa. The annual membership fee eventually caused me to leave. That was the same as Debbie. Debbie left because it was expensive. Okay, shall we show you what's coming up what's coming up today? The menu. We haven't done the menu yet. So this hour, Suzie Duncan is here. We've got loads to bring you. We will start with her in just a second, I promise. The Glittery Night Star Quilt, which is beautiful. The fabrics are so glittery. That's going to be this first hour. Oh, wow, look. I knew that he was waiting for something. I thought, what is he doing? 2 seconds. He wanted to bring the curtains across. So we've got 8 o'clock, Suzie Duncan here with me this morning, demonstrating the Glitter Night Sky Quilt, which is already selling on pre-order. The Martha skirt, it's a launch. The only place to get it is, of course, from Sewgirl and from us. We're so lucky to be able to have this launch, so really excited for the Martha skirt. And Fiona's going to be here as well. 10 o'clock. Right, these have always scared me. If you've ever seen Robin Ruth rulers and you've avoided them, don't, because Suzie has worked them out. She says it's so simple. The book is brilliant. The rulers are amazing. And that's going to be coming up. So we're going to do a full class, masterclass with her at 10 o'clock. We've also got brand new, amazing Moda fat quarters. They have arrived in especially for the birthday. They're on pre-order. We've put together a bit of a bundle so that it's eligible for our brand new split pay option, which I'll tell you about in just a moment. 11 o'clock, we've got the Elsie trousers and the Chelsea hat, 2 makes in that show. It's, I told you, a jam-packed show. Then Jayne from Elna is going to stop by with a fantastic deal on a really fabulous Elna sewing machine. So that's coming up at 12 o'clock. It's going to be one of those days. There's a lot going on. So get in touch with us. Any messages that you have. Of course, Sewing Street TV on Facebook. I'll be live there, or studio@sewingstreet.com. So the split pay option, Neil announced on Monday. We've introduced a new bracket for split pay. So it used to be over £150, where you pay over 3 payments, or over £799, you would pay over 5 payments. Both still stand, but now you've got an extra bracket. So now if you spend £99 or more, then you can split it over 2 months, which is why I urge you to head on to pre-order. Have a look at everything today, but also have a look at the Moda Fat Quarter Bundle. It is eligible for split pay. Right, let's get cracking. Shall we do this hour's gorgeous glitter night sky kit? And the look at that beautiful glitter, it's amazing. So we've had this fabric in once before. It's sold out before the showing. So if you want it, we've put it on especially at 8 o'clock to make sure that there's plenty of stock to go around. It's £54.99 and the fabric is amazing. 4.5 metres of fabric, and you get your pattern as well. And this is what you can make. We love this quilt. It's so cool. So instead of the black stripe that's around in the sashing, you get blue stripe in the kit, which is going to look lovely, isn't it? So you've got your blue stripe, which is a metre, I believe. I'll tell you the breakdown of these. A metre of your blue for your sashing. You also get a metre of your orange. A metre of our... Oh. Yes, because you didn't get the yellow, so you do get a whole metre of that. You get orange instead of the yellow around the stars. You then get 1/2 metre of black. Yeah. You then get your glittery planets fabric, 1/2 metre. You then get your stars, which is again got the glitter, 1/2 metre, and then a whole metre of this one, which is just, oh. That's no trick of the cameras or the lighting. That is just how sparkly it is. It's absolutely amazing. And Suzie says it actually presses really, really well as well. Plus, and you get loads left, and you get fabric left. Plus, you've got your pattern. You've got your instructions there. £54.99. Just for your fabrics alone. Grab it, grab it, grab it. If you've got a different pattern in mind, go for it. Now is your chance. I do absolutely love that sparkle. It's the first time I've ever seen fabric like this. It's the Solar System, 100% cotton fabric. As I said, it has been on air once before, but it sold out before the show. So we knew that we really wanted to get it back in for the birthday. Love it, absolutely love it. Oh, Rachel just said, good morning, Vicky. So enjoying this birthday week. Stunning glitter fabric and quilt. Isn't it amazing, Rachel? It's just amazing. And what a great price for a quilt kit. Bearing in mind, it's a big quilt. It's a 51 by 42 inch quilt. So it's a nice size quilt for £54.99. That is brilliant. Have all the stocks gone? I've only just tuned in. Don't worry. No. You can still get the quilt. Don't worry, Jan. I know that the mugs are the only things that have gone. Don't worry. The mugs are the only things that have gone now. Oh, for kids' bedrooms. Yeah. But even for the wall of an office or something, or a study, it's so cool. I love it. Imagine, you know, if you're on the Zoom calls, you're on Skype and you've got that as your background. That'd be so cool, wouldn't it? Oh, good Father's Day project as well. Brilliant. So, this is your Night Sky bundle. Are we ready to go over to Suzie? Is there anything else that I need to mention? Oh,
Is
I'm
there
so
anything else?
sorry,
You've got
Suzie.
room for anything else?
My desk is a bit jam-packed today. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, yes.
Thank you so much for our lovely
That's
card and
right.
our cakes and for my prezi as well. Thank
okay.
you.
That's okay. Happy birthday.
How have you been?
Oh, yeah, good.
All
busy.
good.
Yeah.
Busy. Yeah, busy. This quilt is fab, isn't it?
It's stunning. It really is.
How
really
are the glittery
is stunning.
fabrics to work with?
They were really good. I'm always a bit doubtful about glitter on fabric because you think 2 minutes and it's going to be on my hands.
That's it.
Not a shred anywhere.
It's
My
not like one of
room-
those birthday cards
no,
that goes
it isn't.
everywhere. Or
I
gift
haven't got any
cards.
glitter anywhere at home, nothing on my cutting mats, and nothing stuck to the bottom of the iron. It irons really well. I haven't washed them, but I can't see, if it's not coming off with tact, it's not going to come off in the wash.
Brilliant.
So yeah, really good. Lovely to work with. Super. And you can fussy cut to your heart's content. There's enough fabric in the bundle.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, I mean, I've got loads. Look, I've got all this left.
Oh gosh, and what other things can we make? I mean, you could do storage tubs and...
I mean, instantly you'd make a pillow to go with it, wouldn't you?
Cushion,
Definitely a cushion. You could make knapsacks.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great present for a teenager
Yeah.
who's into space and space,
That's
especially
it.
with the Mars landing at the moment
That's
as well.
yeah.
So it couldn't have been more poignant. But there's just loads of different ideas you can do with it. The fact you can fussy cut, and you can fussy cut not just the big print fabric, the smaller print that you use for the 2 of the star blocks, that you can fussy cut as well. There's enough detail in that would make it great fun. So yeah, you've got loads of extra project work you can do with it. So,
Brilliant.
Yeah, love it.
Brilliant. So, just so you know, be very, very careful if it is in your basket because this will sell out before the end of the hour. It's been I sound like a broken record this week, but everything is selling so quickly. So if you've got it in your basket, check out now is my one word of wisdom. Right, what are you going to show us, Suzie?
So I'm not going to show you how to make the quilt from beginning to end. I thought I'd just break it down and we'd do the different parts.
Okay.
Within the hour. Is that okay?
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. The instructions, brilliant. Really clear instructions. Even better, throughout the instructions, Susan Clare it is, gives you links to YouTube tutorials. So it's, I would definitely recommend, first thing you do, as you do with any instructions, is sit and read it all the way through.
Okay.
Don't skip read it.
Okay.
And then what I did was watch the tutorials.
Oh, brilliant, yeah.
Because it just gives you that confidence to pick up the rotary cutter or your scissors, whichever you prefer, and you've instantly got an idea of what you're doing.
So do they give you video tutorials then as well?
With every step.
Oh,
So there's
fab.
one for building the star block, there's one
that's
for doing the
good.
sashing, there's one for doing the binding, there's one for doing the border. So you're not left in the dark
Yay.
at all. It's really, I thought it was a really well put together project.
Fantastic.
So if you've never tackled a quilt before,
This is big.
this is definitely a quilt you can do. Anyone can do it, but at beginner level, and I mean absolute beginner level, as long as you can cut and you can sew a straight line, you can do this quilt.
Brilliant.
It's not onerous. And it's not too big to work with, because sometimes when you get massive quilts, you don't quite know what you're doing with it, do you? But this is perfect size, great, really good. And you can go to town with your embroidery afterwards if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
But if you don't want to, don't. You know, it's one of those do what you want with afterwards.
And there's plenty of quilting options. I think the one that's been done behind you has got a bit of free motion on there. But actually, you could, there's stars on there and all sorts, but actually you could just do your crosshatch.
You could just follow the sashing lines. You could leave it without any if you wanted to. It's one of those that there's plenty of options that enables anybody to tackle. I think it's great. It's great. So should we get cracking?
Yes.
So the overall design, as you can see from the quilt, is quite simple. You've got 9 blocks, 7 of which are identical. Basically, you're cutting big squares from your big print fabric.
Yeah.
So, not squares, they're rectangles. And then you've got 2 star blocks, and around it all is sashing. So really, really simple. And the star blocks, you're only making 2 of them. So all that consists of is the smaller print planets that you cut into rectangles, and then you want orange, well, it'd be orange in your case. I had yellow because I was trying to match the quilt that was on set. So you'll cut your rectangles for those as well. And then you want half of your rectangles are going to be vertical and the other half are going to be horizontal. So look at your prints, because I mean Saturn looks best this way round. I presume this is a stylised Saturn. I'm not.
Can you name all
I'm
these
going to
planets?
say it now. No. Okay. You ask my husband. I have 0 interest in the planets. As far as I'm concerned, it's, you know, we've got enough problems here. Let's not bring ourselves any others. So the first thing, so decide that. Then, now this is where I think it's brilliant as a beginner's quilt. You haven't got to be precise with your positioning to do that star point. You want wonky, so it makes it even better for beginners. So you position a piece of fabric. Now, position it right side up. It's a plane, so there is no right side, it's either way. But make sure you've covered the corner on your fabric.
Right, okay.
Then flip it, and if you are new, you can pop a pin in there just to hold it, or you can wing it. With the horizontal one, you're going to do the same. Just make sure you've covered a corner.
Doesn't matter how.
Doesn't matter what angle it is. It doesn't have to come to the middle. You just put it on there. It's great. Just make sure you've covered a corner. So I'm going to flip that one as well. And
you're quite precise with what you do.
Oh, I'm
normally.
horrendously precise.
Does it feel strange going rogue, Suzie?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Shall I tell you a secret?
Go on.
No one will know, will they?
Go on.
So the first one I made, I had to unpick because I had done it absolutely precisely, and they were perfect points. They weren't wonky, so I had to unpick it. So yeah, I struggle with wonky. I really do. I'm rubbish with wonky.
It's liberating though, isn't it, to go?
Is it?
Go rogue.
Oh, I had to have several cups of tea.
Still 1/4 inch seam allowance
Yeah,
though.
1/4 inch. Yeah. It is 1/4 inch.
And you're chain piecing.
I am
these.
chain piecing.
Why do you like to chain piece?
Speed.
Okay.
Speed and saving thread, that's all. But you don't have to. It's just, it is a lot quicker when you're doing lots of these. So all I did then was finger press that back. Now in the instructions, it says you can then re-square off. Which I did on the first one, and then I thought, well, what's the point? I've just spent 5 minutes doing that. Why don't I just press it back, finger press it, and square the whole thing when I've done the other side? So the other side, now this is where I had to put my non-straight hat on.
Okay.
Don't try and do a meet in the middle, because it doesn't work. You want to do a wonky, so leave gaps.
Yeah.
And then flip. And so do the same on this one. So I'm going to do that and flip. It really does blow your head if you're used to doing flying geese and things like that.
You need somebody to just come and mess it up for you, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Oh, you could do beautiful metallic threads on here, couldn't
Absolutely.
you, with your quilting?
Glow in the dark thread.
Can you get glow in the dark
You can
thread?
get
Is that
glow
a
in the
thing?
dark. It is a thing, yeah.
I've not heard
It
of
is. That would just be awesome.
that. Yeah.
I know. Bit scary, but so that's what you end up with. So you're then going to just press those back. So set and press, as they say.
And it's fine to press on this glitter.
Absolutely, yeah. I had a test piece just to try it out, and I tried it on the front and on the back. Absolutely perfect. and as you can see, nothing's coming off. So then what you're going to do is, so you're going to make a total of 4 uprights and 4 sideways, because you need 2 blocks. So all you then do is use your ruler to give you your right angle and square those. Well, they're rectangles, aren't they? So I can't say square it off, but you know what I mean. Okay, get rid of all the rubbish, basically.
We're on single figures for the quilt kit.
Oh my goodness
Single
me.
figures. The only way of getting the pattern, the only way of getting the fabrics is in the quilt kit. We haven't got them individually, so absolutely check out. We're down to single figures.
These would be an amazing gift, wouldn't
Yeah,
they?
it would, absolutely.
Absolutely
what a great
amazing gift. Perfect for a Father's Day in a study. Definitely. All those physics teachers out there.
Oh, yes. Oh, like you said, because of everything, you know, with the landing on Mars, it's very on trend at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, space never goes out, does it?
No.
You know? It's only people like me who have zero interest in it. But having said that, I mean, I do have interest, but I just can't quite get as excited as I can about animals and other things.
Fabric.
Yeah, fabric, yeah. I do get very excited about fabric. I spend a lot of my time sorting fabric into colours and...
Oh yeah, especially I think a lot of people have during lockdown, haven't they? Got really organised. Got a message come through from Emma. Good morning everybody. Suzie, I'm the same. Too much of a perfectionist. This is why I struggle to make some of the quilt patterns appear random.
Yeah.
I know a lot of quilters who will say that they struggle to do random. That's why we call random Deb, because she can't do random.
Well, you're definitely like, if you like me and like precision, you'll definitely love the next quilt I'm doing later on.
Oh yeah, that's very precise.
That's definitely not random. So when you're doing your star block, what you want to end up with is this effect. So I've gone ahead and made others ahead of time. I've made too many because I wanted to look at what configurations I got so I could, and you can see they are very random points.
Well done.
I know.
As you can see, they are random.
Points, yeah. Wonky is the term. So the other thing I thought was great, so you've got like these nebulas.
Well done.
Get me with my
space
lingo.
jargon.
Earth is in there, so that will go in there. Earth appears a lot, actually. I'm sure there's only one in this world,
That looks
in this
so
galaxy.
cool,
Doesn't it? So you can fiddle around and get them all together. But basically all you're going to do then is join them together in 1/4 inch seams. So right sides together, and I do them row by row. But again, you can chain piece, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You can if you press the pedal rather than the power point, which is always a good thing. So I'm going to get this one ready.
So you lay it all out to the side?
I always lay my block pieces all the time, and this is exactly how I work at home. I have everything laid out and I just work one after another like this so that I can keep going. I know that they're in the right order. It also means that when I get a phone call or interruptions, I know exactly where I'm up to.
Yeah.
And I take them off the chain one by one so I can then put the last one on there.
Just so you know, the quilt kit is now sold out. Well done if you managed to get it. We've got some threads, just so you know, if you do need any more of your Metla gorgeous cotton threads, all 100% cotton, lots of colours in there. So if you do want to do some lovely quilting, you've got lovely blues, your yellows with these stars you could do. £39.99. Did you see the long arm quilter the other day?
I did. That was incredible.
Wasn't
I'm
it
in awe of
amazing?
those machines. They are just amazing.
It's a shame actually because of everything that's going on. When we had those on at Sewing Quarter, John would go over and he'd do it, and we'd all have a bit of a play with it. And it's actually a lot easier than you think. When you see the lady demonstrating it, you think, oh wow, she's obviously done it for hours and hours and hours. It's very good at
years,
it.
yeah.
But actually, it is.
Yeah. No, I was privileged enough to go over to a quilt festival in the States.
Oh wow.
And it seems like everybody has one of those in their back garden or, you know, in their backyard.
Yeah.
But I had a go and they're not as scary.
No, they're actually quite intuitive,
They're
aren't
like
they?
sprung. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So there we go. We've got our 3 bits.
Mm-hmm.
So now all I've got to do is join those rows together. So this is where you want to seam match. So I am going to press these. And it's up to you if you press to a side or press it open. But if you're going to press to the side, make sure you do alternate sides because then you're not going to get, you can nestle your seams properly. So I'll explain what I mean. So if I press all these going to my left, this row will go to my right, this row will go to my left. Then they'll nestle together.
Ah, that's good. And in fact, this is something we'll talk more about as well in your second hour and how
that is,
you know, pressing the seams
sometimes
is really important.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it doesn't always follow.
Debbie is watching. Random Deb. Morning, Vixen, Suzie and team. Random Debs is watching and loving the randomness this morning.
Excellent. It's especially for you, Debs.
Yeah,
Especially
go for it. You've got to have a go at this one.
So this one, remember, is going in the opposite direction. If you've pressed and when you come to put it together, it's not in the right direction, just repress the other way. It's not.
Do you find sometimes it seems they want to go a certain way, don't they?
Yeah, it's a bit like hair, isn't it?
Yeah.
That you can never have a parting the wrong side.
No, yeah.
'Cause your hair just won't do it. Or in my case, the hair just does its own thing.
We were talking about hair this morning and Suzie was telling me that a friend once lent her one of those windy things to be able to curl your hair, and no one has ever got their hair stuck in it apart from Suzie.
Yeah.
And
nearly set fire to
melted
my
all her hair off.
So by nestling the seams, if I get my head out of the way, can we pick this up? So you can see I've got one set of seams going this way, one set of seams going that way. So when I put a pin through that stitch line into the other seam, oh, I've got wiggly fingers, here you go. It will nestle and bring those two together exactly, and they'll lie flat so that when I sew, touch wood, those points, those cross pieces will line up.
These are very fancy pins, Suzie.
They are, aren't they? They're my magic pins.
They got like a spongy end.
It's not spongy, it's a soft grip, so you can't slip.
Good.
And if you've got dexterity issues, they're really easy to hold, but the points on them are long, they're strong, they're heat resistant. Even if you've got really long nails, you can pick these up and manipulate them. And what I like about them is that they'll go through. By the time you get your quilt top, your backing, your wadding, your binding, everything else, you've got 5 layers of fabric.
Yeah.
So, but they'll go through them all, no problem.
Brilliant. We've got some of these magic pins.
Yeah. You need magic pins in your life, definitely.
You do get 100 of them, and they come in a little storage case, and they're $17.99.
Yeah.
But they're lovely quality, aren't they?
They are extremely good. I won't use any others. I've given all my others up. They've gone because they are just so good. I would never use anything else. You know, for dressmaking, for anything. I use them for my EPP. I use them for everything.
Brilliant.
Everything in my life gets pinned with a magic pin. Obviously not the dog. That's row 1 done. Obviously, you can't chain piece this, obviously, because you're working on the same one. But So that's that one. Not bad.
Oh, nice. Yeah, they look amazing.
Not bad. So then all I'm going to do is exactly the same at this end. Line up my seams, nestle them in, pin it into place. Same again this end. And this is where having the wonky, you start to see why having a wonky star works better than having a set star, because it gives the more movement to the actual star block. It makes it look more fun and funky, like exactly. The fabrics.
And so you get a metre of that orange, don't you? Yeah. But this is enough to do your points as well around the edge.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and you'll get loads left over because you're cutting rectangles, you're not cutting into shapes. Even if you fussy cut, you'll have leftovers. There you go. I have wonky stars.
Nice. That looks so good, doesn't it?
Really does.
That looks really good.
It does look like a star bursting out of the cosmos.
Yeah, I think it makes a difference, because I was going to say, well, if it really bothers you doing it random, could you do it quite precise? But actually, it really adds to the effect.
I think it needs it. I think it needs that randomness. Yeah.
But what did it look like when you did it perfectly?
It did look very precise. So I'm just going to press that, because as we all know, pressing, an iron is your best friend when you're quilting.
And it's different, isn't it, to ironing your clothes and your things.
Oh gosh,
I hate ironing with a passion, but pressing is really...
I love ironing.
If I could do anything to avoid ironing.
Oh no, I love ironing.
But I really enjoy pressing when I've got a project. I think it's very satisfying.
Well, I think it's satisfying because when you've joined a seam and you press it and it lies pristine and straight and lovely, you just, it's like, yeah.
And it's nice setting up your station, you know, if you've got like the little mini iron, instead of having to get your big ironing board out and your big iron, it's really handy to have a little iron.
I would definitely recommend a pressing mat, definitely. Okay, so you're making 2 of those. So here's one I made earlier.
Lovely.
So we've got 2 of those. The next thing you're going to do is make your sashing. The sashing is your blue stripe.
Okay.
And black. And you want 1 inch thickness of the black, and I think it was 1.5 inches of the blue stripe.
And is the blue stripe your binding as well?
Yes, it is.
It's your binding. Yeah. I love a stripe binding.
Yeah, I do. It's really cool, isn't it? And the great thing about this is you haven't got to measure anything, because you put it all together, press it, and then you cut it into your sections. So all you would do with this is right sides together, again, because it's a solid, it doesn't matter. Just line it up, and you do a 1/4 inch seam all the way down that side. Then you get another strip, and you do 1/4 inch seam all the way down on the other side. Right. But what I would recommend is you do this one this way.
Yeah.
Turn it round. When you get to the end, don't turn it back to the beginning again. Put the other one straight on it and go back the other way. That way you've sewn either side of a strip, so you're not warping the threads in one direction, they're evening out. Now when you press it, you're going to press all your seams towards your stripe.
Okay.
And the reason for that is twofold. Firstly, when you come to use it in a minute, it means it's easier to lay it all together. But secondly, if I turn it over, you can see my middle stripy bit is slightly puffy.
Okay, yeah.
So you get that sort of
nice
3D
effect.
Yes, without it being. And that's just purely because you've got layers of fabric under there. So you're then going to subcut these into 2 different lengths, and it tells you exactly in the instructions how many you need. You need 12 9.5 and 12 12.5 inches. And with some of them, you're then going to put on some black squares. So I've cut mine to size. So I thought we'd, again, chain piece these. So they're 2.5 inch squares from the black. And these are your sashing posts. So we've made our sashing, we're doing sashing posts.
Right, okay. So that's like those
cornerstones in effect. Yes. Yeah. So
we've had a message from Philip and Diana. Hello, Philip. And Diana, morning and happy birthday. Vicky and Sewing Street, the glittery night sky fabric is fabulous. It's also my birthday today too, so I treated myself. Oh, happy birthday. Yeah. I wonder if that's Philip or Diana. Let me know, but happy birthday. Oh, we'll have a cake for you. We will have a cake for you.
Cool. So that's
and you've assured us they're healthier, aren't they?
They are.
Than what we've been eating the last 3 days.
The downside is, that you have to eat them in a couple of days because of the yoghurt, because they don't keep.
Okay.
But I have never yet found they linger.
No.
To be honest. So these you're going to press as well.
Towards the dark side.
Well, I pressed towards the dark side purely because I found that it didn't want to go that way.
Yeah.
So I found that it wanted to go towards the cornerstone. But as you said earlier, you just have to just see what it wants to do. And if I find that if it needs to move later on to match seams, then I'll move it. But that'll do for now.
Maureen's with me. She says, I'm with you, Vix. Ironing clothes looks good. But when they're done, you know you're going to have to do it again and again every week. People who iron like their bed sheets. And do you iron your bed sheets? Do you iron tea towels? Do you iron underwear?
I used to iron socks.
You iron socks? Oh, no.
I don't anymore.
Oh, gosh. My mum, she used to iron everything all the time. And I remember when I was little, I used to practice ironing, doing the tea towels and things. But she's then not ironed as much of recent years. And she says, Vic, I have spent hours, the amount of hours I've built up ironing.
Yeah.
Wasted.
No, it's not wasted. I used to watch films. Well, I used to listen.
Yeah.
I don't watch. I either fall asleep or do multitask. I don't watch things. But yeah, love ironing. Love it. It's very satisfying.
Do you iron it all as you need it, or do you just iron everything anyway and then
I used to have, when the children were little, I used to have 2 ironing sessions a week, which was 2 evenings of ironing. But now, to be honest, most of our clothes now, if you hang them...
Yeah, they don't need ironing.
They don't need ironing. No, I struggle to find clothes that... I've got a couple of blouses that are 100%, cotton or linen. That's the only other thing, isn't it, that need ironing. But other than that, no. It's quite sad, really. But it means I can iron lots of fabric.
I can find you lots of ironing to do,
I iron all
Suzie.
my fabrics before I start.
Right, yeah, that's important.
Yeah, and I do size them as well. So, best press or starch savvy.
Right.
So I do spend a lot of time ironing fat quarters and half meters.
Yeah.
So, sashing. So as you've cut them down for your blocks, you're going to put a piece of sashing on the left-hand side of each of your blocks as you look at them. So right sides together, and I do pin just to keep it in place, because I do get quite excited and run it through at a vast rate of knots, and it all moves, and then I have to unpick it. So might as well err on the side of caution. And for this bit, if you were going to use fancy threads, bit variegated, glow in the dark, special colours, metallic, anything, don't do all this bit with that thread. Use an ordinary cotton thread for this bit, because you're not going to see them.
No, you want to save the metallic threads for your quilting.
Absolutely, yes.
We have got your cotton 50 weight threads, so they're brilliant for piecing. But also they're lovely decorative colours if you do want to do your quilting with them. Great thing about 50 weight cottons is that you can virtually use them for all of your sewing, can't you?
That set you've got on the show was my first set of Metler threads that I was given.
And Metler are really, I couldn't believe how many, I was reading about all of the different really high-end designers and car manufacturers, upholsterers that use Metler threads.
Yeah.
Really strong.
At home I only use Metler thread because I really love them. I love the fact that I can use the same thread for all my projects as well.
Yeah.
So the seam goes towards the sashing, Looks really cool, doesn't it? Love this.
Oh, I do. I
love
the
the blue stripe. I think really makes the background pop.
Yeah.
Because the blue detail then comes through.
Yeah.
I think it looks amazing. So the other blocks that you're going to make are just big rectangles of your.
So cool.
Looks so good. Looks like we are actually in a rocket.
Yeah, looking
launching through. So they're simple, and all you do is put your sashi on. So easy. And then you have the big decision is now what do I do? How do I join? You know, which order do I put them in? Does Earth go in the middle?
Random.
No,
Just go for it.
you
Random.
can't. See, I'd now be getting out the physics book to work out the order of the planets, try and match them, and then get them in the order. But you can't do that because they're all over the place on this quilt. So you have to do this. I'm trying to remember how far I've got ahead of schedule. So I have got to piece that one with that one and that one with that one. So I'm missing a cornerstone somewhere, so that must be that way round.
Yeah, that looks right.
No, because my Earth's upside down.
Oh no.
Can't
Would
have
that really irritate you?
Yeah.
Earth upside down?
Well, the shadowing.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was in my head.
So swap them over, Kat's
Hang on.
saying.
Yeah.
So that one that
So
side.
that one that side, that one goes there. That would make sense then because everything's on the left.
Yeah.
See? So you then are going to match these ones.
You want your stripes to sort of match up.
Your
a bit,
stripes are
don't you?
going in the middle. So you have to look at these seams here. So you've only got 2 to match. So again, look at how your seams are lying. Get them going opposite ways if you can. And then you'll get a nice nestle.
You haven't got stripes directly next to each other though, have you? So it's
No.
not the worst seams
You've
to match.
always got a square.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got to do sashing stripe, then a square going into a sashing stripe. So it's quite an easy configuration, despite how random I'm making it look. Let's find a pin.
Lots of people are loving your pins today. We're down to single figures of the pins. If you've got them in your basket, just $17.99.
What am I going to do in the next hour then? Because I need my pins. There you go. So we've got that done. So we're going to stitch those two together. And this is why, this is definitely a quilt that you can make the quilt top in the morning and quilt in the afternoon.
Gosh, that's crazy, isn't it?
I reckon you could do this quilt in a day.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Oh, Philip and Diana message back.
Oh, whose birthday is it?
The Philip and Diana message. It's Diana's birthday.
Happy birthday, Diana.
But Philip's paying for it.
Excellent.
Yay! Thank you for your message. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
How many people do you think are going to have a second birthday once we're out of lockdown? Because they feel cheated about having a lockdown birthday.
Oh, well, no, it's, well, lots of us are having 2 lockdown birthdays now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Mine's April, so my first one was in lockdown,
so you've
second
had
one
yours
being
already.
lockdown.
So, oh, wrong one. So let's attach one at the top here. So we've got our right order going on. So you'll do, how you put it together. There is an order to put it together, but because I've stepped this, I've slightly had to forego the order. And the reason it's not matching here is because I haven't bothered to trim. But you, when you're making yours, would do it properly and trim it. I'm just trying to be quick. But again, trying to match my seam allowances. There you go.
We're getting everyone talking about ironing. Pauline said, I iron my bedding. She said it's good quality bedding, so it doesn't need much. I can't beat a good, crisp, clean bed sheet.
It is something about getting into a neatly ironed bed.
No, but But I don't understand how they get so creased. If you get it out of the washing machine, and even if you don't have a tumble dryer, I just hang it over the clothes horse and it just dries. Maybe my flat sheet, it's the one that's sort of a fitted sheet, so you pull it around the corners and it just isn't creasy at all anyway.
I have before now ironed mine when it's on the bed.
Have you?
Yeah, it's the best way to iron it because it's stretched and your mattress is heat resistant, so...
Yeah, that's a good
and
point,
you're not,
actually.
yeah, because the annoying thing when you do it on an ironing board, no ironing board is big enough, is it?
No, no.
So, yeah.
We've got a couple of minutes left.
Okay,
Suzie.
so we're almost there actually, because so you're going to carry on like this. So your next bit is to join that onto there. So that's row 1 done. So row 2, exactly the same, and you put them all together. So then you do your borders.
So your borders have got these lovely sort of...
Borders is the same as your star block.
Oh, right. Are they random as well?
They're random as well. So all you do is cut your pieces. I've done a few, and you do exactly as you did before, but this time they're all horizontals, no verticals.
Okay.
So you would do your random bits as we did before. I'll do one and then we can join them together. And then, because they're all horizontal, you haven't got to think about directions. The stars are going in all directions. What's gone on here? There you go. So there's no directional fabric thinking on this either, which is great, which is again why it's a really good beginner's quilt, because that is quite onerous sometimes, isn't it? Thinking which direction my fabrics are going in. So again, set and press, and then you trim that down back to the original rectangle.
Yeah.
So you get a whole group of them, and it tells you how many you need. Now the one thing that you do have to watch, I'll go back to pretend this is pieced together. Okay, if I bring it down, is that better?
That's perfect, thank you.
Yeah, let me grab these. So when you piece your binding, you're literally, all you're doing is putting your points, I think it does, has these going orange nearest your sashing. So you're going to piece those together. Have I got time to do this?
About 3 minutes.
Oh,
we haven't got anything to round up, to be honest, have we?
Oh,
Everything's gone.
right. Everything's gone.
Hi Jackie. Jackie's messaged in. Bought this for my space mad grandson Albert, who had his 4th birthday last week. Oh, brilliant. Great demo. Makes me think I can do it. This will be my first quilt. This is Jackie. Jackie, go for it and let us know how it goes.
You'll definitely be able to do this, Jackie. Definitely.
How exciting.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to join some of these so I can explain what they suggest in. You could go wacky and have some up, some down, but then you won't get that, you won't get the same effect. You won't get that sort of sawtooth effect. But experiment if you want to. It's your quilt, remember.
That's it.
Go rogue.
This is your perfect one to go random. In the next hour with you can't go random.
Absolutely not, no. There is no diverse.
We go by the book. This is your chance to go random.
This is the only time I will allow it. So these ones you press with open seams.
Is this all in the instructions?
It is all in the instructions and in the videos.
Oh yeah, Jackie, remember, at every step, you've got a YouTube tutorial as well.
You have.
Which is all in the instructions. It would tell you the link. So you can not only watch back today's show, which obviously Suzie's gone through all of the sort of key elements, but there's also step-by-step video instructions on YouTube.
So when you press your seams open, remember to press the fronts as well, because then they lie flat. So you're going to do all of that, and then these go along here. but you're not trying to match the seams in the sashing and the borders.
Okay.
You are literally just right sides together and go. Now, in the pattern, it suggests you put the side pieces in first.
Mm-hmm.
So you make a chain of these, put it on the side, either side, and then you do your top and bottom. And the reason for that is we don't know how accurate we all are. We try and use our 1/4 inch, but we could be,
As long as it's
an eighth of an inch off. So because of that, when we're making up, things aren't exact measurements at the finish. So it doesn't matter if you're slightly out.
Mm-hmm.
Leave one of your blocks unfinished. So instead of putting 2 on, just put 1 on.
Yeah.
Because if you need to, that final piece, you can just cut down a bit.
Yeah, good idea.
And then make your wonky diagonal with your orange and add it in to make up the right amount.
Right.
So that's just for the top and bottom border. Yeah. But Susan Clare does tell you that, not only in the instructions, but in the video as well.
Brilliant.
So you haven't got to remember that, because you'll have your corner blocks here as well. So to accommodate that, the easiest thing to do is to just make one of these slightly smaller.
Yeah, which doesn't matter because it's random.
And it doesn't notice. If you look at the finished quilt,
the ones on the corner, they're
I bet
slightly
you can't
slimmer.
spot which ones.
No, doesn't matter.
Doesn't, does it?
No.
And it's because they're wonky. So if you do make it precise, you'll notice it.
You'll notice it more so than if it was slightly wonky.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you
that's
so much.
Super easy. Enjoy.
Thank you. Now, randomer out the way.
Yes. Put your good
Are you
head
ready
on now.
to get precise? Don't forget, Susie's going to be back at 10
Always
o'clock.
precise.
We've got brand new Robin Ruth rulers. We've got incredible books as well. So absolutely make the most of those on pre-order. We'll see you in an hour, Suzie. Now, coming up, we've got Fiona Hesford live in the building, and she is launching her Martha skirt. It's the first time that we've seen it on Sewing Street. It's new to Sewgirl as well. So please do have a look ahead on pre-order, because everything is selling out today. Have a look on pre-order, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
We are celebrating Sewing Street's first birthday this week. Celebrate with us every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our website, our YouTube channel, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Our birthday week is jam-packed with brand new projects, lots of guest designers, and amazing daily giveaways not to be missed. Make sure you're watching us live every day to be in with a chance to win one of our daily giveaways. And the fun does not stop there. We are also giving everyone who shops with us a free Sewing Street pin badge to commemorate our first birthday, as well as a Sewing Street mug. Remember to join us for all the fun celebrations from Monday, the 1st of March, right up until Sunday, the 7th of March.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products, as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello, welcome back to Sewing Street. We couldn't have a birthday week extravaganza without our Fiona Hesford. I'm so thrilled. How lucky are we to be able to have a brand new pattern for the birthday, especially while Fiona's here as well. So before we say hello to Fiona, I'm going to introduce the pattern straight away, as it's selling on pre-order like hotcakes. This is the Martha skirt, and we love it. Honestly, I think you're going to make this with so many different fabrics that you can make this so many times, and it's a really, really good wardrobe builder. I love the length of it. You can have a long length, you can have it shorter if you want. Of course, with Sewgirl patterns, they're always extremely popular because look at the size range. You've got a great size range on here. You get lovely quality pattern paper, brilliant instructions. Not only do you have her instructions, what Fiona is very, very good at is doing her fabulous blog as well. So there's lots of online support, lots of people who I know love posting their pictures, different hacks that they do. I know Fiona often updates her blog as well. So you've got plenty of support and help for anybody who is a new dressmaker. I know a lot of people who maybe last year started getting into dressmaking and might have made some cotton sort of dresses for summer last year and now are wanting to try working with different fabrics, maybe learning new skills. This pattern is perfect because it is designed for an adventurous beginner. So even beginners don't like to put anybody off because I love an adventurous beginner. So go for it. If you've got some beautiful, even some cotton fabrics, cord fabrics, denim, we've got coming up in the next hour with Fiona. So have a good look. Oh, look, you can see there, Fiona, giving us a twirl. Woo woo! I love this. I love the big pockets. We don't expect anything less, do we, from Fiona? Big pockets, really glam, but yet comfy. Really, really comfy. Did she do a little wink at the end? Did you do a little? Paul just said, I think she just winked at the end. Did a little cheeky wink. Right, let's have a look. Oh no, where did you see a wink? Right, so no matter what size, you don't need to worry about getting, you know, sometimes patterns are from an 8 to a 14 and then a 16 to 22. This is all on one pattern, which is brilliant. £17.99, loads of you have got it in your basket. Check out. Now on the back, you've got your fabric requirements for the long length and the short length. If you want to do the long length of the larger size, then you need 2.5 metres, well 2.3 metres, so you'll have some left over with the bundles that we've put together. But have a good look at that. If you do want to see your size information, remember finished garment size as well. It's really important to go off because you've got to think about the ease, haven't you? And there you go, your fabric requirements as well, depending on whether you want to do it as a shorter or long length. So the bundles that we've put together for it are perfect. Can we start with the cord? Just because we're going to sell out of this very, very quickly. It's brand new in today. Cord is so in, and actually we will ask Fiona about any tips of working with cord, because for anybody who is an adventurous beginner and you're starting to work with different fabrics, heavier weight fabrics can be quite daunting. Same as the lightweight fabrics, I think. So this is so good. Value for money is amazing. $18.99, and this colour is going to go with everything, isn't it? Alice and Marion wore cord trousers in the other day, and we all straight away complimented on her on them. They are really on trend. All these fabrics, by the way, will also work with the 11 o'clock show that we've got with Fiona, because we've got the hat coming up, which would look great as complementing, and the trousers, in fact, you could do them in cord. So if you do want this bundle, it will definitely have sold out before 11 o'clock. It's the first time I think we've seen this cord. So for 2.5 meters, that is brilliant value for money. $18.99, and that's enough to be able to make the largest size, which is a size 22, in the longest length. How good is that? Do you know, if you only need 0.5 meter for the hat, so if you're making a smaller size, you might have enough fabric to be able to make the hat to match your skirt, which that is very Fiona as well. She's always matching. She's always really smart at matching, and it is such gorgeous quality. $18.99. Right, just so you know, that is about to sell out. If you've got it in your basket, check out now. We've also got another brand new fabric, especially for the birthday, which is your khaki. It's linen, 2.5 meters, especially as we're going towards spring. How gorgeous is this going to be? But yet still, if you want to wear this in the autumn with a nice pair of lovely coloured tights, I'm thinking brown tights or different coloured tights, and your boots, it would look lovely as well. $26.99. It's super, super soft. 2.5 meters is $26.99, but it's a brand new colour, your stone washed linen. Isn't that gorgeous? Remember, you're going to be able to make the largest size, long length. You can pick a contrasting fabric as well for your pockets. See, Fiona's used 2 different fabrics there, so if you did want it contrasting, this is enough to be able to do the whole lot. So including the band at the bottom, the pockets on the front and the pockets on the back, you've got enough fabric to be able to do it all in one. But of course, absolutely, if you do want to get anything from your stash to be able to do, or get some, maybe one of the other colours, just 0.5 meter to be able to do your pockets, go for it. Now we've got one other colour to show you in a bundle. This is called Stone. It's again linen. Not linen look, it is 100% linen. How wide is this, do you know, Kat? All of our linens are very, very popular for gents wear, for ladies wear, for bags, for homewares. So if you love these colours, it's definitely worth stocking up whilst we've got them. It's 133 wide, 2.5 meters. Perfect for the brand new pattern. Remember, add the pattern to your order. You're only paying £1 postage and packaging. And those of you that have bought anything today, you're automatically entered into our daily prize draw to win all of the embroidery. I've taken it off the desk because there was a lot there. I know Paul's got a photograph of it. Threads, fabrics, skeins. I mean, there's loads in there. It doesn't do it justice, that picture. There's so much in there. You've got an extensive range of Japanese fabrics in there as well. If you want to do some sashiko, it's just gorgeous. So that is your bundle. Well, all 3 bundles. Now, very, very quickly, just because they're already selling quickly, I want to run through these fabrics by the 0.5 meter because the lavender, that's already gone. What about the blue? This blue's lovely. There's the aqua blue, which would be really beautiful in the Martha skirt. It's only $5.99 a 0.5 meter, and the quality of it is gorgeous. £5.99 for your aqua, 100% stone wash linen. It's quite a nice lightweight as well, which is just lovely and cool, isn't it, for summer, for spring and summer. That is perfect. Thinking with a nice, even if you're being quite casual with like a white t-shirt, it would look lovely. We've also got the khaki, which is a brand new colour. We've got the stone. Which one do you want to do? Sorry, Kat. Khaki. I'm thinking the trousers as well. If I were you, I would actually look ahead at the patterns that we've got coming up at 11 o'clock with Fiona, just because these would all be absolutely ideal for it, and I don't know whether we'll have stock availability by then. So it's definitely worth grabbing a few more meters of this, ready for the hat and ready for the trousers that we've got coming up. Just £5.49 a half metre. And this is again 133 wide. The stone colour, which is another brand new colour in today. We've got stone and we've got cream. We've got stone at £5.99 a half metre. Really lovely colour. And it's just neutral, isn't it? You can jazz it up if you want to have a nice bright top with it or something. It's just going to go with everything, absolutely everything. And then we've also got cream. I'm going to go over to Fiona in just a second, don't worry. There's your cream. I just want to make sure that everybody sees them all so then we can relax for the rest of the hour, because lots of these are going to sell out. £5.99 a half metre for 100% washed linen, stone washed linen, half a metre is £5.99, but order as many as you want. Then finally, corduroy. Right, so this is brand new in today. The bundle is very, very popular, but now grab it by the half metre. Get half a metre for your hat as well. It's only £3.99 and it is amazing value. If you've not worked with corduroy before, give it a go. We've done pattern cords in the past before. We've done some lovely pinafores, haven't we? But if you don't need to worry about pattern matching or directional prints, things like that, this is brilliant. Just be aware, cord does have a nap to it. It does have a pile, so you want to make sure that it's all running sort of in the same direction. Just £3.99 a half metre. Now, before we dive too much into the techniques, first of all, hello Fiona, how are you?
Hello Vicky.
It's been ages since I've seen you.
I know, it was last year. It was December that I was in last, I know. I've had a bit of a break because I've been a bit busy making new patterns. I thought I need some time. I need some time to do some new things.
We've still had a couple of our demonstrators.
Yes, I've really enjoyed it. I had my cup of tea in bed, watching someone else do all the work. It's been lovely.
And we've got, as you say, three patterns to do today.
Yes, I've got three today. Yes, we've got, well, as I said, the Martha skirt is brand new. So it's a skirt that I have literally designed quite a long time ago, and I've sort of road tested it over the years, and it was because it was one of those grab and go skirts that I just used to throw on every day. I didn't even think about it. It was on it go because it was so comfortable and so easy to wear and so versatile that I just thought, although it's quite a simple skirt, I mean, that's why I said it's for adventurous beginners. Yeah. Can't say that.
Whereabouts does it sit?
So it sits, I don't know if you can see, but it just sits sort of like about an inch below your waist. Okay. So it's sort of like kind of hip hugging. Yeah. Which that's what, you know, because I don't like anything uncomfortable, and I don't really like waistbands on skirts particularly. You know, so it's just sort of like sits across your hips. So I think that's quite flattering.
It is.
And also it's got these ginormous big pockets.
Oh, and you love a pocket, don't you, Fiona?
Do you know, I was thinking about it the other day, Vicky, is that everything I've designed has got a big pocket.
So it should.
Yeah,
so it should.
I mean, they're so practical. And also it's got the back pockets as well. So you probably didn't see you did see in the video. So this is one that I've done in denim. And this is the one that's in the photograph, and you can see that on the back.
What fabric?
So this is a cotton, but I was thinking that if we've got a lot of quilters on this program, haven't we? So if you've got a quilting cotton and you love it, and you want to make a skirt out of it,
like a Liberty or a William Morris or something.
Then what I did is, if it was like slightly lightweight, I would I've put a backing fabric on it. It's not a lining; it's just literally laying it on a backing fabric. So you know, if you sort of think, you know, you'd like to use that fabric but it's a bit light, then that's something you can do. And if I just sort of turn it over, you can see that it's got a back slit as well here. So it's a really easy, I'm losing my voice now, a really easy back slit. And what's nice about this skirt is that you can stride really, you know, you can walk in it.
So some skirts.
Yes, you're not
it's
hobbling
difficult,
along. You're sort of like, you've got real, you know, you can take large strides.
So for anybody who's taking
And
that
there's the
next
long one as
step-
well. So that's the long one in the denim. So
Oh,
all
lovely.
one fabric. If you did it in the khaki linen,
Yeah.
would sort of look like that. And you've got where you've got the band at the bottom, that's what adds the length on. And then
Okay.
you've got the top stitch detail.
There's lovely top stitching on
So
this,
if
isn't
you're
there?
really into top stitching like I am, it's just a really nice feature. So the other thing is, I mean, because I really love a long skirt, you know, it covers up all sorts of things. But if you want to make it a little bit shorter, you can always use one of the other size lines at the bottom, or you've got a length line on the pattern where you can just fold the pattern up, you know, so if you need to take it up an inch on the main part of the skirt, you can just fold it up and make it a little bit shorter. So, you know, it's quite versatile. But as you said, it's just really good for lots of different types of fabrics.
Well, that's it. That's what I was going to say. So if you are an adventurous beginner, if you've just been working
Yes.
with maybe your cotton, doing simple sort of tops and
Yeah.
things like that, how is it transitioning into working with different fabrics like your linen, your denim, cord, brand new as well?
The thing about the cord, I would say it's slightly bulkier. So
Yeah.
if you've got a walking foot, I would definitely put that on. I would as well with, you know, if you've got one, use it. Because I think when you're going over the pockets, you know, where the little bits fold over at the corners,
Yeah.
does get a little bit bulky. I mean, if you haven't got a walking foot, it doesn't matter. You can just lengthen your stitch and just sort of give it a little bit of coaxing. But those are the only little tricky bits, really. It's got a facing and it's got some darts at the back. So it gives that back area is a nice bit of shape. And it's also, what else am I saying?
Got a zip.
It's got a zip as well.
Which we'll go
So I'm
through.
going to hopefully show you this morning about
Yeah.
how to put a zip in, because it really isn't hard. And once you've got that under your belt, then it would be, you know, you can do anything basically.
A couple of other questions before we get going. You know, when you're using the cotton fabric and you're using a denim, is it all right to mix different weights of fabric?
Well, this is what I said about laying on like a
backing
very
fabric.
lightweight fabric. I mean, I used a bit of sheeting on the back of this, but you could use like a voile or some sort of, or even just lining fabric.
Okay.
So you're not lining the skirt, you're just literally cutting out 2 pieces and then sort of stitch it around the edge and use it as one fabric. So it's very easy. And then that will just sort of balance your weights up if you need to.
Okay, we've got another
So-
fabric question that's come in from Mrs. in Kent. I can imagine the skirt in an African wax fabric.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, this is actually African wax, this one.
Oh, is it?
Yes, that's
There
what
you
it
go.
is.
Can you
I'm a
make it
big
without
fan.
pockets on the front? I have a lot of bulk there already, she's saying.
Well, I always think the pocket hides the bulk, frankly.
But
yes,
you
of
can
course,
make it
you can do it without the pockets. And in fact, this one has got the long one. The long denim one hasn't got the pockets on the back.
And you've got one.
But
big
with this
pocket on this
one, I have actually cut the pocket on the fold. So I've got one pocket. So it's like
Yeah.
So it's like one single pocket on the
Nice.
fold. So, you know, you could play around with it like that if you wanted to.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Patricia has messaged in. Seeing those clogs took me straight back to when I was a student in the early 70s. Don't they go well with the skirt? Yes. I mean, all of
Clogs.
them, yeah.
Oh, I love clogs. I got some on today.
Oh, you always style your outfits so well.
Yeah,
Everything
do you
all
know,
matching.
clogs, they're not the most comfortable clothes, but when I bought those, I love to sort of clunk around the house with them. My husband says I'm a little bit like an elephant, but you know, when I says, please, can you take those clogs off going across the wooden floors? It's too noisy. But they just look so fun, don't they? They are very 70s, it has to be said. Shows my age.
The cord bundle sold out. The only way of getting it is by the half metre now. And you say the largest size is the size 22.
Yeah.
The longest length, you'll need 2.3 metres, so you need your 2.5
That's right.
metres.
If your fabric, now I'm just going to explain to you a little bit. So, but with the lay plans in here, I've deliberately kept it really simple because I've got the contrast band, the different fabrics for that. I thought I'll keep the pattern pieces going all one direction so that if you have got a pattern that's fabric with a direction, like the cord, for example, with the pile has got a direction, make sure that you keep all your pattern pieces the same way. But if you follow the lay plan in this pattern, then it's pretty foolproof. Now, having said that, if you've got the linen or denim, obviously there's no pattern direction. You could, if you wanted to, turn one of the fronts or the back round and just slot it into the other, and you might save yourself 20 centimetres.
Okay.
But I didn't put it into this because I just thought there'll be so many different lay plans that it would just confuse people. So I've deliberately kept it simple.
Brilliant. Oh, we've had so many messages coming in for you. It's so good to have you back.
I've just been so excited about being here.
I know,
I really missed coming in. I really missed
it's so
it.
lovely having you back. Kerry in Cumbria is messaging. Is this our Kerry? Morning, ladies. Pleased to sit and watch TV again. Missed my morning dose of Sewing Street. Please message in. Have you got a friend with you now? Message in, message in. Right, so where are we starting, Fiona?
I'm just going to flick
us?
through the pattern first,
Fab.
just to show you what the pattern looks like.
You just bring it slightly to your right, and then we can come in a bit closer.
There we go.
That's it.
So here we have a little bit about getting started. So read through that. You know, there's always a few things that you might not have thought about. There's also a little bit about what top stitch means and all that sort of thing, and understitching. And, you know, they're very simple, everyday terms in dressmaking. So it's good to get to know those. And then here we've got some lay plans. And if you're using the contrast fabric, you've got a separate lay plan for the contrast fabric there, depending on your fabric width.
Okay.
So first of all, find out what your fabric width is and what size you're going to do, because there's two different lay plans for the different sizes. So if you just sort of like spot that, and then we turn over, and here you've got your cutting guide here, and then here you've got all your illustrations of how to put together your skirt. So we've got quite a few pages here. So I've tried to illustrate absolutely every bit in it, including the zip, because I just thought that people, you know, sometimes in patterns they just say insert the zip or something, you know, and you just sort of left to your own devices.
Yeah.
So here I just thought I would really, really spell it out. Now, having said that, because on this pattern, and I've learnt quite a bit from this about when I was doing workshops, because if you haven't got a zip, if you've got like a zip, like a lot of skirt patterns have got a side zip. Now the trouble with that is, if you've made it and you think, oh no, I wish I want to take it in a bit, you can't, because you've got the zip on the side. So I deliberately put the zip on the back, centre back seam, so that you've got a nice whopping 1.5 centimetre seam allowance.
Plenty of room.
So you can do any adjustments, you know, after you've sewn your skirt together, you could try it on, and if you know, before you put the facing on, if you want to make any adjustments, you can do that then.
Perfect.
So it is quite foolproof. Having said that, the sizes are pretty much true to like Marks and Spencer's, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes I hover between sizes, won't say which ones.
But it's worth measuring yourself anyway, isn't it?
It's worth measuring yourself, looking at the pattern, seeing what you are according to the pattern. But if you find you're in between sizes, you could always go up and sew a larger seam allowance, or go down and sew a smaller seam allowance, which is why I always recommend to trace off the pattern pieces, because if you do fancy making it in a different size, if you sort of think, actually I could have gone down a size,
you've got it.
You've got it there, haven't you? So I do like tracing off my
people are going to ask
pattern.
for this skirt. You can make it for other people as well, so you can do different sizes.
And
for
it's
people.
a very quick make as well.
Brilliant.
So, you know, if you've got a daughter who, you know, and she likes particular style, you can always just sort of knock her up one, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So you've got also all the measurements on the back, which are on the pattern, but much bigger. So if, like me, you're a little bit sort of short-sighted, you know, need everything really spelling out to you, then there it is repeated on the back. So, and also in the pattern, you get a little leaflet which tells you where to locate my blog.
Brilliant, which is
and
fantastic.
All so we've got the illustrations in the booklet. Am I looking at there or here? So we've got illustrations in the booklet, and we've got the photographs, photo step-by-steps on the blog. And here's your pattern pieces. Sturdy paper. I really like sturdy paper. You know, very often I'll just weight it down. I even get pebbles from the beach, pop them on, and then cut them out without even pinning. So that's really good. You see, actually, here's a novel way of doing a dart. You know, sometimes when people do darts, they do tailor's tacks, and I often do tailor's tacks. But this is a really easy way of doing it. If you just fold over your dart like that, you can just sort of mark the dart position, the V,
yeah,
and then it's all done. As long as you're doing it on the back of the fabric, You know, that's a really good thing. And because it's such sturdy paper, you couldn't do that on tissue, because it would just rip. But with this, you can just slice it down one side, fold it over at the line, at your size line on the other side, and then you've got your V to trace off. Just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, definitely.
Just makes it a little bit quicker and easier, doesn't it? So you've got your front and your back, you've got your lower bands, which obviously, you know, if you're doing the short skirt, you wouldn't bother with the lower band. And you've got your pockets, so you've got your front pocket and your back pocket, and then you've got your front facing and your back facing.
Right.
So I'm going to start today with the back, although I just thought I'd just show you the front first. See, the front's quite straightforward. Can you see it there?
Might need to bring your side to your right, but I think you're
Yeah,
about right.
so with the front, this is not the order of the pattern, so this is just something to show you various stages already done. So with the front, I've stitched up, now it's just a band that you literally sew with the right sides together, and then finish your edge, and then flop over, and then give it a press, and then top stitch it along there. Now what I like to do with all the top stitching is save it so especially if you're going to do a contrast thread, use a contrast thread, I like to just press it and then save it until you've got your pockets on, and then you can top stitch it all together. And that will save you just keep, you know, especially if you're using a different colour.
If you're not as confident with top stitching, if you are a beginner and it worries you, you can use a complementing thread, can't you?
I think it's nice. And I quite like to use a slightly lighter tone as well for the top stitching, because I just think it sort of emphasises it a little bit more. Lovely. But, you know, if you just want to use the same colour as the background, then, I mean, you will get the sort of nice shadowing, you know, as it washes. Those seams will, you know, and you're pressing it, those seams will show up even more and more as it washes, which is really nice. Yeah. A quick word about threads for top stitching. I don't personally like top stitch thread, but what
it's a heavier weight normally, isn't it?
It's a little bit thick, and I don't know what it is about.
Do you just use a 50 weight normally?
No, well what I've discovered is that quilting thread is really good for top stitching.
Oh, okay.
It's just that a little bit thicker, but it's not quite as thick as tops. So it's sort of an in-betweeny one. So if you've got any tops quilting thread, that's a really good thread to use, especially if you want to sort of define your stitching. And on this one, I've got my twin needle out to really emphasise those pockets. So if you just want to, if you've got one in your stash, you know, or you don't have to have a twin needle. Sometimes I just do 2 lines of stitching, you know, and take it slowly. You'll probably be fine. Right, so anyway, so I've got my pockets on here. I'm not going to talk you through the back pocket, but, you know, I'm just going to show you these first. So you've got some pocket positions on your pattern, and you just literally pin them on. And what I like to do is to pin, I haven't done it here, but if you pin your pocket with your pins at an angle like that, and then you can tack them on. Now you can stitch them on without tacking, but I really like to hand tack them on. And also remember that if you're doing contrast thread, you can hand tack them all on and then do your stitching all together. So, and it just holds that position so much better, so that it's not going to move about when you're stitching. So, you know, it really, I mean, I timed myself. It takes about a minute to hand tack a pocket on. And I think the advantages are just, you know, outweigh the disadvantages.
But a lot of people think, oh, I can't be bothered. But like you said, if it's just literally a minute to tack them on,
you know, your stitching can be nice and big. You know, you literally, you know, you've got like about 1/2 inch stitches there.
In the pattern, does it suggest where to put them? Because you don't want them too low. You want to be able to obviously put your hands in them.
No, so you've got a pocket position for your size. So if I show you the piece, here we go. So this is the back. And there's your this is the back pocket position, and you can see for every size you've got a different position. So you just take some measurements. I just take it from the back seam and from the top edge, put some pins in to mark my position, and then you can lay them on.
Great.
Right, so now, so I've tack stitched it on, and then of course you can, I'm just going to put that there, and then you can remove your pins, and then of course, you know, that's also a lot safer to sew. You won't get, you know, sort of an injury. So then you can pop that aside and then move on to the back. So here we have the back pieces. Now this side here, I've already, let me just take this zip out the way. And this side you've already inserted your dart, and so I'm going to show you on this one. I'm going to sew it. So if I undo that pin there, show you that I've already marked my V, and this is on the reverse of the fabric. So if you've got, I mean, I've done it with a Sharpie pen, which I wouldn't advise. I've just done it for the cameras. But, you know, a pencil I often use. And friction pen or a visible marker. Tailor's chalk, I don't find that it's precise enough. But if you've got a pencil, chalk pencil, then maybe that might be better.
Yeah, the pencils are good.
Yes. So just if you pin it, so pin through so that the pin comes out on the line on the other side. And then we're going to, starting at the top edge, so I'm just going to put them there, and then put my other glasses on.
Rita's asked how much fabric do I need for the skirt, please. Now, it depends on what size you are. All of the instructions, are they on the website? Paul took a photograph earlier on to show us, so if you want to have a look at what size you are, the most you're going to need is 2.5 meters if you are a size 22. But if you let me know your size, and then I can tell you if you want. But yeah, if you take a photograph of that screen, or email in and let me know what size you are, then I'll be able to tell you. There you go, finished garment sizes. You can see how much you need. Brilliant. Oh no, it's the bottom one we needed, Paul. Fabric requirements. That one. There you go. Hope that helps.
You've got fabric requirements for if you've got a single fabric,
Okay.
and then you've got fabric requirements at the bottom if you've got two different types
with
of
the
fabric.
contrasting.
Yes.
Brilliant.
So when I'm sewing the dart, I do a back stitch at the top edge. So
Okay.
I start at the top edge, and then using my line, I sew on top of the line that I've marked, and I just literally run it off the fabric. So I'm not doing a back stitch at the pointed.
Don't do a locking stitch, literally just run it off.
No, just run it off. Now, if I get my little kitty here, there we go. And then it's a good idea to just tie a knot. So sometimes they get a little bit twisted like that. So if you untwist it, and then you can just tie a knot in it.
Pauline's
and
asked,
trim it off.
can you use the largest pocket on the pattern, no matter what size you are, or would it look out of proportion?
The largest pocket.
So if you put a big pocket, even if you're a smaller size, will it look out of proportion? I think she likes a big pocket.
Ooh. So the large size pocket on a small size skirt, is that what you're saying? I mean, these pockets are pretty big.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, but if you wanted to go bigger, yeah, why not? You could always do it and then and fold it over, press it, place it on. And if you think it looks too big, then just trim it down and go for the smaller size. Right, so we've got our dart there. And I'm just going to press it. Now, we press the dart towards the centre back. And has it got a little bit of steam in here?
If you press the button down,
right.
the little popper
That one?
in the middle, down, 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 that's it.
Oh, that one. Yeah. There we go.
If we've got water in it. Melanie said, could I miss putting the split in the back, in the longer length?
Yes, you can. It's perfectly stridable without the split.
Yeah.
But I added the split in because for the hell of it, really, I quite liked it. Yeah. So, I'll give that a go. Right, so now we're going to sew the back seam. So here's our centre
Have you
back
overlocked
edges.
these edges already?
Yes, if you've got an overlocker, overlock them before you start, and also, or you could just zigzag them. So it will say it all in the pattern about finishing your edge before you sew. It's just easier. And then match up your centre back edges. And there we go. La-di-da. Now, what we're going to do, we've got a zip here, haven't we, to put in. Here it is. Now, this is just a standard zip.
How long is
So
a
it's a
standard zip?
7-inch. If you've got an
zip.
8-inch, that's absolutely fine.
Okay.
But you might need to leave a little bit more. You might accommodate for that in the pattern. If you want to shorten a zip, it's very easy. Just do a little zigzag, but with no stitch length. Stitch length on 0, and then you can trim off the last inch. So it's quite easy to do that. Now you can see that I've put some quilter's tape on here, which is really good for sticking on zips really quickly. So it means that you don't have to tack it on.
It's a double-sided sticky
It's a
tape, but not
double-sided
like the
quilter's
double-sided sticky tape you might have in your cupboard.
No.
It is especially designed for fabric and sewing.
Now you don't have to have this. You
Yeah,
can just
we've got
hand
it.
tack it on if you prefer. If
Yeah.
you don't have it, that's
They're great,
absolutely fine.
aren't they?
But I'm just using this for the show because then I don't have to sort of spend a while tacking it on.
Only
so
£6.99 for the roll, and it's really, really useful for inserting zips. Really useful indeed.
That's right. Now, so here's my zip here, and if I just turn it over, you can see that mine's got a little metal bit at the bottom, which is you don't want to sew on top of that.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put a pin about. I mean, it does say in the pattern to measure from 18 centimetres from top edge, and that will sort of be for your zip. So that's what you just want to put your marker pin in there, or you could even mark your fabric. So I'm going to put that pin like that so I know that it's the one I want. So we're going to go to the machine now, and we're doing a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. Now the area where the zip's going to be before my marker pin, I'm going to do it a very long stitch length, so the longest stitch length. So up I go to, on my machine it's 5. I think most machines it's like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then I'm not doing a back stitch at the top edge.
Okay.
I'm just going to go straight down to my marker pin. So I'm just going to take that one on. So here I go, all the way down. And then when I get to my pin, I'm going to stop. I could probably just do one more stitch there. And then take that pin out. And then, I mean, I'm going to do a lock stitch. I think is this one, is it? No, lock stitch, is that one?
The circle, a little
Yeah.
circle.
So press my lock stitch if you have a lock stitch. If not, just do a little back stitch.
Right.
And then we're going to take our stitch length back to 2.4, I think it is on this machine, which is the standard stitch length. And then we sew all the way down to the bottom edge.
The pattern, very, very popular, by the way. Loads of you loving the brand new Sewgirl marker skirt. It's really lovely. Lots of people also shopping ahead and looking at your lovely trousers as well, and the hat. Oh yeah, because this would be a great coordinating.
The hat with the
Yeah.
skirt, I think, looked good, great, didn't you?
Yes.
A real Chelsea girl. You won't know that brand, will you, Vicky? You're far too young.
I
think
can't
maybe
say
a lot
I
of
do.
viewers will remember Chelsea Girl.
I don't know.
I think it became, are we allowed to mention brands on here?
Go
It
on.
became River Island, I think.
Oh, did
Yes,
it?
but in the sort of 70s, it was Chelsea Girl.
Oh no, I don't remember Chelsea Girl. I remember Tammy Girl.
Tammy Girl, yes.
And
Right,
VHS.
so to summarise, we have a long stitch length down 18 centimetres, or to the length of your zip, just like above your metal end stop. Then we do a lock stitch or a little back stitch, and then we adjust our stitch length to normal stitch length, and we go all the way to the bottom with a little bit of back stitch at the end. And I'm going to press that seam open. So hopefully I've got a bit of steam in here, which would be marvellous.
We probably need some water in it. I think it just needs
Never
some
mind,
water. We'll have
if
to
there
put some in for
isn't.
next hour. Wendy Orlando is one of our guest designers. She's messaging saying, good morning all. I know, 3 more sleeps till I'm on with you on Sunday. Love watching Fiona and I'm so excited that she lives so close to me. Fiona,
Yes.
may I please invite myself over once we're able to meet for a crash course in dressmaking?
Oh.
You make it all look so easy and achievable. And then she's put, who am I kidding, Vix? We won't get any sewing done. We'll just naturally.
I thought she was going to say to go out for a coffee on the beach or something.
Oh,
Oh, I don't want to do any work, Wendy. Sorry, it's a cup of coffee. Maybe that for starters.
Oh, I bet you can't wait to do your workshops again.
Yeah, although, I don't know, I seem to be really busy. I mean, it's just completely taken off over lockdown. So
Yeah, a lot of
how
people
much
have
I'm
got
going
into
to go
sewing.
back to workshops, I don't know. I do miss my ladies. I do miss them, yes. And I have had lots and lots of people messaging me in saying how much they love my patterns and how it's really changed their life and how it's inspired them. I mean, I have just been overwhelmed, actually.
Wow.
I have just been, and so I'm not mentioning any names today, but I just want to say thank you so much because it really does give me confidence to carry on and do more. So thank you so
we
much.
definitely want more and more.
Thank you. I do love it. I mean, I'm just, my husband's now involved in the business as well. Bless him. He's outside. Although he's got a new nickname now.
Go on.
He's called Parker because he drives me up here and back. I listened last night and I said, you know, I'm just like, it's just like Lady Penelope and Parker, isn't it? So that's what we are now. So
He's your roadie.
yes. So anyway, so you can see what I'm doing here. I'm just placing my zip on the back seam.
Okay.
And you know, the zip has got like these little, it's got like a little blank bit here where the teeth aren't. And so you line that up to the top edge. Don't think you've got to just trim that off. You'll need that for when you're attaching your facing.
Right.
So you can see how easy that is to just stick it on like that. But if you don't have that tape, what I would do is just tack stitch it, hand tack it down and across, you know, with nice long hand tacking stitches. So I'm going to flip it over now. I'm just going to give it another press just to make sure that it's nice and
The
flat.
fabric that Fiona is working with is the one that's on your side graphics, $26.99. This is the only colourway that's left in the bundles, by the way. Everything else is sold out. So if you do love this khaki colour that Fiona is working with, there's literally, how many left did you say? 2 bundles, it's about to sell out. If you want it, grab it now. I will keep you updated on stock availability before the end of this hour. In fact, we've got, how long left with Fiona? About 7 minutes.
No, we've been doing too much yakking. Right, okay, no problem. Look, I've got some masking tape here. Well, this isn't masking tape, but it's very similar. But this I'm going to just put, now you don't have to do this, but it does make your life much easier. Stick it on like so. And what it's going to be is like a guide for you to sew down, across and up your zip. So it's...
Can you use like washi tape?
Washi tape, yeah, masking tape.
I've not seen this technique.
Haven't you?
No.
Well, I swear by it. It just keeps you straight because you're going to work on the top side of the fabric. You're not working on the underside. You're top stitching the zip. And then, so you just need to know where you're going to go across. So you just put a little pin there. You can see, if you splay open your seam, you can see where the loose stitches are.
Okay.
And then you can just put your little bit of tape there. And that gives you a really, really clear sort of guide for when you're sewing. Because when you're sewing your zip, you will need a zip foot. So here's what it looks like. There's your zip foot.
Most of the machines come with a zipper foot.
Most machines come with those. Now, having said that, if you really don't want to use this and you're a bit scared of it, then, you know, hand stitch it on. I mean, if you just do a really tiny little seed stitch and a longer stitch on the back, you know, absolutely fine, you know. So, you know, don't have to do anything that you don't feel uncomfortable with. Anyway, so we're going to just pop the zip foot on. And we want the zip foot to be on the side that's nearest to the zip teeth. So it's usually, if you're sewing on the right side of the zip, then you want it on the left side of the zip foot.
Okay.
And then we pop it on, and it might be a good idea to just lengthen your stitch length a little bit, because you know a zip is a little bit.
And you can feel it, can't you? You can feel the zip with your finger or with your foot.
That's right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then it might get a little bit stuck at the top, usually does. So I'm just going to shift it down a little bit. And the zip foot just means that you can get that much nearer to your zip teeth. You don't want to get so near it, because remember you've got the zip pull at the top. You know, and it won't let you, you know, you don't want to have a little sort of bit sticking out at the top. So you just want to make sure that it's going to stitch clear.
So you've kept your needle down and just pivoted around.
So I've dropped my needle down at the corner and I've turned it round, and now I'm going to sew across my zip. And it's absolutely fine. You might want to go a little bit slowly. If you've got a machine, computerized machine that allows you to drop the needle down, you could just take one stitch at a time, because you're not going very far.
And it's not a metal zip, so it's
no,
not going to damage your
you can
needle.
sew over zips really, really easily. And then drop your needle down at the corner again and turn it round. And back you go. It's gone so quickly this morning.
It's going so quick today. I can't believe it's nearly 10 o'clock.
I know. There you are. And then, you know, if you've got same colour, obviously if you're doing, you know, I wouldn't top stitch this particularly. You know, I would just use the same colour thread as the background. And then remove your tape. So you can just pull it off like that. I've stitched over a little bit of the top edge, but we'll just ignore that.
Yeah, you get your tweezers out later.
Yes, that's right. And then what you need is a nice sharp stitch ripper. So, you know, be careful of a table. You don't want to, now, stitch ripper. Where has that gone?
All the bundles have sold out. Your main graphic is for your pattern, and we have got the fabrics by the half metre. So if there was a colour that you really wanted to get, have a look on the website. They're all by the half metre. We'll have a quick run through them at the end.
So yeah, I'm quite pleased with that zip. That was fairly quick. So you can see that you can put a zip on really, really quickly. But then the last thing you do is you get the stitch ripper and you very carefully just pop it in just above the stitching at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then if you pull your seam apart, you can see your stitching and just stitch rip it open.
Oh,
like
that's a really good way of doing it.
And there, my friends, that reveals.
See, a lot of people get scared of doing zips, but actually that's a really good way of doing it.
Well, and also it makes it, I think it's such good fun putting zips in. I really do. I'm not just saying that. I love it. Look at that. I mean, the feeling of satisfaction afterwards. Now, if you've got some little threads, just get a bit of sellotape or masking tape and just press it on. A bit like doing your legs. Although mine haven't been done in a while.
Oh, I know.
And that's probably
brilliant.
It's probably enough, is it?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we've covered lots of the more difficult parts, haven't we? It's all in the pattern.
That's it. Pockets. So the bottom slit, have I got time for talking through that?
Literally 2 minutes.
2 minutes. So we're just literally, so we got 2 pieces for the back, and we hem, the fold over and press a hem on the side of the, so that's the side of the slit on one side, and that's the side of the slit on the other. So we're stitching a very basic hem there, and then we literally flip our skirt upside down, and then we put the right sides together. So that goes on that side, and this goes on the other side, and match up the hem to the side, the back seam.
Right.
Really easy. And then just pin that on like so. It should match up. And you know, you just make sure that you turn on, not turning under a massive hem there, because obviously it's got to fit into place. So it's 1 centimetre and then 2 centimetres. So you might want to get your seam, your hem measure out. That's quite a good idea, to just make sure that your hem is correct. And then you pin it at the top edge like so. And then it's just a case of stitching that on all the way across, and then you can flip it over, give it a press, or finish the edge, press it down, and then top stitch it along.
So it's a really quick make, isn't it?
Yeah, really quick, really easy.
So if you need a skirt to just whip up for an occasion, and it's comfortable as well, we love it.
That's right. And here's a little present for your baby, Vicky.
Fiona! Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You don't have to open it now.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind. Chuck it over. Yay, thank you. Oh, and you've bought in presents as well to add to the giveaway.
Yes.
Which is really exciting.
DVD, CD and book set.
Brilliant. I mean, there's loads of
and the little
in
kit
there
to go with it. So
very
really
exciting.
good fun putting that together.
That's going in. Thank you ever so much for these.
See you in the next hour.
Yeah, we'll see you in the next hour. Already selling on pre-order, by the way. Anybody that's purchasing today, you're automatically entered into the daily prize draw, which will be announced tomorrow. All you have to do is shop, whether it be on the website or whether it be on the show or on Yarn Lane's website as well. Everybody is entered into the daily prize draw to win all of these goodies, embroidery goodies, which are absolutely gorgeous. There's loads of threads, there's loads of fabric, there's skeins, there's so much there. And then also, if you've bought anything over the week, you're entered into the big weekly prize draw, which honestly, I'm losing count of how many prizes we've got in there. Loads of guests have gifted us incredible prizes, including, I mean, there's sewing machine in there, there's kits in there, there's fabrics, there's an incredible steam machine. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So there's loads and loads. All you've got to do is shop this week. So it is going to be very, very exciting on Sunday announcing. Now, this is a brand new pattern. The Martha skirt, very, very popular indeed. So this is the one that you can see in the little box to the side with the African wax fabric and denim. You can use loads of different fabrics for this though, really versatile, lots of great hacks. You can shorten it if you want, you can change the pockets. It's got pockets on the front and pockets on the back. Sizes 8 to 22, really generous seam allowance as well if you are adjusting it at all. But all of your measurements, your fabric requirements are on the back. The most that you'll need for the largest size in the longer length is 2.5 meters. We are saying as well, if you've got more fabric left, if you've got fabric that's left over, why not make a matching hat coming up in Fiona's next show? Get 2.5 meters anyway with how affordable our linen is or our cord is, and you can make a matching hat or a bag to go with. We really like that idea. It's really stylish but also very comfortable. So also the linens, we've got the aqua blue. Aqua blue. Now all of the bundles are sold out, but if you do want any of them by the half metre, it's £5.99 and it's cut off the bolt for you. So if you do want 2.5 metres, for example, then you need to add 5 units to your order. £5.99, 1 P&P, you entered into the prize draw as well. It's 133 wide and this will look so beautiful for the spring, so beautiful for the spring and summer. And you've seen just now with Fiona how lovely the lining is to sew with. We've also got the khaki colour, which is the one that we've just seen sell out in the bundle. Fiona's been demonstrating with it. Lovely to be able to have it with your creams, with whites. In fact, it just goes with everything, doesn't it? And takes you through to autumn then as well.
It's quite military, isn't it?
It is quite military, actually. I do love that.
Yeah.
It's really on trend. I love the colour. We've got 4 metres left. So if 2 of you want the 2.5 metres, you're going to have to fight for it. Get ready. Check out now if you do want the brand new colourway, that khaki.
2 out of 4 metres. If you're a smaller size, you might only need 2 metres.
Amazing. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. We've also got the stone. Stone's lovely, isn't it? Sold out in the bundle. It's £5.99 half metre. Stone wash linen is so beautifully soft. It really is. It's quite a nice lightweight linen. Just £5.99. Ideal though for accessories and bags and hats and things as well. So just remember these, have these in mind when we come back with Fiona at 11 o'clock. We've also got the cream, which has been the most popular colour of linen today. A nice cream linen skirt is going to look so smart actually, isn't it?
It doesn't crease very much as well, that linen.
That's that's good to know because I
the
know
stone washed is much better than the enzyme washed one.
Okay.
It's much less creasing. You know, if people are worried about that.
that's good. I know that our Jayne Greenough, she'll always say anyway, it's rich wrinkles when you're wearing linen. If it creases, it's not creases, it's rich wrinkles.
It's got a sort of texture in it as well, isn't it? Like almost like printed into it.
Yeah, really lovely
embossed.
texture.
It's lovely.
Absolutely. Oh, don't say sorry. I love your input. It's good to have your knowledge. We've also got the cord, brand new in today, by the half metre as well. You just said be aware of the nap on this one. That's right. £3.99 is such a great price point though as well. You're thinking like you know, the classic sort of gold top stitch colour thread. That would look really nice as well. You could go to town with your top stitching. It's nice chocolatey, lovely, lovely brown. Brown doesn't do it justice. It's a really lovely colour. It almost looks velvety. It's so soft. £3.99 half metre. Absolutely make the most of it, especially for the hat as well. Keep all of them in mind for the trousers and the hat, because we've got different fabrics coming up. In fact, have a look ahead, because on the website you'll see lots of denims. So for example, there's denim bundles, there's denim by the half metre. The denim by the half metre is almost sold out, just so you know, so get ahead. If you want to make the Martha skirt in any denims, they're all on the website on the pre-order section. Right, in the next hour, we've got Suzie back. Are we ready to get our precise hat on? We've done the random now in the first hour. We're going to really precise, but very, very satisfying quilting. You will love the Robin Ruth rulers if you've not seen them before. The book is brilliant as well. And well done, everybody who's already spotted them on pre-order. 2 brand new Moda fat quarter packs, which we're going to be launching in a couple of minutes. Don't get anywhere, we're back after this.
We are celebrating Sewing Street's first birthday this week. Celebrate with us every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our website, our YouTube channel, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Our birthday week is jam-packed with brand new projects, lots of guest designers, and amazing daily giveaways not to be missed. Make sure you're watching us live every day to be in with a chance to win one of our daily giveaways. And the fun does not stop there. We are also giving everyone who shops with us a free Sewing Street pin badge to commemorate our first birthday, as well as a Sewing Street mug. Remember to join us for all the fun celebrations from Monday, the 1st of March, right up until Sunday, the 7th of March.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford and I'm founder of Sewgirl. I'm based down in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I've got a range of sewing patterns which I've developed over the last few years, which are projects for loose fitting clothing, everyday simple garments, things that I really love to wear myself. And I'm going to be bringing you them to Sewing Street over the next few months. So I look forward to seeing you then. Bye.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 a.m, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery, and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back. It's so lovely to have your company. Thank you for joining us all week. Our birthday celebrations continue on. We're on day 4 of birthday treats for you, and it is a jam-packed day. I think one of my favourite birthday treats is the new bracket of split pay, which is brilliant because we've had so many people asking about it. Obviously, it was always great that we could offer split pay over £150, but now £99 and over, you can pay over 2 months. Interest free. It means you can get all your lovely fabrics home, or your machine home, or your dress form, whatever you're purchasing on split pay, you can get it home before you finish making all those payments, so you can start enjoying it. Now, we're about to introduce the new bracket of split pay with brand new amazing Moda fat quarters. Now, Susie's literally just said to me, if these happen to fall into my bag, then I will not be, I won't be disappointed. If they do, then I'm not going to tell on you. These are incredible. You've got 30 amazing. Look at the colours on these. Incredible fat quarters. They're all just beautiful. Look at this. And now you can get them on split pay, $49.99. 2 months payments, easy payments for $49.99. Bearing in mind, you could have made the quilt by the time that you've paid for them. Absolutely, just 2 months. The first one will be taken out. The first payment was taken out today, along with your postage and packaging, which is the 4th, and then the 4th of April. You pay your second payment and then it's paid off. And it is such beautiful quality. I mean, Moda. I'm opening this one up, by the way. I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm doing this so Susie can sneak some. I won't tell. Now, they are the most beautiful quality quilting weight cottons. They really, really are. It's such a luxury. It really is. To be able to see all of these gorgeous fabrics. You've got, of course, remember as well, different scales of print. They all work together so well. Perfect for spring, absolutely perfect. And those of you that saw yesterday's birthday special, the Moda scrap bags, they flew out. They sold out straight away. So if you do love your Moda, which I actually know people who solely only buy Moda for quilting, it's such lovely quality. And look at all these. Look, they're gardening ones. You've got an aubergine on there, you've got your carrots, you've got your turnips, your watering cans. These are brand new in today, so fresh, perfect for spring. They will go brilliantly with today's project that we're going to be doing with Suzie. But I mean, look at them all. They are just amazing. You're getting all 30 fat quarters here. I could spend the whole time just indulging in these fabrics. They are absolutely sensational. All fat quarters. So for those of you that don't know what a fat quarter looks like, it's half of a half metre. I'll open this one out.
I was going to say, do you want me to hold one up?
I will show you. Half of a half metre. It's a lot of fabric. It is a lot of fabric. If you've got any of the Wendy Gardner books, the Debbie Shaw Half Yard books, you'll see how much you can do with a fat quarter. And there you go, you can see that's a lot of fabric. 30 fat quarters. Now this time last week, we'd be able to, if we bought this in, we wouldn't have been able to offer it you with split pay. So I'm so pleased that Neil introduced that on Monday. Maybe Moda has always been potentially slightly out of your reach. This is such a great way of being able to start sewing with it nice and early at $99.99. You can, of course, pay it off all in one go if you want, but why not take advantage of the interest-free split payment option? On the website, I like that you've got your neutral colours in here as well. Whether you're choosing to use this as one big project or whether you're just dipping into it every now and then, using your solids and using different fabrics to be able to coordinate with it. You've got loads of colours here. It's going to go a long way, isn't it? I'm still going, by the way. Still fabrics. Look, all of these going to sell out today. Another Moda auction, which I think is going to be very, very quick indeed. We had hundreds of the birthday special Moda packs yesterday. Now we've got less than 50 and already over half the stock is in baskets. So just be aware, if you do want to check out on this nice and early, please do. The other Moda Fat Quarter bundle that we have is completely different. So if you love the spring colours, they are absolutely beautiful, and gardening theme as well. You could even use some for, if you've got the Helen Newton pattern, the potting shed. This would be so lovely. Just use snippets of it. Don't throw any of it away. It is such lovely quality fabric and you're always going to find use for it, especially with all those different scales of print. So you've got all your pinks, your reds, you've got your greens. Look at these lovely, lovely greens. Yellows, your sort of gingham print with the little flowers, the squares. They're lovely. So that is the brand new Moda 30-piece fat quarter pack, which has been selling all day on pre-order. We now have got less than 50, just so you're aware. Now, we've also got the second one, which is the one that you're going to see in more detail with Suzie. I probably won't open all of these out just so you can see, you'll be able to see them with Suzie. You've got 34 fat quarters.
That's mental.
That's a lot of fabric, isn't it?
A definite quilt.
How is this still the same price? Still $99.99. You got 34 fat quarters on this one. Now it's also available on split pay, $49.99 if you want it on split pay. And these are beautiful, traditional, very homey, really lovely colours. We'll see with Suzie how beautiful this fabric is to work with as well, to sew with. But I love these blues. You've got the blues, you've got the reds, you've got the creams. They're all absolutely gorgeous. 34 fat quarters from the Moda Yesterday range for $99.99. We are going to see these in lots more detail as Suzie's demonstrating. So just be aware, they've already been extremely, extremely popular on the website. They've already been extremely popular. 34, all different prints, all beautiful colours. Oh, it's so tempting to just open this and dive in. I love it. Yeah, absolutely. Susie's going to get hers out onto her desk so she can show you some of the prints before we start demoing. Now, we are going to be talking about the Robin Ruth rulers. There you go. Look, you can just see some of them. Oh, I love them. Absolutely.
They are glorious.
They're such lovely quality as well, aren't they?
Oh, Moda's, yeah, amazing. Amazing quality. What I love about these is whatever you do, even if you English paper piece, you've got the ditzy prints, so you'll get your details.
So you won't lose any.
Absolutely.
Of the
and for your half square triangles, quarter square triangles, so you've got this one running through all the colourways.
Oh, amazing.
So you can keep with one pattern if you wanted to. I love this like domino.
That's
almost.
Really nice.
It's really cute. But I found it really hard to choose what to use because they're all just so wonderful.
Well, they all complement each other as well, don't they?
And the blue is a really lovely, almost a tealy blue.
Yeah, it is like a petrol blue, isn't it?
But because each piece has a nod to the other tones, they all go together really, really well.
Now we've also got the Mariner's Compass Robin Ruth bundles. This is so exciting. It's the first time that we've bought these on Sewing Street, and we have had so many requests to get them in because the accuracy and the precision that you get is absolutely brilliant. Now, we'll start with the bundle of both. If you want it all, we've got the bundle of all. Now, is this available on split pay? Yes! And you're saving £10. So this, if you were to buy them individually, it would cost you £10 more. You get the rulers, you get the books. We're going to explain everything about these, well, as much as we possibly can in the next 45 minutes. Do make sure you jot down today's date because they are fantastic. So in here, you've got quilt patterns as well as incredible instructions and guides to be able to do lots of different Mariner's Compass designs, which is so exciting. Plus you're getting your applique templates in there. You're also getting your ruler, and that's for two quilt patterns as well. Loads of quilt patterns in each. In each. This is the 45-degree compass ruler, the skinny robin, and much more. And then this is also the 60-degree fat robin and much more. So you've got such variety, but the books are brilliant. We are going to have a good look at this with Suzie in just a minute, but I wanted to quickly introduce it as loads of you have already checked out already. $54.99 on split pay, plus you're getting your ruler as well, which, don't worry, if it's the first time you're looking at these and it looks quite daunting, you will be hooked by the end of it. I promise you, you will get the hang of it. So that's your whole shebang if you want both of these, and you're saving £10. We're now doing the fat robin, which is your 60-degree compass ruler. You can make loads of different sizes, 16 different sizes, right from a 6-inch right through to a 36-inch Mariner's Compass. But in the book, there's lots of different ways of doing it, and there's different quilt layouts as well. I think there's 3 quilt patterns in here, which is fantastic. But it's one of these books that you do need to be accurate with it, and you will get amazing, amazing results. $59.99, and that's for the book and the ruler, and they work in conjunction with each other. So you've got all of your instructions there. You can get this effect without having to do foundation paper piecing, which is probably normally the only way of getting that precision is if you were to do FPP, and FPP scares me still. No matter how many times Wendy Orlando says, go on, you can do it, you can do it. This is going to be such a great way of achieving that excellent precision. Now we've also got the skinny, which is obviously your smaller blades. You've got the Mariner's Compass, the Compass Sunflower, the Round Sunflower, and the Raw Edge Applique Sunflower. It does also include how to do your octa compasses, which is basically you finish it as a circle. We'll talk through that with Suzie in a minute, but you've got quilts in the back, you've got loads of instructions of how to do the blocks incredibly precisely. Once again, it's right from your 6-inch to your 36-inch blocks. There's loads of, there's loads of online content as well. If you go onto Pinterest or onto YouTube or on Facebook, on Instagram, there is a huge following for Robin Ruth rulers, and there are so many incredible quilts that you can make. And like with creative grids, you can get creative, you can use the ruler, and once you get your head around the ruler and the books, and when you get the hang of it, you will be able to design your own sort of quilts as well. $59.99, plus you get your templates as well. Now I've got another ruler for this last hour. I haven't got one here. It's the Robin Ruth angle ruler, which is the one that you've got, Suzie, haven't you, there?
Let me clear my decks and you can see it.
Right, so are we going to be talking through this one as well?
We are, yes. Yeah. The reason why I would recommend this with this ruler is because all the angle markings radiate from the centre of the ruler. Mm-hmm. Now I've got, if I find, did I bring it?
Do you have to put something under the ruler just so we can see those markings a bit?
I think if I put it,
That's better.
Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
So you can see they all radiate out from this centre point here.
Right.
We're going to use the 60-degree markings on this ruler. Mm-hmm. I've got a Creative Grids ruler as well, and the Janome one that you have on the website, and they have got the 60-degree markings,
Yeah.
but they're at one end.
Right.
And because it was a 24-inch, I was actually stood like this, trying to line everything up, which is fine, it worked.
Yeah.
But this means that I'm not going to have to do that balancing act. I'm
that's
actually
really handy.
using my ruler above, which is what you're supposed to get accurate cutting. So if you're going to invest into doing your mariner's compass, make your life easier and don't end up with a bad back like I have and have this ruler. So it is worth investing.
So, right, have you ever seen Robin Ruth rulers before? Have you used Robin Ruth
No.
rulers? Okay, so this is brilliant. For anybody else who has never used them before, this is achievable, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I mean, I had looked at mariner's compass and thought, yeah, never. I'm never going to be able to do that. And when this landed on my doorstep, I actually went into full-blown panic because I was like, I'm not an advanced quilter by any stretch of the imagination. I'm never going to be able to do this. What are they doing to me? But look what I've done.
Oh, I bet that's such a satisfying feeling,
Well,
isn't it?
the first one I did, which was this one,
Looks so good.
I took a photo and put it on our family WhatsApp and said, look what I've done.
Oh,
Because I
brilliant.
was so excited. And then I immediately did my second one. And actually, as you do more and more of them, you get quicker and quicker anyway. But also your understanding about what you're doing, the construction of it, it all makes sense.
Okay.
So it isn't as onerous as you think it's going to be.
Right, it's quite
Basically, you're
methodical.
breaking it down into, she calls them pieces of pie.
Oh, there's recipes in here,
There
isn't
is
there?
a recipe in there, which is quite a worrying recipe. There's quite, the pastry's made with lard, which was a little bit weird, and there's a lot of sugar and stuff in it. So it's not one for any diets out there. Okay, I'm just saying, if you want to lose weight, and after the week you've had with sugar, definitely wouldn't be making the pie. So it's just an added feature to the book. But this ruler.
So is that using the skinny
makes
or
it-
the fat one?
So I'm using the fat one. So these are your fat. This is what you will make. Now, this is your basis for moving on to then do different centres. And the reason why they look different is because I finished this one as if I'm going to do a reverse applique. So basically that means I just cut a square of fabric, put it on the back, and then I applique round it. For this one, you finish it like this, and then you'll cut a circle,
Yeah.
which you then back and applique directly onto the top.
Right. And you get the
But
templates for that, don't
get,
you, as well?
Not only do you get the templates, but there is tutorials on her YouTube channel, but there are explicit instructions. I have never seen such detailed instructions
Wow.
for anything.
Gosh.
Unbelievably detailed.
But you say you must read them.
Yes, don't think you're going to start this, come into your workroom and just pick it up and get going. Because if you do, you're going to get yourself in a pickle. The best thing you can do, and what I did, is I sat and I read through. You don't have to read the entire book, because it is a book, it's not a pamphlet. The bit you need to
I was gonna
really
say, where do you
concentrate-
start with
right,
it?
section green is basically where you start at the beginning.
Okay.
So that is how to make your basic compass, so one of these. Once you've made one of those, you can then decide what you want to do with it and move on to the other sections. At the back, in the purple section, it shows you how to finish your blocks.
Right.
So how to make them into circles,
Oh,
how to do
nice.
the different centres, how to put them into a square, how to make them into what she calls an compass, which is basically you finish it as an almost octagon,
Yeah.
and then just put corners in.
Right.
So there's lots and lots of options.
Yeah, so it isn't just for one block, is it, by any
Absolutely
means?
not, no. And because of that, that's why you've got the 3 quilt patterns, because each quilt pattern uses a different form of the finished block. But your basic block is the section in green. So it looks as if you've got to do a lot, but you haven't. This is all you need to do to start with. And the reason why it goes on to so many pages is because you've got the text and detailed photos.
Yeah.
And the thing that I loved throughout the book is that you've got 4 strips you're working with, a background, a point 1, which is this first one. Sorry, I'll come down to here.
Yeah.
Point 2, second one.
Okay.
And your point 3. And that's the order you're adding them. And I just wrote myself a post-it note as to which was which, so I'd know. But through the book, those point colours are colour-coded. So you know which is which, whichever part of the book you're reading.
That's so good,
So
isn't it?
it does. It makes it super easy to read.
And I really like that also there's sort of very detailed pictures of the ruler and
Yes.
exactly what...
Yes. So that's the next thing I did, was familiarise myself with what the ruler was about.
Okay.
Because it's not like a normal ruler. So you've got 2 kites, and the rule of thumb is if it's a dashed line, it needs to be on a raw edge.
Yeah.
If it's a solid line, it should be on a seam.
Okay. And it explains that in your book.
It explains all that in the book before you start. Then you need to decide what size block you're making. Mm-hmm. And as you said before, you've got size 6 up to 36 inches in 2-inch increments.
Right.
So I chose to do a 12-inch, and that's how big a 12-inch comes out.
Nice.
Decent size.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a big quilt, go for the
Perfect.
bigger. Yeah. I dread to think how big a 36 is
Oh,
going to come.
well, have you
it's
seen
so
those beautiful ones?
monumental.
I've seen people doing them
Yeah.
in like cave fabrics. And
Yeah, oh.
in the springtime ones as well would look amazing.
Yeah.
Just one big sort of sunburst.
Yeah, I mean, they are really cool. Once you've done one, you'll be hooked. You'll be there forever. So once you've decided on your piece, you then just cut strips, width of fabric.
Yeah.
Now, I know we've got fat quarter bundles. I work with fat quarter bundles, so I thought, well, okay, fat quarter bundle, that means I'll need double what it says here, because that's half, isn't it,
Yeah.
a fat quarter? But actually, I didn't. So I've managed to make, well, I will have managed at the end, hopefully by the end of the show, 3 blocks from 1 fat quarter of 4, a fat quarter
quarters.
of each fabric, and I've still got some left over of some of them.
Gosh, so it goes a long
So
way,
it
doesn't
goes a long way. So it's not fabric heavy. It looks like it's going to be fabric heavy, but it isn't. So you'll get oodles out of a fat quarter bundle.
Oh, nice.
So it is really good. So should we get cracking?
Yes, the one that Susie's working with is the one on the
Right.
right-hand side, and it is the most popular. We love the spring one, though. Don't let that one pass you by.
Yeah.
You love that, don't you, Susie?
Yeah, just make sure that there's one left. Please. So the other thing I would suggest is, now is not the time to be cocky,
Okay.
for want of another term. Do have the book to hand.
Okay.
I literally had this on my bookrest in front of me all the time, because it doesn't pay to guess. If you get
No.
it wrong, there's a lot of unpicking,
Yeah.
which I found yesterday. I was talking to my daughter, gaily sewing along, and then realised I'd actually forgotten to put the right fabrics right side
Right,
together
so like...
on the longest seam possible
oh,
as well.
no.
So anyway, I digress. So you'll cut all your pieces. Now, just to switch it up a bit so you can see what happens, I deliberately did my samples in the same fabrics but in different orders.
Yeah, it looks great.
So I've done that again with my demo. So I'm going for a background of dark brown. The first point will be the cream. Then I'm going for a blue, and then I'm finishing with a red.
Okay.
Okay, that is the aim of the game. So you're going to start with not with the ruler that comes with the book, you're going to start with a ruler with a 60-degree angle.
Right, so this is your Robin Ruth angle
And
ruler.
this is why you'll see it having the markings in the middle makes a big difference. So you want to find your 60-degree, and you're going to place that along your raw edge of your border background fabric, so that your other side of your edge of your ruler, is just below your selvage, if you've got a selvage. If you haven't, just below, because you don't want to be right on the edge there for trimming, your edge of your corner of your fabric. So I usually mark that with a pin, and that's the beauty of working on a press mat like this. I can stick a pin straight into the board so I know exactly where that point was.
Right.
Because then what I'm going to do is right sides together, I'm going to put that piece of fabric just above where that pin mark is and line my raw edges up. And then you're going to stitch 1/4 inch. Now, it is vital to do a proper 1/4 inch seam. Now, I always struggle with the concept that there is a scant 1/4 inch and a 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch is 1/4 inch. It's not scant, it is 1/4 inch.
Right.
So this is your opportunity.
Do you do a bit of a test before?
Yes, this is your ideal opportunity. This is the one time you can get away with it being slightly off, but this is your perfect test. The other thing that I forgot to say is when you do this, don't embark on your good fabrics as your first one.
No, just have a bit of a practice with
some scrap fabrics to have a practice, yeah, because then you'll get a grip, you'll get a feel for it. You'll also get a feel for what your machine 1/4 inch looks like.
Okay.
Because it is important. So use your ruler to double check your seam when you've sewn it. So all we're going to do then is there's no reverse stitching. You're just going to sew 1/4 inch all the way down.
Do you not use a 1/4 inch guard on your foot?
My machine at home has a 1/4 inch setting.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
I know that as I'm sewing, as long as I'm on the edge of the foot line, then I'm exactly at 1/4 inch. It's probably, this pattern is probably the only time I have sewn not at 4 million miles an hour.
It's quite nice sometimes to use your brain and do something that's
It is, yeah.
I don't do it very often, but it's nice sometimes, you know, when you use your brain and think, actually, I want to do something that's a bit more challenging.
Yeah, I mean, it's not challenging as in how you put it together. I mean, I found it easier to sew than, say, trying to do a circular bag, you know, where you've got to fit
Right.
things in. But it's challenging in that it's not, you have to think about what you're doing. You have to position things accurately, which isn't always what what we do. So already we're turning the page, you see how quick it is. And I'm not going to make any excuses. I'm going to make sure I follow it, because
Yeah.
if I get it wrong, it's just going to look ridiculous. So your next thing you're going to do is press. Now, it is important the direction you press. So again, follow the directions. So for this, you're going to place your point 1 down. So your background fabric's on top, set your seam and press up and away. So your seam is going towards your background fabric. Now, if you watch the videos, and I do recommend that once you've read the book, watch the videos, because it will give you more confidence. I lost count of the number of times she said press, because pressing is the way forward with this one, definitely. The more you press, the better your seams, the better it will all come together.
Do you use best press or anything
I did.
like that? Yeah.
All of my fat quarters I best press first before I even cut them.
Okay.
And then right at the end, I best pressed the whole thing and gave it a good press as well. No steam. So once you've got it to this stage, we're then going to do some cutting, but we're going to cut first with our angle ruler.
This angle ruler is really useful, actually, isn't it?
I know. Brilliant bit of kit. So I'm going to turn my mat that way. Does that mess everything up above? Probably.
No, that's perfect.
So you want your background fabric at the top, and your other fabric, your other piece obviously will be at the bottom. So you find your 60 degree. So I've got one here. There you go. And you're going to place that on your seam line, so that because you're going to make that first angle cut. So don't go right to the edge, because your seams don't tend to be super straight right at the beginning, do they? So you're going to cut all that off, and you can get rid of that piece.
Okay.
You're then going to flip it round. So now you've got your background towards you, and you're going to carry on that 60 degree. So my 60 degree is going to lie on my seam, but the measurement I'm going to have at the top here is the same as the width of my background strip. So whatever your background strip is, that is what you're cutting. Mine was 3 1/4, so I'm going to find the 3 1/4 line and line that up with my edge, my diagonal edge here.
Okay, that makes sense.
Make sure my 60 is on that seam still. Slide everything into position, and it is the time when you don't rush this. You do take, and I apologise that we're not rushing, but if I get it wrong, it's going to look ridiculous, isn't it? So you won't get that nice point. So you're then going to cut across. So we've done one. We're going to repeat that until we've got 8 of them. And she calls these the fat robin units. I love the fact that at each stage she's given everything a name.
Yeah.
And it makes you feel like you've achieved something when you've got to each stage.
Yeah, because you've made your fat robin unit.
Exactly, yes. So it's, and while you're doing this, although it seems a bit laborious, you can then start thinking, oh, I could do this with this, and oh, and if I did that fabric instead of this, whoops, I wobbled, that fabric instead of this one, then that would be that effect, and I could turn it into a sunflower plique, because that's the other thing that's in the book. Once you've mastered the block technique, you can do a raw edge, a plique piece, and use it as a
sunflower.
Yeah, on a cushion. I mean, how cool would that be?
Oh, amazing.
And the other thing that's in the book as well is how to do a quarter compass and a half compass. So again, on cushions or in the corner of a quilt, that would look amazing.
And I said earlier on that a lot of people who really don't like foundation paper piecing, it's very difficult to get this precision normally without doing foundation paper piecing. But these rulers are fantastic, aren't they? That you don't need to do FPP.
Yeah, because I'm not an FPP fan. Your life's too short. So this is my second strip because, as I said, we've got fat quarters. If you had full width of fabric, you wouldn't have to do a second strip. But it just shows that you can do it with fat quarters. You don't always have to have a full width of fabric. So I've lost count. I think we're up to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are. So 3 more. So 60 degree on the seam line. Whoops. 60 degree. Oh, what is going on?
The ruler, by the way, very, very, very popular. Half the stock has gone and it's brand new in today. I don't think this was supposed to be in today. We've actually fast-tracked this through, especially for Suzie today. So absolutely make the most of it. It's the first time that we've had the Robin Ruth rulers in on Sewing Street.
I don't know if that makes me feel very special or a bit of a diva.
Oh yeah, definitely a diva.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoops. Don't make me laugh because then I move the ruler.
No, I'm under strict instructions. I've got to let Suzie concentrate this hour.
Yeah, I said that we can't mess around. This is serious stuff now. Oh, I just realised why my rulers and my mat
Yeah,
is
I might
wobbly.
sit and have a cake.
Yes.
Susie's made these amazing cakes and no one's had them. They look too good to eat, don't they?
No, just eat them.
Go on, Paul, do you want one? Look at how gorgeous these are. I love the toppers and everything. They're so nice.
Sat and made those last night.
Oh, they look delicious, don't they?
Yeah,
What do you
the
mean?
toppers
Like this?
aren't
Oh,
eaten.
Paul thought this was popcorn. It's not popcorn.
No, it's all icing.
icing.
You've got salted caramel and chocolate there.
Oh,
3,
that looks so
4,
good.
5, 6, 7, 8. Right, we've got our 8. And look, I've got some left. So don't throw that bit. You can use that bit for something else.
Brilliant.
So we've done that bit. So now, we've got our fat robins. Now we're going to start hacking into them. Now this is the bit where you think, oh, if I get this wrong, it's all going to be horrid. But it's okay, because what you need to do now is cut a triangle off. Then it is important that you know the order, because each piece matches the piece you've cut off.
Okay.
So organisation. So this ticked my box, of course. So you're going to place your ruler and you want to find a 1/4 inch mark, and you're going to put that 1/4 inch mark on the junction where the two meet in the corner there, and then angle your ruler so that you've got your 1/4 inch line on this point, but your ruler edge on this point.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And cut off. And then save
Both
as a
parts.
pair. Okay. You're going to do that to all of them. So find your 1/4 inch. At one point, turn it to be the ruler edge at the other. Cut across and save. And they don't look anything. When I got to this stage, I thought, well, they're never going to be compass points. I mean, look at the state of them. They do not look like compass points, do they? So you do all this.
It is hard to envisage what it's going to be.
How can a rhombus become a compass point? Very clever. I mean, to come up with this concept, I think was brilliant.
Lots of people loving the yesterday fat quarter pack. There's less than 15 already. Oh my word, we started with loads of those. Less than 15 of the fat quarter pack in the yesterday colours. Don't forget about those beautiful spring colours as well.
Look how many projects you can make with the fat quarters though. I mean, that's
well, fat quarters, they go a long
crazy.
way, don't they, Suzie?
Absolutely they do. I mean, you could easily make all the quilts in the book with that bundle. With, you know, the number of blocks you can get out of a fat quarter. But there are so many other things that fat quarters can be used for.
Yeah.
I love a fat quarter. I think I buy the majority of my fabric as fat quarter.
They feel less cumbersome to work with, I always think, as well.
But you also get multi-choice then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can do your patching, you can do your EPP from your scraps, as well as your other pieces. Right, we've got our 8 cut into little diamonds. So now we're going to go to the ruler. This is where the fun begins. Okay. And just to show you, you do want that little bit of triangle on the end. Okay, that is supposed to be there.
Right.
So now
You've got your fat robin ruler now.
you've got your fat robin ruler. Now, strangely, this is the only thing I found strange. You start with kite B.
Okay.
Why she didn't have them the other way around, I'm not quite sure. But you start with kite B. So you're going to take one of your, let's start in order, one of your pieces, and you're going to place it so that you've got your raw edge.
Which raw edge?
This raw edge, the joint raw edge, on your raw edge dash line of your ruler. And whatever size block you're making, so I'm doing a 12 inch, you're going to find the solid line that comes up from that dash line and place it along the joining seam line. Okay, so it looks like that. Really easy. And then you're going to cut that bit off. And that bit you can discard, you don't need that. You're then going to slide your ruler down. And this time we're working on this dash line. So that's going to come and be on this outer raw edge. So naturally, I've got the middle line running through the point at the bottom here. And I've got my solid line running up my seam. So you can see that kite shape coming on. So now you're beginning to see the compass, yeah? So all you're then going to do is cut up there and get rid of that.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I'll go through that again because we've got to do them all. So we might as well do them. So you start this way round. So dash line to raw edge. I'm doing a 12 inch block. So my 12 inch goes up the seam. Cut this corner off. Move down. Use the 12 dash here to come to this raw edge. Line up my middle and my seam. Now you can see why it's important your seams are accurate.
So you don't move the fabric, you don't have to move it at all.
You don't move the fabric. If you work on a cutting mat, you are literally sliding the ruler up and down. And the instructions even say, slide the ruler up, slide the ruler down. I love the terminology in this book, the language of it. It's like she's talking with you and you're having a chat, and she's, you know, it's not fancy language, it's normal language.
Oh, that's good. Well, you say you wouldn't class yourself as a really experienced.
Oh, absolutely not.
Quilter, do you?
No, not at all.
When you look at it, you think, oh my word, there must be a lot of very technical language in here, but
yeah, it's not. The book looks as if you're picking up, you know, War and Peace or some textbook, but it isn't like that at all. The reason it's so bulky, if you like, or so many pages to it, is because of the amount of variation and the different patterns and finishings that you're given, but it's also the detail that you're given it in as well. And that's the important thing, because you don't, with something like this, you don't want it to be a half-hearted instruction, because you don't want any guesswork. You want to know exactly what you're doing and how to do it. But you can see that this is what, the third block I've ever made.
And you've got into a right swing of it.
And I can talk while I'm doing it. First one, it was absolute silence in my house, quieter than a library. Although not as quiet as a library is at the moment, because they're all shut, aren't they? But yeah, even the dog wasn't allowed to breathe, let alone anything else. That is a fib, he did breathe, honest.
Have you done your spring display yet?
Oh, I have.
In the window,
I
have you?
Yes, it hasn't gone up. It's all cut, ready to go up.
Oh.
So yeah, it's ready to go up. But because I was working on this, I daren't take time out to take down one display to put the next one up. Yes, it's all ready to go. It's got daffodils.
Oh, and the little girl who walks to school, she'll be going back to school next week. You'll have to get it ready for her to go back to school.
Ready for Darcy to watch, yeah. It is funny actually watching people walk past. The number of people who do a double take is quite funny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Less than 10 of the yesterday Moda Fat Quarter Pack, which is the one that you can see on the graphics here, $99.99, or available on split pay. 2 split payments of $49.99, which we literally only launched that new split pay bracket on Monday.
Right.
Very exciting.
Okay.
All of them.
So we're all done. We're all done. So now we're going to put them together using our triangles. And now you see why it's important you have your triangles. So you're going to take off the little bit of triangle and get rid of that. You don't have to save that anymore. You're then going to place your triangle. Now this is where you need a ruler with a 1/4 inch mark on it as well. So I got into the swing of placing my triangle with one of the edges leading up to the little bit, if you like, on my ruler in line with a 1/4 inch mark, right side up. Then you're going to take the piece that you've just shaped, and you want your strip 1, so not your background, so it shouldn't be the same fabric unless you're doing them the same, and line it up a 1/4 inch down from there. So you're not doing point to point, you are coming a 1/4 inch down.
Okay.
So you should have a gap at the top there.
Yeah.
Yeah? So let's just pin that so it's in place, and we'll line that up with the next one. So take off your bit of triangle, place that on your mat at the 1/4 inch, turn this one upside down, position that a 1/4 inch down, pin it in place. And if you get them all done, you can chain piece.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, so pin them all first.
Absolutely. And once you've done this stage, it doesn't matter what order they're in then, because they're all going to be the same. It's the only bit that's critical that you keep them aligned is for this section where you've cut them off and you're realigning them. You know, where I've deliberately laid them in order.
If you have got the bundle of both books and both rulers with the saving of £10 in your basket, just be aware that there are less than 10 remaining. And you are saving £10 and it is also eligible for split pay. The same rules sort of apply, I'm guessing, with both the skinny and the fat robin.
The skinny is exactly the same. The process is exactly the same. The ruler looks very similar. The difference being, instead of using a 60-degree angle, you will use a 45-degree angle. You still can use the angle ruler because it's got all of the angles marked on it, but the shape of the compass itself is just a skinnier point, if you like.
Right, okay. And I suppose you could mix and match them, couldn't you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Could you? I
no,
mean, like,
on
you
a
could do
quilt
different blocks.
you could do different blocks,
Yeah.
but you'd have to do the same block finish.
Yeah, a 12
you couldn't
inch
do
and
halfway through switch to a skinny, for
No,
example.
no.
Well, someone's going to email in and say yes, you can. But doing the maths, the geometry in my head, I can't imagine that you'd be able to do it. But I was never very good at geometry. I knew the Pythagoras theorem very well.
Oh, wow. Do you know Debbie Shaw was a member of Mensa?
I know, it's mental, isn't it?
Yeah.
Literally.
That's so good.
Yeah, not surprised. She's lovely.
Oh, yeah. Kat said, I'm not surprised, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd be at the opposite end. But it's actually quite calming doing this pattern because it is methodical. And if you are a methodical, precise person, don't know anybody in here who's like that, this is a really lovely piece to do. It's really nice. But I think all quilting's like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So all we're going to do now then is stitch those. And you can come off the bottom, it doesn't matter. So that means you can chain piece. So I'm sorry that it's all a lot of me faffing about and everything.
No,
It's
this
not
is
a
really
rapid.
good. It's actually demystifying this completely.
Well, it shows it can be achieved in the time frame.
And this was something that you, when you saw it come through the door, had a bit of a meltdown about, and then as soon as you've read it, you've realised actually it is achievable.
Yeah.
You get both books, remember, as well with the rulers in the bundle, so you get two. It's not a pamphlet, it's not a little tiny diagram of how to use it. It is literally step by step in colours, diagrams, really clear sort of diagrams of where exactly to put your ruler, which is really useful, isn't it? Really useful.
And you get a paper template for all the circles that you need to cut to finish your blocks or to make them into raw edge appliques, to make them into squares, to do the octocompass. So you get that as well. And it's even got the seam allowances marked.
Yeah, I'll show you.
In the instructions, she tells you exactly which line to follow, depending on what you're trying to achieve.
So you do get all of the circle centres as well.
Yep.
That's so handy to have, just to have
a
in
circle
stash anyway.
Absolutely.
Circles, I'm always like looking
Yeah.
around the kitchen for the right size plate to go around, so that's really handy to be able to have, isn't it?
It's amazing how plate sizes vary, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got 2 dinner services and there's about 5 different plate sizes between the 2. It's just mental.
We've only got, well, in fact, less than 10 as well of the angle ruler. The angle ruler, which you can see as your side graphic. £24.99. Really useful, really, really useful. If you're making this project or not, actually.
Yeah, whatever you're doing, to have a ruler that's got angles on it is really handy because you never know what in the future you're going to want to tackle. But this particular one is one of the best ones I've come across because of the angles being in the middle. I've got a lot of rulers and this is the only one that I've found with them in the middle. So I'm just going to snip those apart.
Suzie, I have no idea. I've just glanced at the time and we've got about 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're not going to finish a compass in this, but what I can do is just quickly talk you through it.
Yeah.
Yeah? So we're going to switch to press. So the next thing you're going to do is press these. And again, she tells you how to press. So you're going to put the side that you've just attached onto upwards and press away. So you can see we've got the starting of a point. So from there, you're then going to pick up your next piece and you place these. Now this was a bit of a weird thing, but I understand why she's done it, because rather than get your ruler out and measure, if you place this like that, so you're just down from the top edge, put eyeball or put a pin in where that comes to, and then flip it round and realign that piece just below that pin mark. The reason you're doing that is because when you actually stitch this, that will give you enough of an edge to do your cut.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See, I thought, well, what a waste of fabric. But no. So I'm just going to also show you, let me just do another one. After you've done that first one,
I was going to say,
you don't have to do that. You just need to leave about, well, 3/8 of an inch, if that, between
each one.
Each one. Don't butt them up because you do need a bit of a cutting space. I erred on the side of caution and left about 1/2 an inch because I'm always a pessimist over things like this. So you then do that all the way down, and obviously because we're using fat quarters, I needed a second strip to get all 8.
Right, that's fine. If you're using half meters, you'll be fine.
Exactly. So then you're going to sew all those together. So if I sew one, I can then show you what happens with that. How are we doing?
Wendy says it's perfect demo.
Oh, thank you.
How are we doing? Couple more minutes, few more minutes?
Few more minutes. Right, well, let me just do this one. And then again, you press this. And you're going to press this, let me just double check so I get it right. Yep, so you've got what you've just attached on top and you press it away. See, does that look like it's going to be a compass point? I think not. So, I know. You can see what I'm like at home, can't you?
And yet you still keep going.
Still keep going.
Trust the instructions.
Exactly. You know it's going to be right. So this time you're going to put your 60 degree on that seam line there. And you're going to cut the excess. So now you can see why you had to drop it down a bit, because otherwise you'd have nothing to cut at that slight angle. So I'm just checking everything's aligned. Put that there. And just for speed, I'm just going to cut that bit there. So that...
Ah, now it's looking like a compass.
Exactly. So then you've got that shape unit, but you're then going to use the A part of your ruler. And again, as we did before, you're going to have your raw edge. Let's have our A. Raw edge on this raw edge side here. You're going to find the size that you made. So I'm doing a 12-inch block, putting it up that joining seam, raw edge dot line along, realign those, hold it down, and you're going to cut off that little bit there. Get rid of it. Then you're going to slide it down, and again, raw edge this side where you've just cut. Line up your kite, so you've got your centre going through the point, you've got your outside solid line going up your seam line, and you're going to cut off this bit. So all these bits you can save for future projects and EPP work.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And there we
Especially
go.
This lovely mode of
We've
fabric.
got our second compass point coming in.
Oh, nice. So there you go. It does all come together,
It
like
does.
you say, a lot quicker.
Yep. And then this then gets positioned. Let me make sure I get it the right way around. I won't do it because obviously we're running out of time. But you then position this one so that you put one of these with one of these, the other side. You're going to join 2 together, and they'll go that, once they're pressed, that is. You'll go that to that. You don't have to worry about the 1/4 inch, you just scoot those together. So that will give you
another point. There
another
you go.
point. And then that then goes on to your 4th piece of fabric, or your 3rd point, in the same way as we've just joined the blue, to give you your middle points.
Yeah. Oh,
So
nice.
it is just repetitive.
Yeah. Will you show us again the finished ones that you've
Absolutely,
done?
yeah. But yeah, just take your time.
They look so good, don't they?
They do look amazing, and the fact that you can, applique behind them as well. So if you can fussy cut something. I thought about the, the fabric we had on the first hour.
Yeah.
The glitter star.
Oh, nice.
You could have a planet popping out.
Oh,
of it.
that'd be so cool.
Or if you printed someone's face on fabric,
Yeah.
you
Your
could
little
have.
frame.
Yeah, these could be.
How long did that second
fabulous.
one take you to do then?
So the first one I did in an hour,
Yeah.
start to finish.
Yeah.
Second one I did in less than 40 minutes, start to finish.
That's it. So once you get the
Absolutely.
hang of it.
Yeah. But as I say, I still worked with the book
Of course, yeah.
and talk constantly.
Yeah, say it out loud. Say what
Yeah.
you're doing out
Yes.
loud.
And just be methodical. Don't try and skip. Don't think, oh, I'll do this bit with that, like I've just had to do because we ran out of time, because you will miss bits.
Okay.
And then it just won't work, because the more accurate you are, the better the end result and the better it will fit. But I love these. I mean, this would be an amazing placemat.
Yeah, absolutely. Or applique it onto a bag
Yeah.
or onto a cushion.
I think they're just fab.
They are. So
Really
you're
fab.
converted. You're going to be doing more Mariner's Compass.
Oh,
at home.
absolutely.
Oh, good.
Well,
good,
look
good.
how much I've got left with
I
the fat
know,
quarters.
That's it. Thank you so
No,
much
thank
for joining
you.
us this week. Are
Yeah.
you back again for
I am on
another
Saturday.
birthday extravaganza?
I am.
What are
Better
you doing on
bake something
Saturday?
else.
Oh, my word.
No,
What
by
are
then
doing
you will not want
Yes.
sugar.
What are you doing on Saturday?
What am I doing on Saturday? Oh my lord. Amazing.
You're not doing the cave quilt, are
I
you?
am!
Oh my word, you are the chosen one, Suzie.
I
I had it up all day yesterday, and the amount of compliments we had on it. Can I just say, if you want that cave quilt, you need to be there pre-order at 7:30 in the morning, because that will be one of the quickest sellouts I predict of the whole week.
Yeah, it is.
You are a jammy dodger.
I know.
Thank you so much for
Thank
today.
you very much. And
lovely to
I hope
see
you all
you.
enjoy your Mariner's Compass, because I have to say it is amazing.
Yes, enjoy. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. I know we've run out of time, but very, very quickly, the bundle, both rulers, both books, you're saving £10 and it's on split pay. The brand new split pay bracket, we launched on Monday. You can now shop over £99. You're eligible for split pay over 2 split payments. £54.99 on split pay, and you get the 2 books, the 2 rulers. You also get your templates, your circle templates, everything that you need. There's quilt designs in here. I mean, look at that one. That's beautiful. There's such gorgeous quilts in here. Lots of great inspiration. Jot down today's date, because I think we've really demystified how to do the Mariner's Compass block as well. If you do want them separately, have a look on the website. They're both there available at $59.99. So you're saving your £10. The Fat Quarter bundle that Suzie was working with is your gorgeous moders. They are gorgeous. Now, they were selling very, very fast. We've got less than 5, and we've got more than 5 of you that have got it in your basket on the web. So just be aware, if you want to check out on it, be quick. Don't let these other ones pass you by. These springtime gorgeous, brand new, gardening theme Moda fabrics, all Fat Quarters, loads of beautiful colours and prints. $99.99 for 30 Fat Quarters from the Moda Homestead range. It's brand new in today and available on split pay for $49.99. Now, after the break, Fiona Hesford is back. The patterns are already incredibly popular. The trousers and the hat, we're going to do both of them. 2 demos in the next hour. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire, I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us. We are celebrating Sewing Street's first birthday this week. Celebrate with us every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our website, our YouTube channel, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Our birthday week is jam-packed with brand new projects, lots of guest designers, and amazing daily giveaways not to be missed. Make sure you're watching us live every day to be in with a chance to win one of our daily giveaways. And the fun does not stop there. We are also giving everyone who shops with us a free Sewing Street pin badge to commemorate our first birthday, as well as a Sewing Street mug. Remember to join us for all the fun celebrations from Monday, the 1st of March, right up until Sunday, the 7th of March.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, welcome back. Right, I'm going to get straight into this because we want to try and spend as much time with Fiona as we can. Trousers, Elsie trousers. Brand new in today. Look at these trousers. Do you know, I think that these are brilliant for all ages, for all sizes, whatever your body shape is, for all seasons, for all occasions. And it looks great with the hat. It looks great with the hat as well, doesn't it? So the trousers are a really lovely wide leg, loose fitting. They've got an elasticated waistband and they've got the lovely tie. They will look completely different with different fabrics. You can actually have them as quite a casual trouser, as well as being really lovely and smart. And they are really flattering. So, do you know, I don't know that many people that have said, do you know what, through lockdown I've lost loads of weight and I've got really trim, other than Paul. And Neil, actually. I think Neil's lost over a stone. He's doing really well. But if you are thinking, right, I'm thinking about going out in the summer, wanting to get out in the spring, these are so comfortable. If we're used to being in our loungewear for the last year, it's lovely to be able to wear something smart but still be comfy. So these are sizes 8 to 20. has the elasticated waist, when the restaurants and things open, we'll be able to go and have a nice meal in these and not feel restricted. So on the back, you have got all of your size requirements, all your size guide, your finished garment measurements, and your fabric requirements. So the most that you will need is, for a size 20, is 3 meters. The most you'll need is 3 meters. But there you go. You can see if you do want to check out the different size requirements, the fabric requirements, they are there. Now, we are going to start with the trousers. I'll come to the hat in a minute, but it's already selling very, very fast on pre-order. The bundles that we've got for the trousers, should we start with the viscose? Because this is so lovely. It just proves how versatile this pattern is. You're going to be able to do this with so many different styles of fabric. So this is your absolutely beautifully lightweight, 100%, are they 100% viscose? It's so soft. $46.99 for 3 meters, and it will be perfect for the Elsie trousers. It's just going to give you a really lovely floaty pair. Whether it be having a walk along the beach, or whether it be having a barbecue in the garden, whether it be chucking them on in the morning to go and do the food shop, or whether it be to go to a really smart occasion, this fabric is going to suit the Elsie trousers perfectly. I'm thinking, you know, if you've got any occasions that have been postponed over the last years, like any weddings or christenings, anniversaries, parties, these are going to be lovely. £46.99. We also have 2 denims. Now, they were available by the half metre at the start of the day, but they've sold out because we did mention them earlier on in the last hour with the Martha skirt. Now, we've got the medium colour. We've got medium and dark. Now, 3 metre bundles already, 2.5, sorry, this time, cut all ready to go, $23.99. Always going to be popular whenever we are, of course, heading into spring. It's such a lovely colour. Gong, Fiona's here. And just because it says these are for the trousers, obviously, absolutely make the most of it for the Martha skirt as well. $23.99. $23.99 for 2.5 meters of your medium colour denim. Then we also have the dark colour denim. Less than 10 of these bundles available though. A lot of people have got ahead on pre-order. Well done if you have. £23.99, 2.5 meters. We were talking about, we're going to be working with the viscose today, but I will ask Fiona about working with denim. Any tips on working with denim, or if you've got any questions, get them in. $23.99. $23.99. I think, Fiona, you've got a pair of these in denim, haven't you?
I've brought them here with me, actually. Probably could do with a bit of a wash, sorry.
Oh, nice.
Do you know what? Those have had so much wear.
Well, you say that the 2 patterns we've had today, the skirt and the trousers, probably 2 of your most worn patterns, aren't they?
I wear them all the time because they're just practical and easy, comfortable. And, you know, you can put them with a T-shirt, but sometimes I wear the trousers with a very long sort of sloppy top. So
yeah.
They kind of look, with denim, they sort of take on a different feel because they look like sort of fisherman's trousers, but when linen they suddenly look a bit more chic, you know. And then with viscose they look dressy, so a lot of different guises. Yeah, a lot of different guises.
And you're wearing the Peggy top, I see.
I'm wearing a Peggy top today. Yes.
Had a lot of people messaging earlier on saying about your tops, your Peggy top.
Have we got
is
any
really
of those
popular.
in
Yeah, we
stock?
have. £15.50 for the Peggy top.
Yes, a lovely little top with little puff sleeves with elastic in them, and it comes with a long sleeve version as well. Oh. So yeah, get yourself one, because everybody that's bought one of me has sent me, well, not everyone, but they've messaged me saying how they love it.
Positive feedback about all of your patterns.
Thank you. That's lovely. And I bought my friend today.
You bought Colette. We're going to be talking about the hat in a little bit. We're going to start with the Elsie trousers.
Colette. I made her.
You made Colette?
Yeah, I painted her myself, and I got one of those polystyrene dummies, and I covered it with paper mache, and then got a bit of paint out. And
I think she's French.
She is French, yes. Colette. Le Colette.
Right, where should we start with the Elsie trousers? Because we've got loads to do.
Just want to show you
today,
another
Fiona.
pair that I've made, because someone mentioned African
Yeah,
wax
African
in
wax
the previous
fabric.
programme. So I brought these in because these I wear down the beach, and
Oh,
they're really good
lovely.
holiday. I get on my bike, wear those down the beach. African Dutch wax, perfect. So linen,
Very
cotton,
versatile then.
yeah, all sorts. Right. Now, sizing. These come up kind of true to size. So, you know, like if you measure, take your measurements and obviously look at the pattern. On the back here, you've got a bigger version of what you've got on the pattern cover, the envelope cover. You kind of would need, I would say, between 10 to 15 centimetres of ease. So if you take your measurements and then you look on the pattern and you see what the finished measurements are, you just need at least about 10 to 15 centimetres extra.
Okay.
You need to just get them on and off. Now, if you would like to make up, what I would suggest is to make up the waistband and pop the elastic in, just to pin it at the sides and just pop it over, because what you need to do is, because it's got no zip, it's got no fasteners or anything.
So you want to be able to get it over your hips.
It's elasticated at the back, but it's pleats and flat at the front.
Okay.
So it's flattering at the front, but you've got the nice
comfy.
room for movement at the back.
Is that a bit of hula hoop in action then? A bit of shaking the hips. I've forgotten how to dance. I can't remember. I'm dreading going and having a dance anywhere. I've forgotten how to do
I
it.
tell you what, I'm going to need to do an awful lot of hula hooping to get rid of those lockdown pounds. Anyway, and it's probably quite a good way of losing them actually, because I love a bit of dancing. Now, so yes, so you've got, because of the elastic in the back, you can slip them on and off, but you will need to have a little bit of extra ease to get to, so that you can do it comfortably. So just sort of like have a look at the measurements on that and, you know, make sure that you've just got enough extra.
Could you use cord for the trousers? Would cord work, or is it going to be too
Do you know what?
stiff?
I think you need
Too
something
heavy?
with a bit of drape. I
Okay.
mean, I think the denim is just about the maximum type
Yeah.
of thickness
Yeah.
that you would want to. I think corduroy would be better for more structured trousers.
Okay.
These ones are quite fluid, they've got a lot of movement.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fabric, so I think,
Yeah.
but there's no rules. I did actually once have a lady who made a pair of corduroy trousers in a workshop, but it was a more buttery one.
Right.
And that worked quite well, but it was more like a viscose
Yeah,
corduroy.
yeah.
So, you know, I wouldn't say the
Lighter
cotton
weight.
one is probably that good. So, and I'm probably going to cover the hat a bit later,
Oh,
aren't
yeah,
I?
yes.
So yeah, so if you sound the horn, and so I stop.
How long do you want for the hat? How long do you want for each?
Well, I don't know, the last sort
Half
of
and half.
3/4, last
Yeah.
quarter, I don't know. See
Okay.
how it goes, shall we?
Yeah, we'll just rig it.
So again, we've got like really sturdy paper. Little tip, if you've got creases in your pattern, just give it an iron. You know, take
Okay.
the steam off, but you know, it's really sturdy, so you can just give it a press and then you can weight it down. If you're working with the viscose, I would definitely place some sort of like duvet cover or a blanket on your table, just to stop it moving around, because you can imagine on a sort of hard surface, viscose has got a lot of movement, and if you're a bit, you know, sort of not quite used to it, it just helps to kind of keep it in place.
Yeah.
So I would definitely recommend that. With the denim, little tip, it is a pre-washed denim, that one.
Okay.
And I'm very, very, I use it a lot, but I would say wash it before you use it, because that you probably won't get a lot of shrinkage, but what you would do with denim is you do get a little bit of dye coming off, but it's very, very minimum. So if you know, wash it with all your other similar colours,
Okay.
and before you use
cut
it,
it
and that's definitely a good tip. So here's the pattern. You've got the little booklet here. And here's your you know, very straightforward lay plan. It's literally a leg on each, you know, sort of two legs and the facings, not facings, the waistband and the pockets. So we've got some nice little side pockets here. As you know, I love a pocket.
Absolutely.
And I have got a free back pocket download on my blog. So
Okay.
if you go to the Elsie Trousers page on my blog, you will be able to print off onto one A4 sheet of paper, just a back pocket, if you fancy popping one on. Because, you know, it's nice without, but quite nice with. I think
Well,
that
you're going to
one's
be
got
able to
one
make
on.
these trousers in so many different
Yeah,
fabrics.
see, so I've got
They've got
just
one.
one on there. Yeah. I think probably wouldn't bother with the viscose, but with something like linen or denim, it's quite nice to have that, isn't it? So anyway, you've got all your how to make them, or they're photo step-by-steps with this one. And you've got all the waistband bits as well. You've got 2 different ways of putting on a waistband. Now, if you've got an overlocker, you might prefer to just, I think this one has it, overlock the edge of the waistband and stitch it on. So you've got that overlock edge visible, but you know, hey, it's all inside, it's a quick make, you know, in cotton, that's fine. But if you've got something that sort of, if you haven't got an overlocker and maybe your fabric sort of frays quite a lot, you might want to, I don't know if no, I haven't got a pair. Yes, these ones. So for example, you're folding over the edge, or you're sewing on one side of the waistband and then you're folding it over, and then you can either
Slip stitch it down.
Slip stitch it by hand, or as I've done here, because you know I just got more control, or you can stitch in the ditch.
Okay.
Or top stitch it on afterwards if you feel brave. Anyway, so yeah, so it's got lovely side pockets, which I'm going to show you now. So I'm going to show you the pleats and the side pockets, and then we'll see if we can fit a bit of hat stuff in.
This is lovely fabric, isn't it? The viscose.
So this is the back, and you can see already it gives you a good idea of how it's going to look, doesn't it?
Yes.
So I love this fabric. It's like chinoiserie, isn't it?
It's what?
Chinoiserie. Do you know that word?
No.
It's sort of Chinese and Oriental influence, isn't it?
Chinoiserie.
Chinoiserie.
Oh, I'm going to use that.
Oh, come on, Vicky.
That is my word of the day. Chinoiserie. Can we remember that, Paul, please?
Chinoiserie. It's sort of like, you know.
Did you make it up?
I didn't. I'm educated, you see.
Oh!
Oh, only kidding, only kidding. Right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to join the centre back pieces together at the from the leg. So I've already done it on the back, so I'm going to do it on the front now. So it'd be good if I switch my machine on. And so I'm just going to, now this has got a 1 centimetre seam allowance. Now if you'd rather do a 1.5, you can either add 0.5 centimetre on to your, when you cut it out.
Okay.
Failing that, quite often what I do is go upsize. If I want a little bit extra, you know, volume, I'll go up a size, and then I'll sew a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. So you could try that as well. But it's, you know, as long as you sort of like look at your measurements, you should be all right. And, you know, I often say to people, make some up in some, you know, fabric that's not too expensive, and, you know, like a toile almost.
Yeah, make some toile that you'll still then be able to wear.
That you can wear, but it just gives you a little bit more knowledge about what's best for you.
And I like with the martha skirt, it's not a particularly lengthy make, it's something that you can probably complete in an afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it depends. I mean, if you want to put, you know, there's some, I didn't really mention this, but it's got the optional tie belt, and it's got a tab pattern. So if you want to add in that, you can, but if you don't want to use it, you don't have to bother. So
it's very smart. I do like those trousers.
Yeah. I think the tie belt just gives it that sort of more dressy kind of look to it, doesn't it? Whereas if you were just making some in denim, I probably wouldn't bother with that. Right, so I have stitched down the front centre seam, so it's literally here.
Okay.
And then what you would do then is you would zigzag your edge if you haven't got an overlocker, or overlock it if you have.
Okay.
And open it up, and then give it a press, and you can top stitch it. I'm not going to do the top stitching now, just to save a bit of time, but you can top stitch it all the way down that seam. And I brought my other iron in because this one's got some water.
Careful on that side on the cutting mat.
Does it go with the other
Flip your
side?
mats over.
Ah, I was looking for it. I was like, where is it? When it said cut and press, I thought, oh, it was on one side, but obviously not. Yeah, so if you've got a thicker fabric, you might prefer to, hang on.
You plugged in.
Wrong. Would have been good to have switched it on, wouldn't it? But anyway, if you've got a thicker fabric, you might want to sort of zigzag that edge and then press it open.
Okay.
But if you've got a thinner fabric, you know, you can
bulky.
just zigzag it together. I wouldn't zigzag it single because it tends to kind of just chew the fabric up a bit. So you need 2 good layers, I think, to. There we go. So right, so that's that.
We've had a question from Barbara. Is it easy to make the trousers full length?
Now the pattern comes, we didn't discuss that, did we? The pattern comes in cropped or full length version.
Oh, fab.
So you can do either.
Yeah.
So I tend to make the viscose in the full length to make them like palazzo pants, and I'll make the kind of the linen in the cropped version. But you know, you can do what you like. So you've got the 2 length lines actually on the pattern.
There you go, Barbara. Have a look back on the website if you want to make them in linen. We had some beautiful new colours in linen. The khaki colours available by the half metre, the stone, there's cream. Khaki's now sold out, but there's still a few that are available on the website. Aqua would be nice as well.
Aqua. Although I call it teal. I think
teal like more
slightly
darker. Yeah, more peacocky.
Okay. Yeah, so that was lovely. I'm just bringing the pattern piece out just to show you where the pleat markings are here. So you've got 3 markings for the sizes. So you've got so you can sort of like use those to transfer those markings according to your size onto the fabric piece. And then, and you can see that I've just done that at the top there. So you just want to mark it within the seam allowance. You could do it with a pin if you wanted, but I quite like to mark it with pen. It makes it much easier to see. Now, there is also a little diagram on here that shows you the pleat. Well, I think it's on the rest of the pattern that I cut off. But there's a little diagram about how to actually form the pleat. But basically what it is, it's very easy, is the flap of the pleat goes to the back, and you just literally fold it so that the 2 markings meet up, like so. So if you get a pin and pin it through, it should meet on the back, like that. So I think that is it a 2 centimetres pleat? I'm not sure. And then you've got another one there. So you've got 2 either side of the centre seam. So, and then the other one you fold over, match up the 2 marker points, and then pop a pin in there, like so.
Pauline's asked, do you always overlock viscose?
Well, can you see? It frays quite a lot. So if you've got an overlocker, definitely use it. Now we're going to have the pleats going away from the centre. So, and I'm going to just tack stitch within the seam allowance along that top edge. And what this will do is, I'm just going to work on the other side so I can see what's going on.
When you tack stitch, do you lengthen it at all?
No, I'm just going to use exactly the standard stitch length,
just within
which is
the seam allowance.
2.4 on this machine, but some machines, I think on my machine at home it's 2.2. But it's within the seam allowance, and it's just going to hold that pleat in position for when you're doing everything else. There we go, and we could take our pins out now. Although, do you know what, actually sometimes what I like to do is to leave the pin in so that it keeps that pleat straight. Or if you want to spend a little bit extra time, you could even just tack stitch that pleat so that it keeps it straight and stops it from splaying out, like so. Okay.
We're about 5 minutes until halfway through the hour, just so you know.
I can't believe it. Something happens to time when you come here. Right, well, let's just very quickly do one pocket. Here we have it. So we've got your pocket lining, which has got the curve cut out. Probably looks better on that side. And then you've got the actual
Nice big pockets.
Nice big pockets. Oh, wrong one. So we've got to match them up. So now you can sew one bit onto the trousers and then sew this one on afterwards, or you can sew the two pockets together and then sew them on. I think for now I'm just going to sew the pockets together and then attach it. So we're pinning at the curved outer edge of the pockets and the pocket lining, like so. There we go. And then I'm going to pop it on the machine and I'm going to sew all the way down here and round to here. You might, if you're working with viscose, you might consider maybe putting a finer needle, like a 70 on your machine.
How about with denim?
With denim, I kind of use just an 80, but you could go up to a 90.
Okay.
Or sometimes they just mark on the packets that they're for denim and things like that. So yeah, I think just a slightly heavier one.
There's less than 5 of the bundles left of both of the denim colours. Oh, you can't get it by the half metre, so if you want the denim for either the Martha skirt or if you want it for the trousers, you can make yourself a matching hat as well. Then absolutely make the most of those final few bundles. They're all cut into 2.5 metre bundles.
I think denim is such a good starter fabric to use because it's not expensive. You know, it's a little bit cheaper.
It behaves itself as well, doesn't it?
Behaves itself, doesn't fray. Looks better the more you wash it, I think.
Yeah.
So it's comfortable. Perfect. Right, so that's the outer. So obviously if I had a bit more time, I would finish my outer edge here.
Okay.
Now we've got a curve on the pockets on the side of the trousers. Let me just see if I've got the right edge. Yes, I've got the right one. No, I haven't. It's the other one. So here it is. There's the pocket side edge. And so we put the right sides together and then we pin that on. And we're doing this in the pattern is after we've put the pleats in. But you could do this before the pleats. That's absolutely fine too. But remember, if you've got a pocket and you're doing pleats, you know, you've got a little bit more fabric to handle. So, and then I'm going to sew around that pinned section. Let's just move my scissors out of the way. Right. So there's a little back stitch. Just make sure you're not sort of sewing something you shouldn't be underneath.
Just so you know, Fiona, we're halfway through the hour now.
Right, okay, well I'll just press this over and then you can see what that looks like and then we'll sort of move on to Colette. Don't want to keep her waiting.
She's been eagerly waiting at the edge of the desk all day, hasn't she?
Yeah. She loves coming on television.
Oh, well, she's very, the camera loves her.
So there we are. We've stitched the side of the pocket onto the front of the trousers. And I think I say the packet in the instructions to nick it a little bit, just to kind of give that
so you can ease your curve
a little bit more. So it's just on the curved bit. And then, but you know, if you've got a fabric with a lot of give in it, then you probably wouldn't need to do that. And we're turning it round.
It's a good habit to get into though, isn't it? If you've got a curve.
That's right, yeah. And we give that a press. So make sure that the fold is in line with the seam, so that the seam is right on the edge of the fold. If you see when I get my drift. There we go. And then when you sit the pocket flat to the top edge, so if I take those pins out, I'll add some more in, then you can see that that pocket just sits behind. I pop that down. And there you are, you see?
Pocket in.
Pocket in. So you just pin it at the top, pin it at the side, and then I'm going to move on now, but what you would do is you would tack stitch within the seam allowance at the side and along the top edge.
It's all in your instructions.
It's all in the instructions, and then you move on to the, you just attach it to the back at the side. You stitch the front to the back at the side seams, and then your band. Just a quick word to say that this has a little film tutorial on my blog.
Great.
So if you know, because a lot of people sort of think, oh, how would you do that? There is a little knack about how to feed the fabric through as you're sewing the elastic.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a really good, and people write to me saying that was so helpful. So just check that out, and that will really help you.
The link to that you'll get in your pattern as well, won't you? Or is it on your blog?
Yes, that's the link's all in the pattern.
Fantastic.
Okay, so that's that.
If you
I'm going to really look forward to finishing those ones.
Yes, please do.
I'm going to slink around those on
They're
Worthing
lovely.
Beach.
Really lovely colour. Oh yeah, you live by the sea. I'm
I
so
do.
envious. We live so far away.
Yeah.
Love to go for a walk on the beach, even in this sort of weather. Right, so the Elsie
come down with
trousers
your baby.
is available. Yes, I'll come down and see you with the baby.
Yeah, do that. I'll
So
take you
then
for
we've
a
got the
stroll.
Chelsea Girl hat, which was beautifully modelled by Colette. We also had it modelled by Paul. Here he is.
I said that he looks like
fabulous.
Donny Osmond.
You look like Donny Osmond. Is that a good thing?
No.
Fiona was
I don't
wearing
know.
it.
If you were 14 in 1974, then yes, it would have been a good thing.
Called it. And I was wearing it. I love a hat. There you go.
Oh, Vicky, you look great.
£10.99 for your hat design. Now it's a traditional style cap pattern, perfect for a girl about town. It's a lined hat with a generous peak as well, crown made of segments, and a large covered button at the top. It will keep you both stylish and snug. A more intermediate level so. We spoke earlier on about maybe with denim, Fiona, or with cord, with all the fabrics that we had in the last hour. The cord, how much fabric do we need to make the hat, Fiona?
We need, for the medium, small, medium or large, 60 centimetres.
Right, fantastic.
And,
half a metre.
That's of 112 fabric, or if you've got 150 wide, you just need half a metre.
Brilliant.
Which this is.
I think this is 150
I think you'll be
wide.
fine with this, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think I was quite generous with my
And for your
fabrics.
lining,
So
you
for
can
the
just
lining, you just
use-
need 30 centimetres.
So you could just use any of your cotton that's in your stash.
In your stash, or we had a little discussion before the show about possibly if you could make a patch, or each segment could be a different Liberty fabric.
Oh wow, yeah.
Or a different quilting cotton or something like
so
that.
if you've got fat
because it's
quilters.
all inside. It's only you that will sort of get the pleasure of seeing it when you
Yeah,
come
that
out.
would be really nice.
I mean, yeah. Do you know what? For this, I actually used a viscose
Right,
for the
so-
lining. So you could have the lining, if you've got some left over of your lovely
trousers.
oriental, what did I call it? Chinoiserie.
Chinoiserie. I was going to say I've forgotten that word already. Oh, Paul has forgotten it as well. Right, we need to remember it.
Now, just a little word about, for this I use like a tweedy fabric. I just put some interfacing on the back.
Okay.
Just Bob Basic, medium interfacing. Any colour, as long as it's not see-through, so it doesn't show through.
Yeah.
But if you want to, if you live up on the moors or something, and you want a warm hat for when you're walking the dogs,
Yeah.
You might want to put some fleece interlining in. So
Ooh,
you might
that'd
want
be
to.
nice.
So H640 is brilliant. Vaseline.
Yeah,
is that how
yeah,
you
we
say it?
have that.
So that's perfect because you can bond it on. You can iron it on.
That's
and
great.
it's got a nice bit of warmth to it, and it's light. Failing that, if you've got a bit of wadding, I like bamboo wadding. I've always got a bit of a stash of that. And you've got some spray glue, then you can cut your pieces and add that in, and that will just add extra warmth. And it just tells you about how to do that in the pattern.
How many patterns have we got left? Less than 50. Less than 50 of the patterns. It's been extremely popular.
50 or 15?
50. Less than 50.
Oh.
Less than 50 chance to get it. £10.99 for your Chelsea Girl hat. Check out now for that. Don't wait for the end of the demo. Okay.
So this pattern is in 3 sizes. So
Okay.
it's small, medium and large. The medium is 57 centimetres diameter and 55 for the small and 59 for the large. And to measure your head, you just, if I can find a tape measure, just put a tape measure just above your ears, right across your temples, and just sort of measure there.
Okay.
Right. So Paul was quite small. He was swamped with my medium-sized hat, wasn't he? So, but
What do you mean? Looks great.
now, if you
We'll
are
get
going
Elliot.
to, actually, that fit him quite well, doesn't it? It's probably got a medium-sized head. Now, if you've got the interlining, you do need to, and it says in the pattern, just to trim a centimetre off from around the edges. And the reason for this is when you're putting a peak on and you've got fabric with wadding in it, it can be quite bulky here, quite difficult to sew. So just trim off the 1 centimetre around the outer edge and you'll be fine. Now if you're just using ordinary interfacing, then just cut the same. You cut your pieces and then lay them on the what's it called, the interfacing, and then iron them all on one go, or you can iron your interfacing onto the fabric and then block cut them.
Okay.
Right, so now when you, got my pins the wrong way around, so what we're going to do now is we're going to sew the segments for the crown. So I'll just do 3 and then we can see. So if you start at the lower edge, the straight edge, and this is a 1 centimetre seam allowance, and we'll just do a little back stitch. And what I like to do actually, there's a marker on the pattern which is sort of 1 centimetre from the top edge. So I like to just put a little marker, and it just sort of where I stop, because you stop about 1 centimetre before the tip.
Okay.
Right, so off I go. And so when I get to that stop, I stop and do a little back stitch at the top edge. And then, now a really good thing to use for anything that's 3D like this is a tailor's ham.
Oh, fab.
Because you can really get in and sort of press it.
Anything that's got a bit of shape to it, they're useful, aren't they? Do you use them with lots of your dressmaking?
I do, yes, it's really useful. Even straight seams, you can get sort of. Now I'm not going to even bother pinning this. I'm just going to sew
Wing it. They're just £11.99 for the tailor's ham, and as you go along your dressmaking journey, you'll find it's really, really useful.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, it's just really useful to have in stock.
It's completely colour fast as well, so don't worry, the red will not bleed onto your fabrics.
Now so this is 3 segments, and then you do the other 3 exactly the same.
Could you do this with different fabrics as well?
Yeah. In fact, it's really nice with different like tweeds, isn't it?
Oh, nice, yeah.
You can sort of mix them up.
What sort of fabric are you using there?
This is the linen.
The linen, oh
Yeah.
nice. This is the linen from the first hour. It's sold out now, but there's lots of different colour linen.
Yeah.
You can use.
So the sort of, the corduroy would be lovely. and also, what we said, the denim and tweedy fabrics. What else? So you can see I'm snipping the seam because it's curved there. So you just want to, now if you've got a pair of pinking shears, you could use those just to get that seam, give it a little bit more ease when it's pressed to the other side. And so once you've done that, you do the second 3, you do exactly the same way. Now you don't need to press your seams open particularly unless you absolutely want to, but what I would say is press that just the first inch or so, because that will make it easier when you're joining it to the band.
Would you, if you're using a bulkier fabrics, potentially press them open?
Well, you know, you can press it from that side,
Yeah.
like so, and that's probably good enough.
Lots of steam.
But you know, you can ease it out. But you know, if you want to press it all the way out, that's fine. But you know, it's absolutely essential to do it at that first bit there, so that it reduces, you know, anything to reduce the bulk. There. And then you would do the same with the second 3. And you can see I've also done the same with the lining. So you've got a 6-segment crown.
Right, so it's exactly the same size for the lining.
Yes.
Looking good. You could do without the peak actually as well, couldn't you? You could do one
What's
without
that?
the peak.
Huh?
You could do a hat without the peak,
Like a
almost like a
beret.
beret style.
I love berets,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yes,
You
I
look
do.
nice in a beret.
You're a hat person, aren't you, Fiona? You wear
Yeah,
lots of hats.
I do wear hats, yeah.
You look really good in hats.
Well, when you go down the beach and it's a little bit chilly,
Yeah,
you
you
really
need
need
a
it. You do need it. Now, let's move on to this side band. So now on the pattern, I shouldn't show you the pattern, did I? Where is it? Doodle-doo.
What are you looking for, sorry?
The actual pattern. No, I don't think I've got it. Oh well, never mind. Totally prepared. No, here it is.
Right next
Looking
to
at
you.
the wrong pattern. So here's the pattern sheet here. And what you've got on the band here is you've got, now I was thinking of putting notches to show where you put the peak and where you join it to the crown. But then I thought, well, if you're using this fabric and you're also finishing your edge, you often lose that. So I've just marked it very obviously, peak here, attached to crown, okay? Now, so if you want to get that pattern out when you're doing that bit, just to check that you've got the, or you could just put a little bit of tape on your piece just to mark. Or you've got interfacing on that, and you can see I've written on it because you don't see it, do you?
No.
So one of the side bands is interfaced and one isn't. So we're just going to join it at the side edges. And we've got the 1 centimetre seam allowance here. Now, don't go sewing a massive seam allowance because everything matches up. And remember, you know, your head it needs to be the right size. But if you just wanted to check something out, you can always sew these bands and just pop it on your head and it'll give you straight away an idea of what the hat's going to feel like. So we've stitched our side band there and we press that open. Could have done that a little bit better. Tele sewing. And we have the same for this one here. So with the right sides together, so this doesn't really have a right or wrong side. But if your fabric does, just make sure that you've got the right sides. Got my seat today.
I know, yeah. A lot of people it's very difficult. It's a skill in itself, sewing standing up, isn't it?
There we go. So, and then we press that open, and you see, you know, this tailor's ham's really good for this.
Yeah, that's really handy.
Little bits, it's really good. You can really get in there. Right. So next to the peak.
Now the peak, I thought it had some buckram or something in it. I didn't realise that it was just interfacing. It holds its shape really well.
No, it's 3 pieces for the peak.
Okay.
So you've got 3 outer pieces. Now, if you're running really short on fabric and you've only got enough for 2 pieces, this can be, the middle one can be in anything because it goes in between. So you could even use just a bit of wadding or just a bit of extra fabric. Now, what you do as well, so I've actually put 2 layers of interfacing on that.
Medium weight interfacing, or is that a lightweight?
This is a medium.
Medium weight.
This is a medium, but I've put a couple of layers on.
Okay.
And I've put one on one of the other peaks.
Right.
Okay, so this is all mentioned in the I was going to say diary. But
in Fiona's diary.
Do you have a diary?
I used to have a diary. I dread to think, I have no idea where it is, and I would not want to read it now. I haven't got a diary now. Lots of people write journals though, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, as in like a diary? No, not as in like a diary, as in like a calendar. As in like a secret diary, like dear
what's
diary.
What's going on in thing. Do you know what? My tip to you, when you've got children, write a diary. Because you forget so much, you know, and it's just really nice.
Somebody's bought me like a lovely record book, you know, like a baby record book where you write down all different bits about it.
Yeah.
About your pregnancy and about where me and Kieran met and loads of things. So I have been filling that out, which has been
lovely.
nice.
Can you see what I'm doing now? I'm just literally...
You're feeding it around the
randomly, you know, it doesn't have to be neat and tidy. But what this does, this stitching, just gives that extra stiffness to the peak.
Yeah.
It's really good fun as well. I like doing this. And I just use the side of the foot to bank it up to the previous line of stitching, and that just gives me an idea of how far apart to make the lines.
Did you do this with the tweed as well?
Inside, yeah.
Inside,
Yes, I do it with all the peaks that I do, yeah.
There's only 20 patterns left for the hat. Only 20 left.
It's a very popular style, this, isn't it? I mean, I was like...
Quite Peaky Blinders.
This is Peaky Blinders, isn't it? Yeah. Now, so once you've done that, you want to trim off 1 centimetre around the outer edge. So actually what you could do is just mark it out, fold it in half and just cut it all out together, like so. I mean, I have to say, making hats is just such good fun. I love it. Like,
and I don't know why, this sounds silly, but I never thought that you could make a hat. It's like shoes and things like that. I don't know why, accessories. I never thought you could make it.
Yes. Right. Now, of course, I didn't bring along my spray glue.
So would you just use like your 505 basting spray?
Yes. Or if you've got some Bonder Web, you could just iron on a bit of Bonder Web and then just iron it on to that. So it's just something to hold it in place.
Okay, just temporarily.
No, well, I mean, it's going to always be there.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so
you need a glue that will stay. I'm just thinking the 505 spray is a temporary glue spray.
Well, once it's in the peak, it'll stay there. So it won't sort of go, it hasn't got anywhere to go really, has it? So I wouldn't worry about that too much.
Oh, that's for the middle layer, I'm with you.
And that then goes in the middle. So you just then, so you glue it on there and then you move on to the next stage. And the next stage is so imagine it's in there. And then you just put the 2 peaks together with the right sides together. And then, I mean, I suppose you could tack it in as well, because again, if it's once it's in the peak, it won't move. And I've got pins floating around here, so I'll try and use those ones up. And then you want the right sides together. So obviously you've got the interface bit on the outside there. I seem to have grown a bit there, so let's be careful, because sometimes when you're cutting this fabric and it's going to curve, so it can sort of have a little bit of movement. So just make sure that you're not sort of stretching it. And also the interface piece has got less movement than the other bit. Right, now we're going to sew 1 centimetre around the outer curve.
Okay.
How are we doing for time?
How are we doing for time, Kat? 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Okay. Well, I think I might get a peak sewn. Quite nice if you're doing costumes as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know,
actually.
if your child sort of like is Oliver Twist or something.
Well, it does remind me. I played Eponine Les Mis, and I wore a hat like this.
Did you?
Yeah.
What,
Only
handmade one?
Pardon?
Handmade one?
No, it wasn't a handmade one, but it was in like a cream cord. And as soon as I saw that picture of me that you've taken, I thought, oh, that takes me back to being 12 years old.
Ah.
Not that one. On my own. That one. Oh.
Do you miss your musical days?
I miss singing so much, Fiona. I said to you, I miss the applause. I miss the applause and people throwing roses at me.
Oh, yeah. And money. Pinning money to you.
Yeah.
No.
No! What am I on about? No! That's not that
Sorry.
kind of thing.
No, I didn't mean that.
I don't know why.
No, but they do that, don't they, in Greece? They
Well-
do dancing, don't they? And then they sort of pin money or
In
it's supposed to make
certain
love
late
or
night. Oh, no, you're right. I went to my friend's, she's Greek, and went to her wedding, and they did that then.
Oh, right, there you
she
go.
had money, cape and crown and all sorts.
Ooh,
It was
nice.
incredible.
I think everybody's I think that's what people are missing the most. Just sort of like a live show or going to
I
a
know,
theatre and to cinema and that sort of thing.
I know, me and Kat were saying there's lots of places who are doing, fingers crossed in the summer, outdoor open air plays and theatres and things, and we just can't wait to be able to go back to it.
Yeah, and round here it's really good because you've got Stratford down the road, haven't you?
Yeah.
And there's probably lots of festivals there,
Yeah.
aren't there? Right, so you can see I've turned it inside out, so the right side's to the outside, and then just give it a good press. And again, you could get your little pokey tool just to, if you push like that, just to sort of get that nice and
Can you knit, Fiona, or is that your pokey tool? Can you knit?
My dear, I used to be a knitwear designer.
Has Rebecca really not spoken to you about coming on to Yarn Lane?
Do you know what? I was thinking I could do some. Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to design knit patterns and things.
Right, that's it now. You've said it on the telly. You've got
You
to do
won't see
it.
me anymore on Sewing Street. No, what happened is that I trained as a knitwear designer and I worked in Paris. But it was a lot of cut and sew. So it was designing the fabrics and then designing it to be cut up and made into garments.
This is so cool.
Yeah, and then
This is where you met your husband, wasn't it? No,
What,
I feel like you met him in Paris.
No, I met him in Brighton.
I'm really romanticising this.
Yes, but when I had my children, I got a little part-time job in local, so I just needed to get out of the house really. So I found this lovely job. My husband found it for me actually. Saw an advert in a window, a fabric shop, and they sold yarn and they sold fabric. And I went there and they said, anyway, so basically, so I worked there for quite a few years actually. I loved it, but didn't want to have anything to do with yarns. I just fell in love with fabric and I just thought, where has this been all my life? Yeah. This is it. And that's what did it really.
Passion then.
Yeah, but with the yarns, with the knitting side, it was never sort of like sitting with a pair of knitting needles. It was like designing stripes and then sort of designing big shapes and because it was all very like that in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, you need to write a book and all, like Fiona's diary, basically, all of these stories.
Yeah, I did used to design garments for stars as well. Like, do you know Sade? She's
Yes!
got one of my jumpers. Yeah.
Sade. Oh, wow.
Sade.
Love Sade.
Now, what I'm going to do now, have I got time to do this?
Literally 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to top stitch around the outer edge of my lovely peak, my Peaky Blinder peak. Which is a bit more floppy because it hasn't got the bit in the middle, but never mind, you get the idea. Now, but when you're doing your top stitching, you've got quite a few, you've got the interfacing, you'll have that bit in as well. So just put your stitch length up, 2.8, 3, you know, that'll do. And then bank up the side of your foot to the edge of the folded edge, the outer edge. And then we're going to just, you don't need to do any back stitch or anything, and just very carefully follow the outer line of the, I've got black thread in this, so just bear with me. I'll have to undo this when I get home. Although, you know, that could be quite nice black stitching. Why not? You know, I was thinking you could even just do some more lines, you know, to make it, to give it a bit more feature.
Well, that's what I thought you were doing when you were going round and round. I thought that was going to be a decorative.
No, that's to give it stiffening. But stitching in things does stiffen it, doesn't it?
So if you wanted to do a couple more lines.
But you could do that, couldn't you? So there we are, a very defined stitching outer stitch. And so I'm just popping this out like so, and then what you would do, now I'm a big believer in zigzag tacking.
Right.
So I'm just going to show you quickly. Rather than sew a single line, you can zigzag over, and that will kind of keep those edges from fraying as well. So I just need to know what thing it is. Is it number 8? 7? 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. And then off I go. And you just literally, and this is just what it's doing, is holding those edges together. Let's just make it a bit wider. It's holding those edges together. It's within the seam allowance, and it's just finishing the edge at the same time. If you've got any little overhang bits, trim them down. So there's your peak.
Nice.
And
everything else is all in the pattern, isn't it?
Yeah, and you're just literally attaching it to one side of the band.
Yeah.
Stitch, you know, tack it on, put the other band on, stick it on, and then put the band onto the crown.
Amazing. I know we've done a bit of a pit stop through all these, but hopefully that's giving you some inspiration on both the Elsie trousers and are you having a G&T?
Yeah. I am.
Happy birthday, Sewing Street.
Happy birthday, Sewing Street. It's been a ball. I've absolutely loved this year. Being part of Sewing Street has been the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Oh, that is the gin talking, isn't it? It's so lovely having you part. We couldn't have a birthday celebration without you, so thank you.
Yeah, it's lovely to see you, Vicky. And next time I see you, you'll be more than one. You'll be 3.
Everyone keeps saying this.
Yeah.
Someone said yesterday, you'll be 2 people then.
I know. A little mini one. It was so lovely. A little boy.
I was saying
I'm
earlier
sure
on,
it's a boy.
You're thinking boy?
Oh, yeah.
Fiona had twins, and I did say, do not
I survived. Look at me,
yeah,
I survived.
that's it. And Suzie had 4 children, so I said, it can't be that bad if you went on to have another 3 after the first one.
I
She says,
know.
oh, you forget
I never had to do that. So I never had to go back and for more. I just had it all in one go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, good luck with it.
Thank you very
I'm sure
much.
it'll go well.
Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Yes, okay.
I love when people say, especially people who have had children, they look at me and they say, well, good luck, good luck. Right, do make the most of both the Elsie trousers and the Chelsea girl hat. All the fabrics are on the website as well. We've got Jayne Brogan coming up next, and we've got an offer on, you know, this is one of my favourite machines. For anybody who's getting into sewing, whatever you do, do not go anywhere. For anybody who is looking to get their first machine potentially, we've got an offer on a brilliant Elna sewing machine. So don't go anywhere. Jayne Brogan is going to be off with me after this.
We are celebrating Sewing Street's first birthday this week. Celebrate with us every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Freeview 72, Sky 670, our website, our YouTube channel, Facebook Live, or on the Sewing Street app. Our birthday week is jam-packed with brand new projects, lots of guest designers, and amazing daily giveaways not to be missed. Make sure you're watching us live every day to be in with a chance to win one of our daily giveaways. And the fun does not stop there. We are also giving everyone who shops with us a free Sewing Street pin badge to commemorate our first birthday, as well as a Sewing Street mug. Remember to join us for all the fun celebrations from Monday, the 1st of March, right up until Sunday, the 7th of March.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I had then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, welcome back. How is it already in the last hour? We've got so much to talk about. It's been a jam-packed day, so thank you for spending day 4 of our birthday event with us. It's, again, been another manic day. We have just had in another prize into this incredible prize draw. Everybody who shopped over the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whether it be on the website or on the live show or on Yarn Lane shows or on the Yarn Lane website, we've got one almighty giveaway, and it's getting better and better and better each day. We were going to do a photograph of them all, and it just keeps getting added to, so it's brilliant. We've already told you, there's an Elna machine in the prize giveaway, and in here, from Jayne, from Genome, we've got, this is just packed full of fabrics, of rulers, of scissors, your swatch cards. There's loads and loads of machine needles in here. This is such an amazing dip of goodies. All you have to do to win with a chance of winning this, of winning the sewing machine. There was also gifted from Franklin's, the big steam iron. I know that loads of our guest designers have bought in incredible kits, including Sewgirl, Fiona Hesford, including Village Fabrics. Yvonne McAtamney bought things in earlier. We've got loads going into that prize giveaway. It's all you have to do is shop. How amazing. Now, you don't need to put a code in, you don't need to guess how many sweets are in a jar or anything like that. It is just simply check out of your basket and you're automatically entered into that prize draw. Now, we're also doing a daily win. So a daily prize draw. Today's is for a huge bundle of embroidery accessories, which I'll show you in a minute. But we've got to announce the winner of the Liberty fabrics from yesterday. So everybody who bought on the website, on the show, on Yarn Lane and on Yarn Lane's website, were entered into the prize draw. And the winner is Carol. Carol Mann, you are the winner. You are being contacted by one of our marketing department, and you've won loads of Liberty Fat Quarters. How amazing. Congratulations, and thank you for watching yesterday. That was just from shopping yesterday. So if you want to be in with a chance of winning the prize draw today, all you need to do is buy something on today's show, on the website, on Yarn Lane website, at any time until midnight tonight. Every single checkout is a ticket into the draw. So if you're checking out of your basket, you're in with a chance of winning this. All of these incredible mega bundle. Honestly, before the end of the hour, I will show you them back on the desk because there is so much. The photo doesn't do it justice. It's all down underneath the desk there. There's loads and loads of goodies. So all you have to do is shop today and we will announce the winner tomorrow. Or I think it's John tomorrow. John will announce the winner tomorrow. Congratulations, Carol. Your Liberty fabric is on its way. Now, this is the birthday that just keeps on giving. We've got another surprise for you. Now, the Elna 320s machine that we're going to talk about in full depth today, if you've got any questions about it, get it in. Please do get your messages in, because I know it can be incredibly daunting when you're purchasing maybe your first machine or maybe a second machine. If you've already got one of the bigger machines and you want something that's more portable, then this is ideal. But we're launching it today with some extra freebies. So you are going to get, if you buy the machine, all of these amazing goodies. So £249, it's the most affordable machine that we offer anyway, and we're really picky in what machine we bring. We want you to be able to still do all of the lovely projects that we bring on air, so we're very picky in the machines that we bring on air. But you're also going to get lots to get started sewing, so some half-metre fabrics, some fat quarters as well. You're also going to get a little project book. You're going to get some safety pins, you're going to get some snips, and you're going to get one of our trusty friction pens as well. Loads to get started sewing with your brand new machine. It's also available today on split pay. £83 and you can get it home and start sewing with it. Just 3 payments of £83 and that is 0% interest. So do make the most of the split payment option and you get all the goodies too, along with the warranty and all of the accessories that it comes with as standard. It's always, every single time we bring it to air, it's a very popular machine. I know with the demand at the moment for sewing machines, especially for sewing machines that are more sort of the entry level, a lot of people are getting into sewing. This is a brilliant machine. So, of course, to learn all about it, we've got Jayne here. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And you're looking radiant, I might add. Yes.
Thank you.
I haven't seen you for a while. Yeah.
I know, it's really good to have you back.
Yeah.
And thank you for bringing all these goodies with us.
I know, yeah. So I had them sent home, and of course we've got the machine as well. So
that's going into the
really
drawer.
nice. There's loads of stuff in there: there's needles, pattern weights, dressmaking scissors, pinking shears, you name it. And I just got the office to put everything in that we could for you.
So exciting, so exciting.
Yeah.
Thank you ever so much for that. So this machine, now for anybody who, I mean, you, obviously this year's been a bit different, but generally I know that you go to lots of the shows, you go to lots of exhibitions. What is it that you find lots of people ask you about, what they want from a sewing machine, if it is potentially the first sewing machine? What is it that you want to look for?
It's just looking for a quality machine more than anything. I mean,
brand name.
A good brand name, quality machine. Elna's been around for over 70 years.
Yeah.
All our machines have also got a metal subframe in, so they're nice and sturdy.
Okay.
And they're just...
It doesn't make it too heavy though, does it?
No, it's not that heavy at all. No,
right, but it's
too
not going to
bad.
be bouncing
It's not going to be bouncing everywhere. And other little things. So you've got a good selection of stitches on here. It's an ideal starter machine, this, or if somebody wants a second machine, or they're buying it as a present for, a daughter or son, or somebody's going into textiles or doing GCSE textiles now they're back at school. It's just a perfect machine to get going with because you've got so many features on it. You've got a stitch width and a stitch length, which is quite unusual. Some of the lower end machines, is what I would say.
Wouldn't have that.
You wouldn't always have that. So, and it's a top loading bobbin as well.
So there's still great features that you would expect from a higher sort of spec machine.
Yes, definitely, yeah. It's a good machine. It's got a good selection. It's got all your standard stitches on the top here.
See, I remember my first sewing machine and it had literally like 5 stitches. So you've still got 18 stitches.
Yeah, you've still got all your stitches, all your standard stitches along the top here. So straight stitch, zigzags, over edge, elastic stitches, stretch stitches. And the bottom is all the stretch stitches. So if you've got a stretchy fabric, we'll look at it later and I'll show you how to set it to use the stretchy fabrics. And we've got some stretchy fabrics as well. We can show you how it sews. And there's little tweaks. People think, you don't have to have a machine with lots and lots of stitches on to get some really good decorative effects.
Well, if you actually probably be honest with yourself, I love the machines that have got hundreds and hundreds of stitches, don't get me wrong. But if you actually be honest and think, right, how many stitches do I use day to day?
Not many.
You
Straight
probably
stitch.
say,
straight
5
stitch.
at max. Which ones do I use the most of? So you've still got a great array and some lovely decorative ones.
Yeah, you can use a lot of these as decorative instead with the scallops, and I use some of these stretch stitches as well. Number 15, I'll show you later. I have done a plique with that.
Oh, lovely.
When I've been thinking, oh gosh, I haven't got any plique stitch and I don't want to do satin stitch, and that one will. It's just working with the machine and the stitches and thinking outside the box sometimes about what you can actually do.
So I suppose it will grow with you. So it's got the capability of dropping the feed dogs as well.
Yes, you can drop the feed on it so you can free motion. You need to obviously get the correct foot for it. So it's got lots of features like that, and it's a really nice, if you've got a big machine at home, and we'll be back at workshop soon hopefully, you can pick it up and take it because it comes with a hard cover, which is quite unusual as well.
Ah, okay, so this is nice and portable. I know a lot of our ladies who have got, a holiday home, a second home, or a caravan or something, and they want to take something more portable, but they've got the 680, they're used to having, the Elna quality, so they've got this as a second machine, which just speaks volumes, doesn't it, for the quality of it, that they're going from a £1,000 machine to sewing on this and still are enjoying.
And it's still fine, it does everything,
Well, that's it. I think you want something that you're not going to outgrow straight away. If you're starting sewing, the fact that you can lower the feed dog, so if you want to buy a free motion foot in the future, or if you want to put a walking foot on in the future,
you can.
You can grow with it and do, like you say, did you say there's an elastic?
You've got elastic stitches on here. There's all kinds of different stitches. Again, we've got the lovely manuals with it, so if we can grab that and we can have a quick look through. So the manual, again, it's what we come to expect from Elna. Nice, clear, concise manual. So you've got the accessories that come with it at the front, which I've got here with me. And you can just go through. You've got the extension table, so it will take off and free arm. This is the table.
bag making, dress making.
You can take that off and you can free arm with it.
Yeah.
There's just lots and lots of things. It gives you all the setup of the machine, winding bobbins, changing the needles, all kinds. And then you go and stitch selections. And it also takes you through the different stitches as well. So each stitch has got a little section, so it will tell you on the top here. It's a triple stitch, which is for stretchy fabrics. Again, I use that if I'm top stitching as well, because it pops out a lot more. So it's just little things like that, and it's got all the information you need on there to take you through each individual
That's good,
stitch.
isn't it? I normally, if I must say, if I have to get a manual out, I feel like I've failed at the task.
No, have a little
but
look
actually,
through it, yeah.
this is really user friendly, and we did get the manual out when we first had this machine to work out what that SS mean, and that's the
just your stretch
stitches. But yeah, we did have a look through the manual, and it's, like you say, really user friendly. And the fact that if you're buying a brand name like Elna, you know that you can pick up the phone and speak to somebody in the UK customer service team, which are brilliant as well.
They're fabulous, yes. Yeah, I've spoken to a few ladies this week actually. Different things, yeah.
So they could speak to you.
They get to, yes, if it's something more, a little bit more complicated, they will, and the email in it often lands on my inbox at some point. So it's quite nice to have a little chat to some of the customers now and then. See how they're all getting on. So,
does this machine come with a warranty?
2-year warranty, standard 2-year warranty, yeah.
Fantastic. See, that's another point. If you are looking at different machines, I know that, look, you can go and buy sewing machines in different supermarkets now, but ask yourselves those questions. Does it come with a warranty? Is there someone that you can call if you have any problems with it? Does it have a free arm? Can you lower the feed dogs? Does it have stretch stitches? So can you work with different weights of fabric? Does it come with £40 worth of the free bits and bobs to get going as well, which is great. On split pay as well.
Yeah.
Right.
So, so we've got the good manual here, decent manual, takes you through everything that you need to know. The feet it comes with as well. You've got the zigzag foots on it, the standard presser foots on it, but you're also getting a satin stitch foot.
Are these all labelled like our normal
it's F. It's the same numbers, yeah. F. You've got G, which is your over edge foot. E is a zip foot, and then J here is a little buttonhole foot as well.
Can you just bring them slightly to your right? We can have a look. So these are all standard accessories.
They're standard, yeah.
Brilliant.
Yep, so you can. And if you've already got a category B Elna or Jayne machine, just double check, but you should be able to switch most of the feet over because it's a top loading bobbin. So it does make a difference.
What's the G foot, did you say?
The G foot is an over edge foot. It's for doing your over edge, and it's got the little dial here. So you can actually alter it. Doing your blind hems, blind hem foot, this one, so you can do blind hem with it. And you can alter it. I actually quite like that foot because it gives you a lot of mobility with what you're doing. Right,
I've never used that foot before.
When I do workshops, I always show people blind hems, and I've had some very, very odd interpretations of blind hems.
Oh, well, I think
it's all in the folding of the fabric. Yes.
Yeah. I think one of the first things that my sister asked me to do when I started sewing was turning up her trousers, and when I did it, she says, "Oh, I don't want to see the stitches."
No.
I was like, I have no idea how you do that. No. Blind hem foot.
Blind hem
foot.
So
you can do.
Perfect. And it's brilliant as well if you're doing curtain making and things. A lot of people do the curtain lining.
Yeah.
With the blind hem foot as well, things like that. So it's not just for turning up your trousers.
Yeah, brilliant. We've had a question about feet actually. Janet, sorry. Could I please ask what would be the correct attachment for free motion? So if you did then want to add on...
It's a specific free motion foot, I don't know. I think you carry them in stock, I'm pretty certain.
We used to. You might need to get them from... You can get them from Genoma.
You can get them, yeah, you can get them. They're quite easy to get. It's just making sure that you get this category B, the right one for your machine.
Category B, free motion foot.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And they're very easy to obtain, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go through the machine itself, the different features on there. So we've shown all the different stitches that you can see on the front there. It's got a top loading bobbin. Has it got a threader?
It's got a needle threader, yes.
Needle threader.
It's on the side here. Yeah, we have to have a needle threader.
Yes.
I certainly do these days. It's a nice straightforward needle threader.
It looks nice and well lit as well, actually.
You have got some really nice lighting on these as well.
Yeah.
So you've obviously got your presser foot lift.
And again, it's got an extra
high
lift.
Well. So if you see, I can take it up again.
Right, so that's useful if you're quilting.
If you're quilting, or say you were doing a coat or a big bulky pair of curtains or something like that, you can get your work underneath it without trying to push it.
So even though it's more of a, you know, compact machine, it still has the capability of doing these larger projects.
Oh, definitely, yes, definitely, yeah, it is. And again, say on your stitching, you've got straight stitches, zigzags, elastic zigzags, over edge, you've got a little scallop on the end. On the top here, we've got the width.
So if I could change my stitch width and stitch length, does that mean actually there's 18 stitches, but you can play about with those?
You can still vary them, yeah. You can see on here, we've got this, let me just pop that back onto here. I was actually playing with it before. So you can see I've moved the needle. You can move the needle slightly, you know, to little bits with it. That's quite handy for doing zips. I've found you can get a really good, precise zip. So, but then that's more for your zigzag. We do it, or if you want to do a satin stitch, if you're doing some PK, you can alter it with that. So we've got the width, we've also got the length here. So we're going to go around with that. About 3 is a standard stitch length, which I would tend to use most of the time. And again, you can alter it accordingly to what you want to do. If I want to do a satin stitch, I'd leave, so I will do some in a minute. I'd do it at about 3 and I'd take this down to somewhere just between 0 and 1 because it closes it up. So it's just little things like that. And again,
and as you're going through the stitches, the needle will automatically move into the
correct position. What I would say, make sure when you're changing stitches, not on just this machine, but any machine, make sure your needle's out of your work.
Okay.
Because if you've changed a stitch and it's suddenly got to go a different way, you could snap your needle.
Yeah.
So just make sure the needle's up before you change your stitches with it. You've got reverse here as well, so I can press and hold and the machine will reverse.
Brilliant.
For me. So we've got the free arm, so that will come off. The feed drops on the back here. I don't know if I can turn this around to show you. Let's see if we can turn the machine round. So you can see here.
So what? I don't have a designated sewing space. I sew on the dining room table. And, well, they won't let me lift anything at the moment. But anyway, just to be able to put things away at dinner time and it's good. It's a good compact machine that you can quickly put away with the hard cover, so it's just free.
Just pop it away, put the hard cover on, get somebody else in your case to lift it off and just pop it out of the way. So this is off, it just slides back on again.
And it's got the handy measuring guide on the front as well, hasn't it?
And it's also got the little storage box here.
We've only just discovered this storage box.
Yep, so you've got a little storage box to keep your feet and accessories in.
I kept thinking something was rattling. We're like, what is that that's rattling? But we had all our feet in there. We had no idea it had this secret compartment underneath. That's really handy as well to store your feet.
Yeah, standard bobbins as well. So if you've already got your Elna or the Jayne, you can use the same bobbins with it. So
now, you are quite particular and you stress
you
to
must
everybody.
use the correct bobbins for your whatever brand your machine is. Please, please, please use the correct bobbins for that machine.
Yeah. It's really important because, in fact, actually, you will break your machine if you're using.
You can if you're not careful. You won't always get a good stitch. They might be slightly lower. They might be slightly higher. So, use the correct bobbins. They don't wear out.
Janome and Elna, they're under the same umbrella, aren't they? We had a lot of messages yesterday asking Debbie Shaw. We had Debbie Shaw on. They were asking Debbie what machine she recommends, and she uses Janome.
Yes.
She loves it. She was recommending the Elnas and Janomes. So, get yourself plenty of bobbins because there's nothing worse than your bobbin running out.
I've got loads of bobbins, Because, and again, if you're doing a project, you don't want to have to stop. I would never unwind thread off a bobbin because it's a waste, and I hate it when people wind like 4 or 5 different colours on one bobbin because at some point you're going to have to take them all off. So just stock up on some bobbins. They're nice little stocking fillers or birthday presents, things like that.
Absolutely, they're only £8 for a pack of 10.
Yeah.
So, and they're the right ones. These are the ones that fit in with your 320. Yeah. You also use this with any of your Elna Janome machines.
Yeah.
Fantastic, just £8.
So they are.
We've had a question. Is this Geraldine? Hi Geraldine, how are you? Hi Jade and Mrs. Mummy to be. Oh. Can I use my Janome walking foot on my Elna Pro? Love my machines, from Geraldine. Which Elna is it?
Which Elna have you got? We could, Geraldine, she can let us know. Or if she emails in all the details and they can forward it to me and I'll catch up with her later. How about that? That would be easier then, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
That would be easy, much easier to do than try and do it on here. So yes, we're going to do some sewing.
Let's do it.
We have a selection of fabrics today because I was speaking to Kat earlier and she was saying a lot of people say, what fabrics does it go through? Well, it will go through lots of different fabrics.
Right, so if you're a quilter, a dressmaker...
A quilter, dressmaker, whatever. So I've bought some stretchy with me here so we can have a look at the stitch in a minute.
I know that scares a lot of people, especially starting out sewing. it's good to show how well it will sew. We've had some denim and cord today. We've had some viscose. We've had all sorts.
All kinds of things. So this is just a stretchy fabric. So I'm just going to I'll pop on a straight stitch first. It's a bit curly around the edges, this one.
If you want to flip it around, you can.
I'm allowed to. I usually get told off when I do that.
Oh no, it's the birthday.
Oh, I can get away with anything today, can I? So I'm just going to pop that in. Oh, I've just unthreaded it. That's interesting.
Threading it though is
threading
nice
it
and easy.
Straight forward as we normally. Again, it's almost, I always say, thread by numbers. You just follow the numbers on it, and again, make sure it's through the take-up lever. Let me take that out of the way. Again, press the foot up while you're threading initially, so it goes through the tension disc.
Yeah.
And pop that down. Needle threader straight through. I'm certainly now, I can't see to thread a needle anymore, I'm afraid, so pop that in. I'm just going to do a straight stitch at the moment, so we're on about number 3, which would be a standard straight stitch, just to show you why. Hang on, I've got the wrong foot pedal here. I'm just going to put, and it's lovely and quiet as well. It's a really nice quiet machine. So I'm pop that. So with the stretchy fabric, so if I've done that now, I've done a normal straight stitch, but if I really pull that, it's going to snap. You can see where it's snapped.
Okay, I don't want that in my yoga class.
No, not really. No, it could be a little embarrassing. So I'm going to pop this onto, I'm going to take it on onto straight stitch. I'll go through this again later.
Yeah, we'll have a look through that again,
Yeah,
but it
we
says
will.
SS, doesn't it? So
SS.
turn the dial around there.
What I've done here, if we can see, I've taken this round to SS. I'm going to leave it on the stitch number 1 because underneath that's number 10, which is a stretch.
Oh, so it goes then to the navy blue.
It goes to the navy blue when I'm on stretch stitches.
Yeah,
so
with you.
Pop that back round again because it's quite portable and easy to use. So
it's a good job, isn't it, when you're on the telly having to sew it back and
heaving
forth.
things backwards and forwards all the time. So let's just pop that.
So that's
in.
still going to be a straight.
Still going to be a straight stitch. And so this is one, if I'm doing some decorative top stitching, that I will use as well. It might take it a tiny bit longer. No, we're going that way, we're fine. Because it does a triple stitch, it's a lot more pronounced and it's quite elastic. It gives it quite an elastic finish to it as well. But if I'm doing a decorative top stitching, you can see how much more pronounced it is. And that stretches with my fabric.
Oh gosh, this is brilliant.
So it's not going to snap, yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah, so you've got your elastic stitch on there. And that's quite a stretchy fabric on there. So it is. So it will do then. You see, it's just fine. Whereas the other one, a little tug, and it actually snapped. So that's.
So it's doing 3 stitches.
It's doing a triple stitch. It's doing 3 stitches on top of each other. So it makes it quite elastic to do.
If you come really close, then you can see the difference.
Can you see that there?
Just about. Don't worry, it's not your eyes. We're not completely blurry.
That's better.
There you go.
So it's quite elastic. So it's got plenty of give in it. Room for movement in yoga classes.
Yes.
Don't have any embarrassing moments. So that's with the stretchy fabric.
Oh, well, we're all wearing our loungewear at the moment, so that's a good one to know, isn't it? And everything that I need is going to be elasticated, I think, for the next...
For a little while.
Yeah.
For a little while. Yeah. So it is. But again, it's beautiful for top stitching as well. I do use it for top stitching because it really pops out on something. Gives you a much nicer finish because it's in a triple stitch. So we've got a little bit of stretchy fabric there.
Jayne, I've always wanted to know, what's the dial to the side of the
top
machine?
foot pressure. I keep forgetting it's on this because normally, you know, it's quite a nice feature. The top foot pressure here. Okay, we've got it on normal, the top here. It's what pressure's coming down on the foot.
Right, so is that if you're using a fabric that's got like a pile, like a velvet?
So you've got a pile on it, a velvet or like fake fur fabric, or even if I'm quilting and I want to do a little bit of sneaky decorative without using the walking foot, which you can't decorative stitch with a walking foot anyway. You can take some top foot pressure off. Always have a little practice first. Okay. And it just
that's good as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very easy. Tell you in the book when you need to use it.
What I like is that with this machine, it's all in front of you. It's all there.
It's really well laid out. You haven't got to start thinking, oh, what does this do? What does that do? Again, we've got the tension here. I'm a great believer with tension. I very seldom touch the tension.
No, well, you're going to go through more sort of different fabrics now, you won't alter your tension.
I won't alter tension at all. I'm going to pop this back on to. Back onto a standard straight stitch.
Sometimes it's nice to play around with your tension for a decorative sort of effect.
You can if you're doing reverse bobbin work, but I would always say get to know your machine first. Yeah. Get to know how it works. the bobbin case is a drop in with a tension screw on it. If you want to start playing with that, buy yourself a spare bobbin case. So you've got your sewing one, take it out, put it to one side, and then if you've got another one, you can have a little tweak with the tension if you want to, because it's very difficult. We all think, oh, I only turned it a tiny bit.
What's your standard tension setting?
Standard
Where do you
on here,
stay?
it's usually, if you see on all the machines, on anything, they have got...
It's got a square
They've got little
around it,
squares on
hasn't
it, so it's 3, 4, 5 on this. So I would just leave it on 4 in the middle, and that's it.
Oh, okay, between 3 and 4.
I'm a great believer of tension. If it's not broke, don't try and fix it.
Yeah.
Because so many people think, oh, it's this or it's this, and it's not. It's something else. It's not the tension.
Yeah. Has this got a handle on the top of it, by the way? Oh, yeah, it does.
It does. It has a handle on the top here. So it's easy enough to pick up, which is not a really good angle for me at the moment, but yeah, it's easy enough to pick up and carry. And again, you've got a slot in the top of the case, so you can pick it up when it's in the case to move it.
Because I think when we are going back to workshops, I remember when I first started and there were lots of sewing machines that you used at the class, but I think in today's world, probably going to need to take your own sewing machine,
I would imagine so at the moment, yes.
Yeah, and as well, it's really good to learn on your machine. So if you're starting to sew, I would enrol in one of those, get to know your sewing machine.
Yeah, I used to do lots of those when I used to teach in a former life. And they're great fun because everybody learns something different about their machine in the day, apart from the basics. So.
Oh, fingers crossed we can go back to doing
I
some
know, we used to do some workshops for the sewing quarter, didn't we?
Yeah.
Long time ago now. So, right, so I've got some plain cotton here, which is just a basic, I'd say it's a piece of, oh no, it's got a bit of a stretch in it.
Oh, it has got stretch?
It's got a little bit of stretch in it, so I'll pop that, I've just altered that, so I'll pop that there for a minute. We've got some very nice...
That's got a bit of a coating to it.
That's got a bit of a coating, it's got a...
glitter,
it's
but...
glittery, it's a very nice glittery. So I'm just going to pop a double there, and we're just going to get some scissors, I know we've got some down here, and just...
Geraldine, we forwarded your email to Jayne, so thank you.
Oh, brilliant, yeah, I'll sort that out later when I get home.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to take that across, I'm just going to take a piece off here. Double, because again, normally you wouldn't sew on a single layer of fabric. If you are going to, make sure you put some stabiliser on it, on the back, just to give you a little bit more support. So many people saying all the stitches are right, but you need to stabilise it. Pop this on the bottom, be back on here, be back on there. I'm going to pop that in.
Sometimes glittery and sequin fabrics and things like that daunt people, so I just want to show you how easily, look,
it's fine.
It's a dream.
It's fine, it's got absolutely nothing at all. I'm going to pop it onto number 2 as well, which is a zigzag, so we can look at a zigzag on there as well. And I've unthreaded it. I keep doing so, I'm so used to having a machine with the slightly different threading system on it that I always do this when I come back on these, I forget. Pop it onto there.
Nice and quick to rethread though.
But it is, it's lovely with the needle threader, yeah. Pop that underneath.
Makes such a difference, doesn't it? Julie's asked, will these bobbins fit her 560 machine?
Yes. Yep.
Brilliant. They're
Definitely.
£8. Only £8. If you've got any of the Janome and Elna machines, they're all the same standard size bobbins. But just make sure that you're matching them to the right brand.
Yes, always, whatever brand machine you've got, make sure you get the correct bobbins. I've come across all kinds of things over the years, and yes.
Yeah.
One lady did break her machine one class because she had the wrong bobbin, totally the wrong
Can't
bobbin.
say mainly in this studio. Oh, no.
No.
We're good with what bobbins we use. We behave ourselves.
So that's gone through that beautifully, no problem at all.
Lovely.
We've got a little bit of, it's almost like a tweedy effect here.
Oh, gosh,
I think Kat's been raiding the scrap basket for me.
It's just good to show how you don't need to alter tensions, and I think we all get a bit scared about, especially starting out sewing.
Yes.
Started on my cotton quilting, and then I haven't really, ventured into doing other fabrics. So look, this is your tweed.
It's a tweedy one. I've done it again. I must remember, I try and pop the needle in before I start, and it's just purely, it's one of those things when you get used to your machine. That's why it's always worth just having a little play with it when you first start. But again, it does show how good the needle threader it is on these. Let's pop this underneath. Again, I'm going to pop the needle in. There we go.
Oh, nice.
And it's just nothing. It's just perfectly done it. So if I go straight from there, I'm going to chop these up. I could have done.
No, this is without changing the needle.
I'm not changing anything, no.
Changing the tension.
No. Again, with your needles, always have a look. The packets on the back of the journey packet it will tell you.
Does it come with any needles in your...
It comes with a little spare pack of needles, so we've
Yeah.
got a little spare pack there. Standard needles. So again, just match your needle to your project. Same as always. This is just, it's quite a lightweight cotton, this.
That's, yeah, weight.
Yeah. And again, it's just going to go straight through it without a problem.
Especially sewing it for you, it's just gliding through.
Yeah.
Your feed dog sort of system is...
We've got here some quite nice, it's almost like a
Canvas.
soft furnishing-y type fabrics. There's some very nice parrots on there.
Yeah, oh, we love this fabric.
Don't start me, I'm not allowed any more fabric, I decided. This year is the year that I actually need to use fabric.
the fabric that you've got. No, well, someone said to me, it's not a fabric stash, it's a fabric collection. I think that was
That's the one,
sure.
yes. And it's wonderful for a Sunday afternoon, a wet Sunday afternoon, to get it all out and just go through and reorganise it.
Yeah, put it into colour order again.
Yeah.
A different colour order.
Yeah. And it would just, but again, with these, it's just straight through it, no problem.
Look at how well that is gliding through. And this is heavier
No
weight, more
problem.
than
It's
cotton
much heavier
canvas.
weight. And it's just not, it just doesn't make any difference to stitch quality.
Still stitching
Still
evenly.
exactly the same, yeah.
Not
nice
skipping
even.
stitches.
No, it's fine.
I think that's the great thing, is that you want, what do you want from a sewing machine? You want it to do a straight stitch really well,
Yes,
don't you?
because that's what most of us do. I've got some denim here as well. It's a fairly lightweight denim, so I'm going to go over 2, 4, to what, 6, we've got 6 layers here.
Oh, go
2,
on then,
4.
Jane.
We'll go for another
Go
one.
rogue.
Let's go wild.
I wouldn't dare do 6 layers of denim.
It's fine. It's a fair, let me just make sure that I've pulled my thread through on that. There we go. And then so I'm going to pop the needle in. There we go. And it's just, again, it's nothing.
It's quite a speedy machine as well,
It does,
isn't
it does, yep, it goes fairly quickly. So again, it's just fine. It's nothing.
Oh, it's a breeze, isn't it?
Yeah,
Handling
it just takes it through really, really well.
I suppose you expect that when you're looking at a quality build from Elna, even though, I mean, prior to this, the most affordable machine that we'd bought was £500. And we're really particular in what machines we want to bring on air, because obviously we want you to buy kits from us, we want you to enjoy sewing, we want you to enjoy your sewing experience. And sometimes I think machines can let you down. I remember my first machine was one that I borrowed, and it just wasn't doing the jobs that I wanted it to do. Whereas this, if you want to have a go at bag making, dressmaking, quilting, soft furnishings, curtains, it's going to be able to do.
It's going to cope with everything. Yeah. It will. You can, as you can just see, it doesn't even sound like it's straining when it's going over the different fabrics. So it is a really, really nice one. Just to hang on, what we've got here? We've got a bit more.
820 stitches per minute, in fact.
There we go. Let's just make a little bit.
Like
This is viscose type fabric. I should have to ask Kat. She could have ironed it for me.
I think that's a little bit of scrap from some trousers that she made. She made some trousers in that fabric.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to pop that over, and you can see it's just literally been over the denim. I'm just going to take that back in again, straight down to there. And again, nothing.
And will you show us how you do the reverse as well? So it's got the reverse button, hasn't
Pop
it?
this one back under. Let's just get these out to the side, get the right bit. Pop this under. The reverse is actually, if we can see it, so I'm going reverse. We can't see on the front of the machine, can we? Can I turn it round a little bit?
Oh, if you just zoom out slightly, Paul, so we can see the reverse button.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's it,
Perfect.
that's fine, thank you. So if I'm going along like this, this is the reverse.
Hold it
So
down.
I just press, keep going, just press and hold, and it'll just do your reverse stitches for you.
Fantastic.
It's quite straightforward. And again, you can, if you sort of, I've done it with my elbow before, and I've got my hands full with various stuff, so. There are, yeah, and it's nice because it's a lovely straight reverse as well. Sometimes you get some of the machines, I've seen them, and the reverse, because it's got such a good feed system on here, it feeds it straight back. If the feed system's not absolutely top spec, should we say, it can veer off to one side.
But
it's
it
not
just goes
holding
straight
the fabric, yeah, so that's a good little one to look for. So it will just cope with all different kinds of fabrics we've got. Very taken with this tweed, actually.
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? To know that you could do the hat that we've just had with Fiona Hesford in a lovely tweed.
Yeah, and again, the stretchy is a very similar stretchy to the one I've just used this. So it will cope with all the different fabric types for you. It's a really good thing. If you're thinking, oh, I want to start sewing, but I don't want to outlay hundreds and hundreds of pounds. It's a really good machine, and you've got it. Then you can pass it on to a family member. Use it for classes. Say take it to the caravan, whatever with it. It's always going to be there. For
well, one of my friends, she's got a really expensive sewing machine, and her daughter is about 13 now, and she's just got into sewing, and she does not want to let her loose on her really expensive machine. So she's got her machine just like this actually, and it's absolutely perfect. They can be sewing along together and it's ideal. I was also going to mention, don't forget today, especially for the birthday, you're getting loads of goodies to get started. So that's the exciting thing. When you unpackage your machine, you want to get sewing. So we've included a book. So you've got lots of tutorials, lots of instructions. You've got some snips which are handy. There is a little thread cutter on the side.
There is a thread cutter on the side, yes.
But you've got some handy snips to have by your machine. You also have fabric, you've got safety pins, you've got fat quarters, you've got a friction pen, quilting weight cottons there. These are brilliant snips, by the way. They are really good snips. I think Suzie was using something very similar to these earlier. Friction pen, marking tool. So that's a really good...
Yeah, I mean, snips are so handy when you're sewing. And really, because you can keep, when you've been doing it for a while, I tend to keep mine in my hand at the same time as I'm sewing, so they're just automatically there to snip the ends off if you need it.
Absolutely. Plus, available on split pay, £83. I just wanted to let you know, as we've had a lot of people already checking out on their order. This is one of, if not the most popular machines. And the sewing machine demand has gone through the roof.
It is. It
isn't just a problem here at
No,
Sewing
it's
Street,
worldwide.
Is it?
It's not even just in the UK. It is worldwide, and which is why with the 680s and everything, I managed to get some. But
when are the 680s coming back?
I don't know.
Questions galore.
I don't know. I will let you know as soon as I know at the moment, because there's issues with shipping for everything at the moment. It's just worldwide.
Yeah.
So as soon as we get them in, don't worry, you'll be the first to know.
Make the most of this, by the way. If you are umming and ahhing about it, we've done a really special birthday deal, and I've got a feeling that we're going to be saying these have all completely sold out very soon.
Because there aren't hundreds of them.
No, they're not. There are not hundreds of them. And I know a lot of people who have been getting into sewing and maybe have started sewing, at the start to help out, whether it been with face masks and scrubs and things. And then now they're addicted.
The bug. Yes, they've got the bug and think, what else can I do? And it is a very versatile machine. It doesn't matter if you want to quilt, dressmake, soft furnishings, general crafting. It's got the capabilities to do it on there.
Fantastic. So can we have a look at some of those other stretchy stitches? You said about the one that's lovely for a plique.
Yes. Let me just find a little piece of my bits and pieces that I bring with me. Here we go. I've used this before. You've got to remember, it's like with the bigger machines with plique stitch, you can flip them sometimes or do different bits. This is a set one, so it's on the stretch stitch, and it's actually an extra strong over edge. It's number 15. An extra strong stretchy one, but I have used this. It's brilliant for me because I'm left-handed and it comes from that way in, so it's great for me, but it's just being aware of it. But if you have a little look, I'm going to pop my needle in. Oh, I've done it again. It's doing it back to front, that is.
No, that's fine, you can spin it
just
around.
Again, let's just take this through. It's so quick to redo. There we go. Through the little thread guide there. There we are. Press the foot down. It just shows how easy the needle threader is to use. So again, make sure that your needle is in the highest position that it can be as well.
Even with the best sight in the world, it is fiddly trying to thread a needle without a needle
so
threader.
much easier.
So to be able to have, a more entry-level machine. Actually, I don't want to call this an entry-level machine because you can
To me, it's not an entry level. It's sort of it's above an entry level because it's got so many features on it. So in this one, it's just thinking outside the box with some of these stitches. It is, just thinking about what you can do with them. I don't think I'd want to do anything intricate with the plique with this, but great for going around like quite big shapes and everything, it'd be fine. And you can see
it looks a little like a blanket stitch, doesn't it?
It does. It's actually an extra strong over edge stitch, stretch stitch. But to me, I'd be quite happy with that on my applique project.
So you can still use those stretch stitches on non-stretchy fabrics?
Yes, of course you can.
Yeah.
Say the standard triple stretch stitch I quite often use for top stitching. This one I've used for applique before. Which comes out, gives you quite a nice finish on it.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah. So what's number 11? Let's go back to. We're on sort of 15 here. 17's quite a nice one as well. And it is just, like I say with all the machines, when you get it, have a play with the stitches.
Oh yeah, make yourself a little stitch sampler.
you know, try altering things. Oh, I've done it again. I do this every time on this. I've got very lazy. I'm so used to having a massive machine at home.
Do you need to pull the thread?
I need to pull it through
more?
a little bit more because
Okay.
with the automatic cut, which is I've been using for so many years now.
No, it's good to show this because actually, if you're having problems at home, then it keeps cutting.
And that is the reason
threaded.
is it's not quite long enough. I've got an Elna, I remember we've done them before, the Elna 620 at home,
Yeah.
which I take when I was working away. And I'd quite often take it with me to do some sewing, and that hasn't got the cut on it either. And I'm thinking, oh gosh, no. But it's so
Just getting
quick and
there.
easy. It's just remembering. I'm so used to looking at that tiny little piece of thread, and all it is where the take-up lever's got to come up and back down again.
Yeah.
With everything. So again, that's why if I just pop this in first, then I know I've got plenty. Yep. So again. You're probably actually looking at this stitch, you'd probably actually get away with it doing it as an applique opposite way round.
Oh yeah, you would.
Yeah, so there's
Yeah,
just lots
looks
and
very
lots of
similar.
different things that you can do with it. Let's go back to number 11.
There are loads of you who've got these in your baskets. Don't wait until the end of the show to check out. £83 on split pay, remember. 3 payments of £83.
Yeah.
Now, this comes directly from you, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Yeah.
There's no delays at the moment on shipping, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's
no.
good to know. Because I know a lot of places, of course, it's...
We're not that I'm aware of. So obviously they're in the warehouse, so
Yeah.
it's just as fast as
They're all ready to go.
They're ready to go, along with other stuff that you know.
You're still covered under our post and packaging though, by the way, so if you've bought anything else today, don't press, it's Premier delivery or something, because it's coming from Elna. So I think you can pay extra on our website for Premier delivery, but you don't need to with this one, as it will come directly from Elna.
Directly from us. As soon as we get the orders, they're processed that day. And
Brilliant.
again, I've just done the little triple, like a zigzag here. And again, that's a really quite pronounced stitch,
It
which is
is.
brilliant for decorative stitching.
Brilliant.
So you haven't got to use your stitches for what it says. You can just think outside the box, have a little play around with it. And again, it's the satin stitch as well. A lot of people think, well, it hasn't got a satin stitch on it. Your satin stitch is your zigzag closed up. So we literally pop back. I'm going to take that back onto.
Oh, so you go to your zigzag and
Go
change
to zigzag,
the
which is
stitch
number 2.
width.
Yeah, I'm onto here. Then I'm going to take my stitch length
Length, sorry. Yeah.
right down. Stitch width, I'm going to leave about 3, which is middling, but you can actually play with it and get your own settings and then just take a note of what you've got it set at. So I'm going to go with this. No, I'm going to pull a little bit more out just to make sure. There we go. There we are. That's it. So again. And the thing to remember when you're doing the satin stitches, because you've closed the stitch up, it's not going to whiz through the sewing machine. I've seen so many people trying to pull it from the other side.
Oh no, you never need to tug your fabric through, do you?
No. So it will do. It's going on. I can take it down a little bit narrower, but it will take it through. So it is just a nice way. You can see here where I've taken it a little bit narrower. But it's just closing. I mean, just have a little sample. Just have a little play with it. Do yourself a little sample folder.
Yeah,
Pop some bits and pieces in. And again, keep your different fabrics in there that you've tried as well. So you can get, you know, if I buy another fabric that's similar weight to this, I know how it's going to sew, hopefully. So, yeah.
Absolutely, brilliant. We've shown how portable this machine is, but it doesn't rattle or shake or
No,
vibrate on the
it's not going to
table.
go anywhere. It's quite a solid, sturdy machine, yeah. They've all got a metal subframe in, so it makes them nice and sturdy.
Fantastic.
Yes.
And thank you so much
You are very
for all these
welcome.
offers.
Yeah.
Now, we've got a slip reduction mat, by the way. Now, I don't like to claim anything because this isn't designed as a noise-proof one, but I've personally found, yes, it's good that it's not going to be slipping and sliding, but because of the sort of density of it, it's quite a spongy sort of material. No, it's not, Paul. It reminds me of like soundproofing though. So if you do find that you have quite noisy machines, it's my word, this isn't what they've built it for. No, it's not what they've made it for. It's a slip reduction mat, but I find that it also reduces noise. Try it out for yourself as well. I love when you find something and then you actually find another use for it. Here we go. We've got a review for this mat. The mat stops vibration and really does help dampen out noise. Yes, from the sewing machine. Wish I bought one when I first saw it. Thank you, Sewing Street. Thank you very much for our crafter in Greater London. Thank you very, very much. It's a 40 centimetre by 60 centimetre. It's 40 centimetre by 60 centimetres as well. So this is going to be brilliant for any of your larger machines as well. It's £15.99. If you are one of these sort of night owl sewers sewing into the night, then it is brilliant. Or if you just want to protect your surface, as I say, I sew on my dining room table. If you've got a nice dining room table that you don't want to be, you know, clunking it on and off all the time, if you have this down, it's going to protect your surface as well because it is quite dense. We've also got some extra needles. So, Jayne, we have got 3 different sorts of needles. The purple tips I know are great
I
for
love purple tip needles. Yeah.
for quite difficult fabrics.
Yes,
a lot of people
if you've
use
got
these.
stretchy fabrics, skip stitches, quilt layers, I use them on the embroidery machine as well if I'm doing computerised embroideries. They've got a slight cobra flare on them, and there's just a slightly different needle, and they're
What's
brilliant.
a cobra flare?
It's just where the eye is. It just comes out like a cobra head a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can look them up online, and it will tell you all about them. And bag makers as well, absolutely love them because they're just magic. I just love purple tip needles.
How often do you change your needle?
It depends what I'm
How
sewing.
often should
I
you
think
change your
it's
needle?
recommended every 8 hours.
Okay.
Some fabrics you'll need to do it more often, some fabrics not. And another little tip, I know a lot of us, I do mixed media as well, and I save my needles in, I've got a pot I put them in, and I use them if I'm going to stitch paper or anything like that, because it will blunt them really, really quickly.
Oh, so
just
for
using your old
foundation
needles, you
everything.
get another use out of them as well, which is great.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. £5.50. Always very, very popular whenever we have them in. They're just £5.50 for a pack of 5. Yeah. And I can use these in my 320.
Yes, you can. Yep.
Yeah.
No problem. Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. Remember, this is all you have to buy today if you just want to stock up on some needles, and you're automatically entered into 2 prize draws. The daily prize draw giveaway, which is for all of the embroidery, but then also the massive prize draw, which you are in with a chance of winning a 320 as well, which is very exciting. So they're the purple tip. We've also got the blue tip.
The blue
needles.
tip is standard sewing needles.
Okay.
Yeah, that I use for most
of your
things.
sewing.
Yeah.
These are again just £5.50.
Yeah, it will tell you on the back. If you flip over, it gives you a little bit of information.
It says it's got a pierce point and long groove. Excellent multi-purpose needle recommended for more difficult and synthetic fabrics, and also for machine embroidery.
Yeah, you can use them for machine embroidery. It depends again, you know, have a little sample and see what you're embroidering. If I'm doing something quite heavy, then I might use a red tip, which is the next ones there.
Brilliant.
Did you have some red tips?
Do we have any red tips? I don't know whether we have got red
did.
tips. I've got the super stretch ones.
Oh, those stretchy needles, yeah.
We've had a review from Linda. These needles are brilliant. They are my go-to needle for all kinds of cotton and multi-layers, and they produce a reliable stitch every time.
Yes, they are.
Fantastic. Is it the same with needles, you know, needles and bobbins? Do you like to match up your brands?
I always say bobbins definitely match your brands up. Needles, if you can't get hold of, you know, your normal brand, just make sure you buy a good quality needle.
Okay,
Don't
so
buy
if
it
somebody's
with your
got a
weekly
brother
shopping.
machine, they've said, can I use
yes,
these?
Yes, of course you can, yeah.
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 There you go. Thank you for your
Just again, like everything, it's like threads, needles, everything. Just get a good quality. You spend a lot of time and effort and usually money on fabrics and sewing machines. Don't spoil it for buying some cotton from the supermarket or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Needles, yeah.
So these are your super stretch, which again, it says, does it have a little section on super stretch here? So these for if you've got your jersey fabrics.
Your jersey fabrics, and I can't see them from here. I'm pretty certain they are the overlocker needles as well. So if you've got a Elna overlocker, those are the needles you would use.
Fab, yeah. That's good. £5.50 for your needles. Now, finally, if we are going to be going back to workshops soon, we might need a bag to transport it. You always say try and keep your machine nice and clean and lint dust free.
Yeah, definitely. And it's easier to carry with the handles sometimes if you're going up and down steps or in and out of the back of the car. It's a little bit more secure, and you can quite often get the machine with the cover on into the bag as well. I don't know.
This one does fit, well, you probably will with this one actually, because we've actually tried it with the 680 and you can get the 680 in here. So if you've got any of the 560, the 550, the 570, the 320, the 580, the 680, you'll be able to get it in here. The 680 is a bit of a squeeze, I'm not going to lie, but what a price, $12.99. I've done a bit of a comparison elsewhere and had a look on different different online shops, and this sort of quality bag is generally about £30 normally. It's the one with the nice feet. It's got the zip at the front to be able to put your pedals, your bits and bobs, your wire leads, any patterns. It's got the Velcro strap as well on the handle. The zip, the two zips open right down. That's a nice sound, isn't it, on my microphone? Zips all the way down both sides to be able to access your machine really nice and sort of safely and easily without, you know, if you are moving around. In fact, actually, look, I told you, this machine bag, $44.99. It's been reduced to $29.99. What were they trying to tell you then, Kat? $29.99. But today, at Sewing Street, $12.99. $12.99. I think we've got a bit too used to this one. So that is brilliant. Okay. Is there anything else that we wanted to mention, Kat? Just our early bird. If you've got a lovely new sewing machine today, why not get a lovely sewing box to go with? This is so beautiful. It's £12.99. It's another one that is a brilliant price. I think we found the exact one again earlier on the web for about it was £18, wasn't it? And which was reduced again from over 30 to £12.99. Special price point. There it was. It was actually £36, wasn't it? £36 originally. And it's lovely. Jayne, thank you so much for all these goodies.
Very welcome.
And thank you for coming in today.
You're very welcome.
When are you back in?
I'm not quite sure.
We'll see you soon.
Around about Easter, I would imagine.
We'll see you soon. Thank you very, very much. Right, tomorrow's show looks a little bit like this. You've got Delphine, you've got Jayne Greenoff. 8 a.m, what a fabulous year. The Highland Cow, the toy, is in at 9 o'clock. The 10 o'clock, we've got Jayne Greenoff. 11 o'clock, Delphine with a Jelly Roll Tree of Life. And then Yarn Lane, I Knit Designs, coming up at 12 o'clock. Thanks so much for your company this week. It's been amazing. I'm back with you on Sunday for the roundup of the birthday show with Wendy Orlando. John Scott is on tomorrow from 8 o'clock. See you then.